I'm sorry, Pearly. You shall be blinded by the sunlight for now. There's nothing I can do about it. Never mind. There's something I could do about it. Kind of. Like a calibration. That's what it is. That's what it is. I have to calibrate the Pearly every time. Well, not every time. Usually she's just in the correct spot. I do have to calibrate my light, however, so that it's not in the way. Awa wawa. Okie dokie. There is dirt on my second monitor. Fuck, that's a stain. Some kind of... I'm cleaning you, chat. You have dirt on you. There we go. There's also some on my main monitor. My god. There we go. Monitor's cleaned. Awa wiwa. Pushing a lot going through this. They get timestamps. For reading streams, they get timestamps. They can just... If they don't want to start, they can skip to the reading. They get timestamps. Or at least they get timestamps once I get in there and make them, that is. I wish, you know, if there was something that AI could be good for, why is there not an AI that I could just say, like, hey, the YouTube description AI, put timestamp now for MT-6 or whatever, huh? Where's that AI? If AI is so good, why can't they do my timestamps for me? Checkmate. AI crypto bros. I combined two different bros in there. I haven't done my free roll. I've had 3 white bags in a row for the dailies. 3 white bags in a row. Beyond the fucked up. I am also almost back up to 200 pulls. 110k? Actually, never mind. I'm above a 200 pulls because I have the tickets as well. I have the tickets. I have like 40 in tickets. Yep, a couple green certs. Just a few. So like, we'll see. Possibly by the end of this. Maybe by the time that like on the last day when it's the last freebie rolls. Maybe I'll just end up throwing a couple in. We'll see how much I have, and then like, okay, can I spare more to possibly get Lemon if she doesn't spook me during the dailies, which I have a feeling she won't. I feel like usually my dailies on limited banners are like ass. I feel like I very rarely ever get anything from the dailies. If I get something from the freebie rolls, it's from the 10 ticket you get, and then I get like nothing on the dailies. So I think the previous, I think the on the U Blaze banner for the dailies, I think I literally didn't even get a 5-star on the dailies. I got the minimum 5-star from the free 10 roll. And then from the dailies, the next 14 dailies, I got nothing. Only blues and whites.
ケルシーが誰にも話さなかったエピソードを聞きたいか?
So true, monster. Lemumu came to me on free pulls yesterday. What the heck? You stole my lemon. Also, yeah, I should have been Undoy, not Lemon. We're gonna get, dude, we're gonna get Undoy. I know, we have to. There's no way. I mean, I guess things could change during this event or something, but there's no way we don't get Undoy at some point, bro. He has a glow up. He has a redesign now as well. He's been made to look playable, even more so. Previously, he had, in Guide Ahead, he had a little bit of like NPC face. But now, he has playable face, okay? There's no way. There's no way. It has to happen. Also, yeah, like, dude, if it was Undoin, if Undoin was indeed here instead of Lemon, nah, I would have sparked instantly. I would not have stopped until I had an Undoin. I'm sorry, Pink Woman, but Sancta Jesus comes first. Except Sancta Jesus hasn't come at all. Innuendo may be intended. Why are you bad? I'm not bad-mouthing Lemumu. It's just that, like, you know, there's good, and then there's better, aka Undoin. That's all. There are thresholds to be met, and Lemuel does not meet the threshold. I feel like it's fair. I think it's fair to put Lemuel there so that you have like the sisters banner, and also it's not like Lemuel isn't popular, and also like, yeah, it makes sense that Lemuel would be playable. It makes complete sense, but also like, dude, if I could have chosen, I would have taken Undoin. You hate woman, no. Woman hater, man lover. Known to be me. Would have taken Veliv. She's a little sussy, I feel. But, well, actually, no, not sussy. It's more like she just kind of does her job. She does her job. And then she's like, she's kind of relatable because she's kind of like, I'm just doing my job, man. Look, I want an easy life. She's like a little mischievous, but it's in a way of like, look, I want a cushy life. I'm just doing my job, okay? I do my job well so that I can get a promotion and get an easier life, which is like, dude, based. Replace EXO out for my Vanini. I'm sure Vanini will be playable as well. She also has playable face. Or playable design. Surely. Though I think if she does become playable, I don't think that you're going to use that exact sprite. I think her sprite will be slightly different if she will be playable. It's going to be like a slightly different design. Monkey's paw curls, you get Oren. Terrible monkey's paw. I didn't get anything I wanted. Even seeing was considered Lemon was the other unit after the story. It is possible that after the story it might be like, wait, I feel like this should have been the character. Though I don't know, actually, well, the thing is though, I can easily see specifically on the context of Undoin, I can easily see the story going in a way where, you know, he fucks off on his own journey or something again and doesn't go to Rhodes, while like Lemwin would somehow end up collaborating with Rhodes even just because X is there. So you peg for Min artwork? Peg? Huh? Sir? I said what I said. Who did Min do again? What other stuff did Min do? My eyes? Okay, no, I was gonna do I have to check my phone. I did not. Also, I got my first 800. I've been getting nothing but I got like nothing but 500s and one 300. This is my first 800 out of this thingy. Like every CG art in AK by now. True? Or gaslight? I still have not gotten a single dupe of Vanguard robot. We do also have a squad ready for boss. It's the Laterano squad plus monster because I'm allowed to use monster because she appeared in story. I'm allowed to use her. She's in there. Technically, actually, these 3-star and 4-stars have not appeared. Like, they're not there. Everyone else is actually physically there. These 3, not however. Take Surtur. Surtur isn't in the story. Which I guess is like, I guess if technically if you had to put me into a niche, it is like story niche, which often turns into like more of a nation niche. If there's not enough story characters. Oh, Min did Amimi's birthday skin, the concert skin. Get to release one character for NPC jail. Who do you release? I mean, right now, Andua is on the top of the mind. Who else would be? I mean, Tallulah eventually. But like, Tallulah, you know, has to release at the correct time. Yeah, I guess it's like Cannon Squad. Who else is in NPC jail currently? One thing for NPC jail for me though is I don't necessarily mind some characters staying in NPC jail. Some of them I think make sense, like for them to actually, you know, join and cooperate with Rhodes. But that's the thing is like if a character doesn't actually even really make sense for them to like cooperate with Rhodes, then I'm like, why? Okay, closure. Yes, closure. True. Also, like, all of the elite ops. Let's be real, all of the elite operators, okay? I would just want all of the elite operators actually, you know, fully playable and not just as, like, little trial runs in game modes. Predictions for 6.5, Annie? Not really. I haven't thought about it. I mean, we got confirmation. Essentially, today we got confirmation that it's gonna be... confirmation. That it's gonna be Sami related. Unless they do actually somehow, unless they've actually baited us and it does end up being Kerag somehow. But I mean, otherwise the key visual is extremely Sami. Wait, let me pull it up. Like, almost everything here is super Sami. So I do see Silver Ash in here for some reason. I feel like the main one is it's Sami. Some people do think it seems that it is Kerag event. Some do Monch, Permanix Altar. Actually, a lot of people seem to think Kerag or Silver Shelter, and they have not realized that I feel like all of this here is extremely Sami, much more than Kerag. Snowball event. Like, I do agree that this part, like, these patterns do have a bit of Kerag vibe to them, but Sami also has these patterns, and this whole middle bit is extremely Sami. And these little bits on 2025, like these little flares, these are just like straight up runes, like Sami runes. So I feel like yeah, it's got to be Sami. And also, if you think of like, I mean, Kirag will also be relevant, but Kirag technically has had 2 events. And I think it might be too early to go for, you know, flying Kazdel Kirag event. That might be too early. But then we have, you know, Sami has only had the roguelike and the vignette event connected to the roguelike. We have not actually had a full-on Sami event yet. So even for that reason, I think it makes sense and it would be good to have like a full-fledged Sami event. PV4 have the CG. Well, yeah, that's the thing. Like, because like Kirag could also exist, but I don't think this one specifically. I don't think it's gonna be Kirag. Also, yeah, if we go to Sami, actually, if we look at some Sami NPCs, who could actually come out of this? Oh, the operators we already have, like Kalaisa, I guess, or Kalaisha. Yeah, this guy. Wait, yeah, is this the femboy? Yeah, he. Yeah. I thought this was a girl. Indeed, when we first ran into him, I was like, that's a girl, right? Oak Cup guy could be a unit. I feel like it would be strange if we got Eikthurnir. I feel like it would be strange. It wouldn't make sense. Kalaisha maybe could see, but we might see just a lot of new characters for this one. And I guess if we were to get an altar, like who would be an altar for this one? I mean, you could grab like someone from here. You could grab like fucking what if we fucking Gitano altar or something. But it could be interesting if it was actually just fully new people, and no altar. It could just be fully new people. I could see Gitano like a Gitano altar welfare like Silence was, and because Gitano is also in the vignette event for Sami, and is somewhere in the roguelike as well. I think so. But otherwise, it might be a lot of new people instead for a Sami event. Because I feel like Kalaisha would be a bit. Kalaisha and Eikthurnir would be strange to have as operators. So I'd be very surprised if either of those become operators. We could get someone. In theory, we could get someone from this faction. From his faction, we could maybe get someone, but I don't think him himself. Other notable people. Well, Amma is a god.
Oh
yeah, well, this is from the Angelina. So it might be a lot of new people, and probably at least one altar still. I feel like there's still going to be an altar, but and I guess if I have to put a bet on what altar, I think Gitano altar. If we get an altar on the Sami event, I think it actually would probably be Gitano. Or then it's someone sort of not nearly as connected to Sami, so it would be like, I guess that you know, now that you say it, Hugo, that's technically that could be possible. We have Kera Gundar itself. So what if we actually just have Sami itself? What if we have Sami feud? In theory, technically, it's not out of the question. Like having a deity take human form for a moment and, you know, not out of the question, actually. These nuts alter. Yeah, we have units that aren't like directly from the region. Be on banner, like Arturia. But alters usually are someone actually relevant to the region, even if like there's characters on the banner that aren't necessarily from the region, but obviously Arturia has other connections to Leithania. It's not like she's out of nowhere. She has other deep connections to Leithania. We were stalling, well, because obviously we got the image for 6.5 anni CN. So we're discussing who could be in the Sami banner, Sami event. Magellan altar. See, well, Magellan probably would be in the event, at least I'd expect. Magellan altar, I think it did cross my mind, I just didn't say it. Like, Magellan altar could even be a thing, if there is an altar. So... it's Sami or Kerag, and I feel like it's way more Sami. Just the design language here is like 90% Sami. It's way more Sami than it is Kerag. So. S6 expansion file shows Sami the Pheramut. Oh. And we have Will of the Sami as a boss already. So. I like how the status for the faction order, like the nation is active. Yeah, I'm very much heavily on Sami. I think Sami makes more sense than Kerag. For now. Kerag entered goddess form in Sami? Maybe once we will get Kera altar when we actually get the Kera event. This ain't Kera. Surtur altar? Oh wait, Surtur is relevant to Sami in some way. I forgot. Well, kind of, sort of. She was present in Sami at one point. I think it's more than that, really. And how would she be relevant to the story? Let's be real. W looks more like a lobster. Shaking my head. I mean, there's a bit of lobster in there, but it's also very cockroach. Potential lore. Yeah, I feel like Surtur would be a strange one. Also, a little extra funny, like, you know, having like Surtur altar, but then, you know, Levitain in Enfield is kind of just Surtur. Like an altar for Surtur actually doesn't make that much sense in a way. Sorta? Surtur dies after finally getting lore. Oh, no. Surtur dies right before she gets lore. Imagine. She's just about to get the deepest lore and then she dies. We never learn. Yeah, Surtur would need some storyline, which would mean that if she were to get an altar in a Sami event, she would have to get a lot of... She would actually have to be quite crucial to the storyline in the Sami event, which I don't see happening. So... because I feel like the event is gonna probably focus a lot on the portal in the north. You know, they got a lot of the Aethergate portal shit to explore in Arknights still, to bridge the gap between Enfield. And Surtur like has the Pheramut whole thing. The Pheramut of Surtur is not like specifically even like a Sami Pheramut or something. I don't think it's said that it's like specifically that. It's just a Pheramut, not necessarily specifically even a Sami one. Even though obviously it is based on a Norse thing, so it's probably kind of Sami-ish. Yes. Yeah, it was like a part of it was sealed over there, yeah. And Surtur went there and was like, no, never mind. You're trying to trick me into unsealing you. No, fuck you. I won't. Stop it. Yeah, she always says that and she doesn't tell us anything. Oh, did the Surtur prophesy that the original was expert in fighting demons? I guess that was part of it. One of the giants like let's throw Asgard. I mean, the Surtur, the Faramid Surtur does indeed not seem to be too chill. Like, that dude does not seem to be chill. He's trying to get, like, unsealed and revived to do bad things. They might be sealed for a reason. Not like, oh, a conspiracy has sealed me, an evil conspiracy has sealed me away. No, it was a good guy's conspiracy has sealed them away. And shall I go? We do have a fair amount to read, so let's just get to it. I'll try and this time I'll try and remember to get myself markers so that I can get my timestamps easier. Sure, Ermengarde has to be playable at some point. There's fucking no way, man. It can't not happen. Okay, MT7. Funeral. All walk toward the inevitable end. That is why the continuum of meaning is so precious. No way, Hildegard. This is the place. Enjoy some rest. Oh, click. Thank you. Thought I was going to the notarial hall or the basilica to be questioned about Arturia's escape. The gun knight who brought you here has other business to attend to. He asked me to tell you not to worry about the Arturia case. Long has landed monastery served the holy city dutifully. There will be no excessive penalty just because a single prisoner escaped. Phew, that's good to hear. It was for another reason that you were brought here. There are so many... Would you prefer a quieter location? No, what I mean is, why is everyone in this nursery Liberi? Segregation? Hildegard scans around the room and sees Liberi in all sorts of outfits, sitting or standing. There's little conversation, only the steady ring of the comfort bells. Hundreds? Thousands? Too many to count. An entire city's worth of Liberi seems to be assembled here. They fit a lot in there. Since when did this nursery become so large? No, more importantly, why are all these Liberi here? Don't tell me you have a room full of perros, a room full of felines, a room full of lupos. An astute observation. You also have rooms for fallen angels and sarkas. They're actually just, I thought this was supposed to be everyone comes together as one, not fucking segregated into separate rooms. You're awfully forthcoming. Shrine of Nurtry has nothing to hide. At the conclusion of the nativity, the Curia announced that the Sancta will share the halo with all races. Simplest method is to do it race by race. Oh, convenient excuse. Do you mean we can have halos too? We can feel each other the way the Sanctas do? As you felt the Arbor Beast's heartbeat at the nativity. Why? Why what? Why do we need halos? She's asking the questions. So you brought me here not because of Vanini, but because I'm Liberi? Yes. Got a big old light over my head like yours. Go on in, Pug. Sounds like I don't have a choice. Also sounds like a wonderful thing, doesn't it? At least it'll be good for your eyes. Will it? More than that, I think. If I had a halo, I'd be able to tell what that metal heart of yours was feeling when you kicked Gia out of Laterano. I know you blame me for that. Glad to know that you know. It's just two grumpy tsundere old men discussing. Maybe things would have gone better for you if that hadn't happened. Over centuries of Lateran history, many have tried to recreate the terrifying high-caliber revolving antique gun that the ancient tomes described. Only you succeeded. It's one way to say minigun. That design, which assumed the user could withstand a recoil 5 times that of an ordinary gun, was the work of a genius, or a madman. No, are you bragging about being born to be a gun knight? After all, you successfully tested my design before ever putting on a suit of armor. I just thought we were born to be partners. You and I and Gia were always the best of friends, from primary school through university. But my first official mission as a gun knight was to exile Gia from Laterano. Gia or Gia? I'm assuming Gia is a nickname, it's not the full name, so... After that, you gave up gunsmithing for Apostolic Knights, opened a workshop somewhere I didn't know about, and now... decided to retire, alright? You and your Vappa, Shrine of Gunsmithing. What use did you Sancta have for me if you treat gunsmithing like making potato chips? It's a crime to be non-Sancta, is it? Gia got exiled, I get to have a halo put on me. Liberi aren't allowed to live in Laterano the way we are now, are we? Confrontational. The thing with Gia had nothing to do with being Liberi. Even if she was Sancta, the Lateran wouldn't allow someone with Eripathy. Classic, it was just some rock cancer. You don't know shit. Swore. Lateran order and Lateran purity. Again? How many times do you think I've heard that garbage from you? Do you really believe in it yourself? Somnias dormis? How could you? If you've thought even once about how Gia died out there. Alone? I admit I did believe in it, Patricion, until that day. We got hangovers together, played with guns together, cried and laughed together. No one in Laterano could clink glasses like we could. When I saw Gia disappear into the wilderness and you just turned around and went back to Laterano the way you did, that was when I realized. We never actually shared a damn thing. Damn. It's a heavy start to today's reading. The halo is not a bad thing, Sister Hildegard. It's Laterano's blessing on us. I know. From the earliest nomads who followed the burden beast, the Liberi had always learned from the Sancta, from their ways of living to their ways of thinking. The Liberi long for a better life, and they long to be part of the Holy City. We understand that. I know. I told that history to Arture not so long ago. But there's only one thing the Liberi can never learn from the Sancta. The Halo. That's why certain conflicts between the Sancta and other races living in Laterano have lingered to this day. Unable to take part in Sancta empathy, you are troubled by doubts about your faith. You suspect Laterano of being indifferent, of alienation. To help with Land and Monastery's finances, you were away from Laterano for a long time, Sister Hildegard. That is why you may not have sufficient understanding of this situation. Was it may or may not? You may or may not. This is why your may... No, I technically read it correctly. It's just this is why your may not have. You can ask your fellow Liberi. I know how many outsiders who live here envy your empathy. This is why we will now share with everyone. There will be no more misunderstandings or differences. We'll truly understand one another and eliminate the conflicts and barriers between us. The Liberi will become a truly inseparable part of Laterano. I just feel sad. What? I grew up in this city. I know where one can find the best desserts, which alleys have cloud beasts that have a special taste for pumpkins, which buildings have rooftops perfect for stargazing. At Land and Monastery, I made beer and bread with the Sancta Sisters, traveled to other countries to solicit sponsors, and got completely plastered whenever we came back. Hell yes. I took pictures of how their wings went through the backs of their chairs when sleeping, and they played lullabies in the chapel when I sneaked out so that the abbot would sleep a little longer. I remember that. Actually, the abbot knew, he just didn't want to scold you. I'm Lateran. I like this place. I love it very much. You're right that I often find myself on the outside looking in. I don't know why the Sanctas who had been crying a moment ago start laughing and singing at their cohort's funerals. But my father was a hunter. Every winter he would go into the mountains with his friends to hunt. He told me that even hunters who have hunted together for decades can have different ideas when they see the same quarry. They sometimes even fight over it. Everyone is different. That has nothing to do with whether or not we have a halo. But you tell me I won't truly become a Lateran until I have a halo. Do you mean to say that I wasn't a true Lateran for the past 20 years? Has my entire life been a poor imitation? Just coming right out with, okay, Jesus. I mean, fair enough. It has, Sister Hildegard, but you should not see that as a rejection of you or any other Liberi. It is simply a necessity for the acceptance of Laterano. I mean, also, you know, suspicious motives from these individuals, so. I don't care about rejection or acceptance. I just don't think there's anything wrong with my life. I don't see a reason why I have to accept this so-called blessing. You shall accept this blessing, or we shall enact a violence. Lateran has already made a decision, Sister Hildegard. Okay, mask off. It was the first time I experienced a parting, Puck. It wasn't a good feeling. I guess that was when my life started to go off the rails. It's like those popcorn movies, you know? Chainsaw Guy series, or The Bridges of Mikhailion. First Gia, then you, then my finest student. I exiled her from Laterana personally. I worry, too, about Fia. What? You're worried that your dear granddaughter might run away and you'll die alone? You all had your issues. I tried to do something, but never actually helped anyone. Really try, or are you just trying to lie to yourself to feel better? Maybe both. Something you got wrong. I support the idea of halos for everyone, not only because I want to protect the order and purity of the holy city. You're making Laterana sound awfully racist by putting it this way. I mean... Laterana, where everyone shares the halo, will truly become one and whole. I'll be able to solve the unimaginable calamity that threatens all of Terra. It'll also solve all the other problems we've been having, including... Anyway, I think that's enough sharing for now. Deo gratias, thank God that's over. Hearing all that garbage from you again is making me sick to my stomach. Go on in, Pug. And if I say no, I don't want that light show you've got on your head, and I've got no interest in studying honorable motives. Oh, he aimed. Paganini levels his gun at the gun knight. Just give it a minute. What do you mean? You're a genius gunsmith, Pug, but you're a liberi. You can't use the guns you make. They're just your calling cards. If you're really that furious with me, give it until the ceremony. Then you can put a bullet in me. Once you have a halo, you'll be able to use it. Paganini smashes the gun against the knight's armor. Pieces fly in all directions, and the broken gun stock makes a dull thud as it hits the ground in the distance, echoing throughout the corridor. He can use it, just in a different way. Go on in, Pug. That's like the 4th time you've said that. But Tryzyn is being real misled here, or like, you know, his good intentions are being exploited quite heavily. Like it was Mostamum, Overseer Fiameda. Your contribution to Lateran is much appreciated. Now, kindly come this way. Did the nurseries already fill to the brim? Ceremony is about to begin. The matriarch will first enlighten the liberi who have lived in Laterana for many years. Then the broken halos and wings of the fallen angels will be repaired. Quickly now, I will lead the way. Karate chop! She says. Our shadows fall, so true. Come in. Oh. Cardinal Lemwin. I'm afraid you'll have to find another way to address me now. And I was under the impression that the Curia wasn't letting anyone visit me, isn't that right? I put in a report. I was only just created. It's only natural that I would seek my predecessor's advice. You've adapted quickly, Cardinal Amos. Thought you said you didn't really have aspirations. Senora, I didn't come to gloat. Our relationship was never cloak and dagger, was it? Sorry, but if you came to ask about Lemuel, I've already said this many times. I have no idea where she is. Something else that I want to ask about. Did you sacrifice your career only to protect your sister? Or did you truly believe what she said? From the nativity to the summon of nations. It doesn't seem right about all that has been happening in Laterano lately. It's like we've come down with a sort of illness. Amos? He's got a brain? They're the same thing to me. There's something I want you to see. Amos turns his terminal on and hands it to Lemwin. What's this? Application to join the Legati. I wanted to be a legatus and get assigned to Bolivar. Want to leave Laterano? Why? My wife and I. We had a big fight and I left. I came back, she had gone on a mission dealing with Sarka's raiders attacking caravans in the wilderness near Kazdal. It's always been like that, never listening to people. It was winter. I figured she wouldn't be back until spring, and I was thinking about doing something to make up for my leaving. You know the rest about what happened to her? Fallen, exiled, etc. It was convenient that the 7th Tribunal were responsible for national security and foreign relations. Took a long time, but I finally found out where she went, I thought. I understand. What do you mean, though, when you said something didn't feel right? The selection standards for legatee are extremely high. Out of my ability, didn't really have much hope, so the application sat in my draft box for a long time, until... You approved your own application when you created Cardinal of the 7th Tribunal? Yes. Reverend Tryzyn said all I needed was an opportunity when he informed me of my imminent creation. Guy gets promoted, instantly abuses his authority. Based? I'm sure he meant something else, but this is all I could think of. However, the moment I approved this application, I just vanished. No notice of rejection, no record to be found anywhere. Also, don't worry, I believe your wife is on their way over here anyway, so... It just disappeared from my terminal, like it never existed. There's no way the application would have gone through. I would not be allowed to resign my cardinalate and become a legatist so quickly. Besides, all the legati have been recalled to Laterano. Wouldn't be able to go and see Orella, even if I really did become one. For me, approving the application wasn't even about making up for anything. Just a small, insignificant comfort. Who would want to wipe away such a small comfort? For me, that was enough to make me question if this Laterano is real. Maybe your sister was right. Have you told anyone else? No, I couldn't sleep last night. You're the only one I could talk to about this. This isn't some newfangled interrogation technique, is it, Cardinal Amos? You can trust me, Senora Lemoine. We both have things that truly matter to us. Few things. An interesting point, Senor Ramos. By the way, there's an even bigger nativity scheduled at the Shrine of Nurtury today. By the way! A very casual by the way! We prepare for death all our lives. Even in a place like Rocamarea, where everything is washed out by tides of plague and famine, an old man may lick his parched lips and say something to the effect before his eyes close forever. Sounds like a nice place. Words as old as time, as they say. To some, they are an eulogy to wishes unfulfilled. To others, an utterance free of regret. But there's a common premise between the two. Death is the conclusion to life. But many such situations. Looks up in confusion. Arbor beast. Flaps wings anxiously. Indeed, child, your mother will answer no more. Oh. She has died. The mother has breathed her last. Undyne gently closes her eyes. The fledgling leans over. He is trembling, even the sheen of his hide darkened. Undyne places him on his own knee and looks into his eyes. The fledgling's voice is mumbled. Undyne does not speak the language of beasts, but he can feel sorrow, like a current running beneath the calm surface, the fledgling's and his own. Death is accompanied by new birth. When your mother knew that her own life was beyond saving, she chose to leave the hope of life to you. She used her last strength and succeeded. This is your first lesson. You're trying to teach like a cat or something. This actually might be Rosamaria. Rosamaria, the town with the clock tower, the abbey in the wilderness, and now... I've experienced many such moments, and now I have another. Each experience brings deeper insight. All walk toward the inevitable end. That is why the continuity of meaning is so precious. Death is a parting. A gift from the departed to the living, the beginning of the living's own salvation. Do not fear, child. Lament and remember. I will do so with you. I'll stay outside and leave her funeral to you, Undyne. What of the matriarch? She's indisposed, preparing for the nativity to bestow halos upon all the non-sancta here. She sends her apologies. No matter. We have grown accustomed to welcome new life with ceremony, while funerals are always simple. Tell the matriarch that it will be a little while before I return to duty. Are you alright? The mother's passing was sudden. The child is young and unaccustomed to such sorrow. I must stay by his side. No, it's you the matriarch is worried for. What do you mean? Matriarch said she and you had been with this mother for a long time. She understands the sorrow in your heart. You're a thinker. Every journey gives you inspiration, but also fatigue. As for the child, he's a miracle. He has the strength to emerge from darkness. The matriarch wishes me to tell you that no new life in Laterana will ever succumb to calamity nor sorrow. They'll be born equal, they will be brave, they will be strong. Laterana will see to it. Undoin feels the fledgling arbor beast push against his arm. He wants to calm him down, but the fledgling pushes his hand away and spreads his wings. The fledgling takes flight, landing on a comfort bell in the middle of the room, making a pleasant sound. Undoin watches in confusion. He has worn a halo for decades, yet his eyes still struggle to adjust to the fledgling's dazzling light. He has been with the fledgling day and night. He knows what these movements mean. The fledgling is inviting him to play. The nurturer, who can never turn down child, stands stunned. He wants to communicate his sorrow, decline this incomprehensible invitation in the most tactful way possible. But eventually he steps up and takes the young arbor beast's claw, dancing a waltz in the middle of the empty room along to the comfort bells. The arbor beast's excited cries echo throughout the room. His feathers shine bright under the halo, showing its sheen unreservedly in the spinning circles. Their steps grow quicker, and Undoin looks toward the body of the deceased mother, trying to ascertain his own emotions. Then he realizes with a start, he's no longer sad. He's joyful as the fledgling. He's beautiful as the fledgling. He sings and dances for the future with a heart full of hope, just like the fledgling. The spinning steps draw beautiful circles on the ground and in the air. Is this what sancta means? Only the instinct to avoid pain, but no right to sorrow and mourning? Is this the sancta? Is the miracle of life? Nobody answers his hysterical call. His matriarch is bestowing halo after halo upon the people in the Hall of Enlightenment. He alone stops in his tracks. He recalls a funeral, one that should not exist in his memory. Yes. He's breaking out! He's breaking out! Our goat is returning! He's beginning to question. A field of irises, a child, cruel but sincere confessions and prayers, ringing of bells. Still no answer? Hey, Aurella? You don't believe me, you listen for yourself. You listen for yourself. I can speak. Ouch, sound hurts my ears. It's just noise, I can't make out anything. Oh, what's going on, Aurella? You're asking me? You're a gun knight. Were, at least. You know more about these things than we do. You said it yourself. I was a gun knight. Static is bad enough. You want to add to the noise, and I know plenty of ways to shut you up. Sister, don't be afraid, Hugo. Please, Aurella. The children are watching. These sanctas have come a long way after a terrible ordeal that left them with broken halos and a heart full of fear. No comfort in sight. The intercity net of Laterana has always been very stable, with dedicated personnel performing regular maintenance on communications equipment located in settlements outside the city. This emergency communication post is only 3 kilometers from the Laterana city. If any of them is still working, this would be it, but I've sent a dozen hails through the special channel with no response. Is Laterana really done for? Could you try a few more times, Aurella? You look even more nervous than them. Do I? Nuera does not say more. A few children come over and grab the hem of her dress, staring forward with her. The white walls of Laterana are already visible from this settlement. Impeccable as the clouds, it looks like the abode of a holy spirit who accidentally ventured into the mortal realm, a miracle that should not exist. The pilgrims are but a stone's throw away. Dusty and tired, their broken halos and wings seem even darker in this wilderness. The pilgrims have reached the end of their journey, but is it truly the end of their suffering? That's it, Laterano. Looks like the people in there can hardly even fend for themselves at this point. Get your things, we're going in. You're right, we can't wait here forever. Let's go. But if we enter the city without the curious permission, they have other things busying them right now, okay? Tell me, did we fallen sinners ever ask the Cura for permission when we decided to return? Don't tell me you came back to repay Laterano's kindness. I'll put you first against the wall. I said fist for a moment. Stop. And they put in the guide. They love using the guide ahead lobby theme. You must not enter Laterano. Look what we've got here, Notarial Hall Executor. Are you Aurella? You know who I am? I looked you up in the Notarial Hall database after receiving your message. Aurella, former citizen ID LC0073458, former captain of the 3rd Gun Knights. You were tasked to escort a Lateran caravan through the northern wilderness in the winter of 1090, when you engaged a group of Sarkis mercenaries in combat. You completed your mission, but the nomadic Abbey encountered a small-scale catastrophe on your way back. Sarkis prisoners attempted an insurrection and were executed on the spot by you. When a fellow gun knight attempted to record the events truthfully in a mission report, you threatened your cohort with a gun in order to hide your excessive use of force. In the chaos that ensued, you killed your cohort, resulting in you being stripped of citizenship and exiled from Laterano for life. So that's what happened. Because, you know, if it's Fede saying it, you know, it's probably accurate. And what of it, Senior Executor? Trying to remind me that Laterano will never forget my sins? Look at the hundreds of people here. Some are fallen angels who were exiled like me. Some are Erari who left the Holy City for different reasons. Some of them have never seen the Holy City, growing up in a cesspit like Bolivar, and still believing in the tenets of Laterano. Have you not seen their halos? Are they fallen or are they sick? They've crossed mountains and rivers to come here, for an explanation, for any comfort they can find. And all the Lateran does is send a single executor to stop us from entering. I don't think that's why he's here. He's just bad at explaining and approaching people, okay? More and more Erari Sanctus gather, surrounding Federico, pointing their weapons at him. Keep us out because we left Laterano for too long and forgot how to live like other Sanctus? The law punishes sinners, but what sin did I commit when all I did was live 20 honest years in Lethanian? If the law is that cruel, then it's not us who should be punished, it's you. You and your cohorts, Tusk Beast of the law. I fell because you punished an innocent man. You never used your power for good. He's doing like a little... Federico watches the crowd quietly. The street lamps have lit at an inopportune time, casting eerie colors upon their faces. Fear, anxiety, anger, confusion, panic. All these emotions come together to twist their visages. Their hands tremble as they hold their weapons. The tension is palpable in the air. Federico is confident he can take out their leader quickly and suppress the rest by force, bringing the situation under control. He has always done so. It has always worked. Federico is an astounding executor. He has been with the Notarial Hall for 8 years. He knows what he's doing. This is his 3rd year as a saint. Okay, it's been that long. Other than a burnt flower and a few chance acquaintances, there's no one to guide him or instruct him. Burnt flower. Slowly, he moves his hand away from the gun at his belt, making sure the tense crowd sees it, but his eyes never leave them. He's come so far! I did not come to repeat the judgment that Laterano once passed upon you. I'm not here as representative of the Notarial Hall, the Curia, or any other official Lateran organ. Reason you must not enter Laterano is because the city is currently affected by anomalies beyond comprehension. Your presence may cause the situation to further deteriorate. I will explain, but I need time. Huh? Like, translation. Shit's fucked. You're better off not going in right now. Arturia, you should not leave the Holy City. Don't worry, I met the doctor, and I'm here on the doctor's instructions. The doctor's discovery confirms our hypothesis. All of Laterano is caught up in some kind of dream, but the anomalies in the dream are being reflected in reality. Calamity has descended on the entire city. Like the Kargreich invasion of Zwillingssturm, after the disintegration of the Witch King's pavilion? Maybe. I don't fully understand it myself, but there's no doubt that millions of Laterans are being caught in a struggle between reality and illusion, and we need help. The violators and Erari. A chance dissonance is often the beginning of an interesting variation. I concur with the doctor. However, if the calamity has engulfed all of Laterano, they are likely to enter the dream the moment they enter the city. That's why I came looking for you, and I brought my cello. The counter to the dream. The tism and a cello with tism music. Truly an OP power. Pilgrimage. The first saint returns to the holy city. The term sancta is redefined. Also, this is the one that has the matriarch elite. It's them! It's the goofs! Over here, doctor. Squeeze in a bit so this dessert cart's in front. Look at her. She was mad. Finally a chance to catch my breath. Thanks for going for all that. Whose dessert cart is this? Gap-toothed girl. I know, I've seen this. There's an interaction. I know that is coming. You must be here for the ceremony, senora. Would you like to try my ice cream? Before Monster can even refuse, the little girl gleefully shoves a cup of ice cream into her hands. It's not a flavor you can get anywhere else in Laterano. I can take her out. Nobody would notice. No hesitation. Fucking zero hesitation. Also, she really does. The purple hair girl really does look very Blue Archive. As Monster gives you this paranoid suggestion, she plops a spoonful of ice cream into her mouth without thinking about it. Okay, never mind. She took... Dude, that's insane. She took the ice cream, started eating it, and then was also like, dude, I can take her out right now. Crazy. That's crazy. You would still take the ice cream. Wow, that's really good. Could you tell me your name, kid? He's got my answer for me, Confessor. Da-da-dee-dee-da. I'm called Idida. Da-da-dee-dee-da. Idida. You named yourself after the dessert cart's music? Don't be silly, I customized it to sound like my name. Did you know those guards, Idida? Aren't you scared of this lady, Idida? Wow, I've never heard a confessional speak like that before. It's the latest model. Looks like she buys that explanation. Were you helping cover for us just now, Idida? Look at that smile. Yep, because all of Laterano needs change. That's what you think too, right? Who is this kid? Dot. Was I just imagining things? You're the first person to say my sugar-free carbonated water-flavored ice cream was tasty, senora. Oh, that's the reason. That's the reason. Sugar-free carbonated water-flavored ice cream. So ice with just like carbon dioxide? She looks like she's about to cry. I guess there's supposedly ice. I guess there's cream in it, so it's carbonated cream. Yummy. Get some milk, get some cream, put it into a soda stream, get some carbonation on it, put it into an ice cream maker. Yummy. Curdle that shit and make it into ice cream. Well, that explains why it's so refreshing. Mama and Tata were right. This is a rocky road I walk, but I finally found a little bit of success. Like rocky road ice cream? Haha. Mind explaining a bit more? Desserts connect every Lateran, but if you eat too much sugar, not only are you gonna get bad teeth, even your halo will start getting cavities. True, though. She's spitting. Never mind, it's dentist propaganda. Big dentist. Tata's a dentist. Every time he says that, people think he's just trying to get more business for his clinic. But right now, my halo kind of feels like wrong tooth I just lost. It's making me feel not so good. Oh, that's not because of the ice cream. Don't worry. That's because of an existential crisis to your existence. I believe it's the Lord giving me a revelation. So I'm gonna practice what I preach. I'll change Laterano's eating habits and rebuild our connection with the power of sugar-free ice cream. Wait, no, child, you don't know. You can't use the sugar-free sweeteners. They make you get dementia, child. Don't use the sugar-free sweeteners, child. Oh no, she doesn't know. She doesn't know. Fuck. It's over. Would you support this young citizen's vision, madam? Madam. Mind if we take a walk together? I'd like to hear more about this connection between halos and tooth decay. Okay. We should be able to avoid the guys chasing us with this kid around. You need to get in touch with Vexusia ASAP, Doctor. I'm trying. Oh. She popped up right away. He tried, worked instantly. Hey there, leader. Sounds like you were able to loosen that comms control thingy, since we're having a long-distance call and all. It's not entirely a good thing, Exusia. This means everything in the dream is collapsing faster. Yeah, I figured as much. These gives are nearly all the non-sancta hold up in the Shrine of Nurturing. I want to put on an even bigger nativity. First time around, an Arbor Beast got a halo. This time they want to give everyone halos. I don't know how they're going to do it, but this kind of change is a bit too quick and crazy. Well, you explained it, leader. Whatever happens in this dream will eventually become reality. What you said is what I saw, Exusia. Some people are starting to awaken. But some people are starting to awaken. Variables in reality are making the dream skip some steps. Man, this is way too complicated for me. Just tell me, what's the worst thing that might happen? Laterano might stop existing entirely. Ooh, yeah, that's a really big deal. Well, no matter the situation, I can still find the jerk behind all this and free everyone from fake Laterano, right? We're limited to keeping you clear-headed and free to move around. Restrictions Monster and I are under haven't been lifted yet. Got it. Leave Laterano troubles to a Lateran like me. Oops, gotta keep my voice down. The grand nativity's about to start and it wasn't easy finding a chance to sneak in. Monster and I will keep tearing up the streets. Tearing up the streets. Say, how did the two of us meet again? One of Sora's releases? Texas' birthday party? The time Penguin Logistics crashed into the Lungman office while cracking down on the Bloodhammer gang? Oh, or was it the time I was planning on stealing a few sick old racing beasts when I ran into you on your way to buy their freedom? We definitely met in Lungman, at least. Must have been, what, 5 years ago now? Well, here's to yet another beautiful partnership, leader. Likewise, Exusia. Doctor is so good at handling her. Everyone is in position, Reverend Patricion. Next we will coordinate with the Shrine Patrol to clear the surrounding streets, lock down the intersection and ensure nobody's wandering about. Gracias. Every gun night gathered together, our ammunition allocations and fire restrictions fully lifted. There's never been so big an event in the history of our order, has there? The nativity is of great significance to Laterano. The black snow on the ice of Sami, hole in the sky above Leithanion, and the raging tides that dash against the coast, are all in alignment with the true calamity that has been prophesied. Imagine how terrifying such a disaster would be. When that time comes, 200 odd god knights taking to the field would be like a child throwing stones into the sea. I fear our holy city, which has stood tall for millennia, will fade away. The Pontifical Cohorts and the Notaria Hall are still pursuing Lemuel and her co-conspirators. There is something else you must know. The Nurturer who was guiding Mostman Fiametta was just attacked. Just attacked? Oh, the Nurturer. Whoops. No, the Nurturer who was... Wait, the Nurturer was... Oh, okay. Just some random Nurturer. I was like, Undyne? No. Would you like to go and check the scene, Reverend? No, my post is here. Also, yeah, listening. Where's the Pope anyway? Pope has been missing for 2 weeks. That is a point in the story, is Pope is missing. The time has come. All our Liberi brethren, please go to the Hall of Enlightenment. They don't seem too happy about it. The time has come. Over here, please. Once the other races have been bestowed their halos, the matriarch shall mend the broken halos and wings of the fallen angels, so that we may all regain empathy with our people. Also, yeah, okay, so In this event, the Pope is missing. Pope gone. Who knows? Could even be dead. When this originally launched on CN, was it right before or right after the event launched? The real life Pope died. Which is quite the timing. It was quite the time. It's like, Lowlight, what did you do, Lowlight? Lowlight, you did not just kill the Pope so that you could have a really cool coincidence for your game. This is taking Ludo Kino a little bit too far, okay? That's fucked up, man. That's fucked up. How could you do that? Listening though, that sounds very churchy. I've been to church sometimes in my life, and that sounds very churchy, especially the like sort of minor choir in the back. It has begun, matriarch. I thank you all. You have forsaken nearly all rest since the establishment of this shrine. There have been many mishaps since the last nativity. We must advance our plans. The shrine's mission must be seen to completion as quickly as possible. Getting hasty, are we? To this day, we have walked the same path, matriarch. This is something we realized long ago. Oh yes, there was one other thing on my mind. Today's ceremony is all about bestowing halos on the non-sancta rather than a birth. So are we still using the name nativity? Is there a better term for it? Ocean livestream was announced the same day as the funeral, right? That's what it was, okay. Oh. The nurturers lead the peoples of various races into the Hall of Enlightenment, converging toward its center. The grand procession is like a herd of migratory beasts, yet none speak a word. There's only the rhythmic tinkling of countless comfort bells, and milk jugs. As if in response, the matriarch lifts her head toward the crowd. Henceforth, all who are sheltered by the holy city shall share one destiny, entwined into a singular whole. Can this be called anything but the rebirth of Laterano? Dude, well, first of all, boom. I love my instrumentality projects. The crack of shattering glass cuts through the calming chimes of the comfort bells. A bullet from a sniper rifle. Its source is unknown, but it flies straight for the matriarch's sightless eyes. Blinding sunlight seeps in. You just got her right away? That was easy. That strange couple at the door. Looks like they're deciding where to go to dinner using a roulette wheel. Interesting idea, isn't it? So they're the ones who wish to adopt you. Oh. Oh, that's why Exuzia and that's why they turned out how they did. Parents, just weird. But why won't they come in and tell me that themselves? Oh, I get it. They don't want to put too much pressure on me. Now, why do you think that? Because they're pretending to fiddle with their guns while actually looking our way. Nothing ever gets past you, does it? Yes, I reached out to them before they came here. Your parents were in that caravan raid, and the notarial hall's been trying to arrange things with a few families for the better part of a year now, but nobody's bitten yet. You're the strongest shot I've ever met, but you still got a long way to go, and you can't let a kid live all by herself. I know, Senora. I'm not annoyed or anything, it's just I'm gonna accept this kindness of others. I'm gonna have to be a good kid myself. It's really, really important. Well, the long and short of it is, they wanted me to tell you that they really like you. I also think they really... Can I have a week? No, 3 days? I'll think things over. Once I make a decision, I won't go back on it. Yeah, so Lemon is adopted. Was Exia like an actual full child and not an adopted one? Was it only Lemon who was adopted? And that's also why they like actually share names or whatever. Because otherwise, if both of them were adopted and they somehow both ended up, Lemuen, Lemuel, it's like, huh? So I guess Lemuen was adopted and then Exu came after, Is this the one that feels right for you? Mm-hmm. Whoa, a sniper rifle. If it was me, I would never choose that one. No, when it's my turn in a few years, I'll pick lots and lots of guns. Sounds good. I have to remind you that this fellow's been sitting here for a few years now. Never been picked. Best think it over. It's really quiet. No, what I meant was, this sort of gun's different from the others. Truth be told, it's not very suited to you lively sanctors. When you're on the battlefield, you won't get many chances to fire it. You'll have to make every shot count. Whether you're trying to protect something or destroy it, you'll need to have a sharper eye, sharper mind, take on more risks and costs. Because you can pull the trigger or let it go, but you can't afford to hesitate. Today is Lemwen's birthday. Today she chooses her patron firearm, giving even more meaning to this already extremely important day to the Sancta. The gunsmith speaks with all seriousness. Her mother and father behind her and all her friends are silent. Even the ever-vivacious Lemuel keeps her mouth closed like a good girl for once. Despite the silence, Lemuel knows they're all looking right at her. This is the one, Master Pag. Please guide me through selecting the other parts. Nice! You don't need to worry about it not having the chance to fire, Master Pag. You could smack people real hard with a gun this big, and my sister's super strong. See, X who knows, dude. You can use gun in many ways. Oh, different Anduin. Okay, but also just on the... how nice of... Dude, those parents are goated. They adopted a child, and essentially to make the adopted child feel even more like, you know, part of the family, they named their biological child, like, in a similar way, so that they truly are, like, sisters. Little Exo got a fat-ass railgun when it was her turn. No. Exo got multiple guns over the years. I don't think it was her first gun was the railgun. That's new. I think that one's new. She used to only have the vectors, seemingly. I think she's been collecting guns over the years. Oh, is this the actual incident? Probably. With a spiritual light, even the darkest stain can be cleansed. With a pious heart, even a savage monster can wade out of the mud. Put that down, Captain. I've got you in my sights. You're unstable, I can sense it. Calm down. That thing's affecting your mind. It's evoking your disappointment in Laterano. I know you submitted your resignation before we left. But even if you're determined to return to the wilderness, right now you're still one of us. Think about the fried cheese we ate before we left, okay? Think about that foul beast that hat Fiametta got you. The soft and downy one. My disappointment in Laterano. No, far from it. He showed me how Laterano can save everyone. None of us know if what you're seeing is a truth or reality, or illusions and lies. Mostyn will be here soon. She has a way to get that thing off you. We can start looking into its secrets afterwards, alright? There's no afterwards. It's fading away. I must hold on to it. You know it's no illusion, Lemwen. It's certainly no lies. You saw those people locked in stasis, outside of time, down in the underground palace. Those who do not die yet do not live. You heard what that mad Sarkis said to his shadow. Future shall have no secrets. So you should understand. What we found is the key to time itself. What I saw was a revelation, a future where even the most savage of monsters could be saved. Your arts are running haywire, Anduin. That thing's eating away at you. If that future exists, I must find the path that leads to it. I won't let go. I need to know more. Anduin keeps his grasp on the oddly shaped staff. Light condenses into solid form and engulfs the entire cave. I have a lot of chances to pull the trigger, Lemwen thinks. But amidst the chaotic, roiling waves of emotion, Lemwen finally finds the thread of rationality running through Anduin's mind. They have broken bread with one another. They have built bonds with one another. They understood one another, entrusted their lives to one another. Their empathic link was stronger than any other. In that final moment, Lemwen confirms her friend has not been swept away in that unfathomable chaos. My God. She loosens her finger on the trigger. Damn it, look out, Lemwen! Oh, the sniper, Lemwen. Keph, matriarch of the Shrine of Nurturi, hit. Oh, goosebumps! Oh, goosebumps! The rooftop wind whips wildly at the sniper's cheek. She does not blink. Her hand doesn't move in the slightest. She hears, she sees, she she thinks. She judges. She doesn't have many chances to fire. She has to make every shot count. She can pull the trigger or let it go, but she can't afford to hesitate. Before that crucial moment, she and her gun do not speak. Lemoine the silent. She looked through her scope once more, double-checking what she sees in her sights. It is proof she pulled the trigger. Flashback. Compared to the ones in the vast lands, the statues oft seen in Laterano are the more incomprehensible, Cardinal. Paradise has shaped our faith, so peculiar that it has become somewhat distorted. The souls of the living praying for survival as they traverse catastrophe and suffering. Such is the most basic face of faith. No, there's never a dull statue in Laterano. But life is faith-shaped. By life is faith-shaped. Is that a correct sentence? Gun-wielding saints towering over the streets do not represent disdain for calamity and suffering. They have simply chosen to take up a different mindset when confronting them. Through her scope, from far in the distance, Lemoine can finally see that all the statues in the shrine, their heads bowed and their hands clasped, are facing only the pious matriarch as they pray. If she really is a horrible monster, then it's unlikely a bullet will do any real damage. But at the very least, it'll let the people in the shrine see what's so unnatural about her, and create an opportunity for you, Hell. The rest I leave to you. Life is shaped by faith. Okay, yeah, that was a weird fucking way to put that sentence, man. Senor Ramos? Senor Lemoine, my location has been compromised. I'll come back you up right away. No need. The Shrine Patrol is already here, and the Gun Knights too. There's a lot of them. I'll hold down the street corner. Get yourself out of the building before they surround the place. What about you? It's too late for me. They've started firing. Looks like our deduction was right. This cannot be a place just for birthing babies. Anyway, did you take care of the target? Yes, got her in one. That's good, that's good. At least this way I managed to save a few people. Stop a few things that needed to be stopped. Can't be useless forever now, can I? Well then, vale. Go do what you need to do, Senor Lemoine. Vamos! Fancier way, but it's like... The thing is, if you get too fancy and it's hard to, like, actually deduce what is supposed to be being said, then you have failed. Number one thing is saying this thing in a way that, like, you convey an idea and a meaning. You can be fancy, but if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Actually, I've got a question I want to ask you. Funny, it's only once you can't hear it that I finally dare to ask it. A glitch in the comms terminal must be keeping the line open, and so the man goes on at length, chattering into the microphone. Lemoine hesitates for a moment, then chooses to be silent. Was I really that useless? I never thought about it before. It took nearly all I had just to become a small-time investigator for the 7th Tribunal, and I never got a promotion during my decade or so there. Seems as Laterans never doubt ourselves on that front. It's like we naturally have 100 million ways to keep ourselves happy and satisfied. I was someone who made sticks for lollipops. Take several types of paper tape and twist them together into rainbow-colored sticks. Made nearly no money out of it. He did it simply because he knew children loved them. Ever since I found out Aurela had been banished from Laterano, there was nothing I could do about it. I haven't been able to feel even a microsecond of satisfaction with myself. You're completely useless, Amos. That's all I could think. How you can never forget the taste of the very first terrible dessert you ever ate. Thought that maybe with a few more years I could use my seniority to muddle my way to the Legati and go on a trip to Bolivar. I couldn't save her in the name of Laterano. Even I can forgive her for what she did. I just want to see her again and apologize for that argument we had. Stay alive and you may have the chance. After so many long years of waiting, I finally got my chance, but it was all just a dream. A dream's fine, too. If it's all a dream, then I don't have to worry about anything. Maybe getting shot here doesn't mean anything in reality. Apparently it might. When I was younger, I got 5th place at the 7th Tribunal New Joiner shooting competition, you know? I even met Aurela that day at the range. That's how they met? caught a baddie by being good at shooting. It's a shame we weren't able to save each other. I'd say that. At the very least, you're a great investigator, Vamos. Oh, you were still on the line, Lemon. Caught. It's time to wake up. Oh, time to wake up. No way. Also, let me read this real quickly again. Where is it again? Oh yeah, it's this way up. Okay, now I read it correct. Now I've parsed the way that, yeah, it's how you would say it out loud. By life is faith shaped. So faith is shaped by life, yes. It's just they, put it around so that it's more religious sounding. And you have to just, like, emphasize and enunciate it in a specific way for it to parse correctly. Anduin? Goat? Is the funeral complete, Anduin? It is. The Hall of Enlightenment is this way. You seem to be going the wrong way. Am I? The nativity has begun and the matriarch is waiting for you. Where are you planning to go right now? On his journey. Your emotions are rather unstable. No, I've never felt more clear-headed. I'm not going the wrong way either. Dude, he's coming back. He's coming back. I asked that you accompany me to see the matriarch, Anduin. As they point guns. Looks like we arrived right on time. Nostum, Fiametta, you... What, supposed to be like the other Liberi, pushed back into the herd by the guards no matter how I protest? Or should I be really looking forward to seeing if my halo gets to be a square or a circle? The halo gacha. Speaking of, I'm curious how they're going to mend the fallen angels' halos. Mostema? Sorry, got sidetracked. Do you want an explanation, Anduin? Gathering up all the non-sancta, forcing changes on their bodies. Thought this sort of stuff only happened in those shady Colombian tech companies full of mad scientists. This is what you meant when you said it was about the future? About a possibility for Laterano? This is what the matriarch promised you? I have strayed from my path that I cannot deny. Laterano wove a beautiful dream for us all. I was trapped too deep. Took too long to awaken. Still talking nonsense even now? No. He's talking fire. The other guards will be here soon. Damn it. You think we can close the matriarch if we use him as a hostage, Mostema? Maybe. She does trust him a lot. I'd be a little bit worried if we left it all up to Elle. I can sense a multitude of emotions growing by the second. Number of people with empathy in the shrine is increasing. The nativity has begun. It's no use, even if you subdue the matriarch right now. We must go do what we still can. I'll think of what to do about this ceremony that should not exist. But it's likely to lead to great chaos. I should buy you the time to evacuate our people. What's your plan? Why do you think we'll trust you, Anduin? Seriously, a babbling lunatic who already betrayed his friends once, saving everyone? You don't need to trust me. Pity will not save the people. I don't have that kind of power. All someone who has walked the wrong path of obsession can do is to save himself. Wait, Anduin, take this. A bomb? Elle gave it to us to draw the guards' attention. But if you really are going to stop this ceremony that shouldn't exist, like you said, you'll need it more than us. Yo, bomb merchant. Anduin walks past the pair, heading straight to the depths of the shrine. His steps are slow, but Fiametta makes no move to stop him. You okay with letting him go? He's reliable when he sticks to a handful of words instead of a full-on parable. True. Situation's too damn weird. Not like we have any better options at the moment. There's a whole lot of people coming this way, probably chasing Anduin. I'll buy him some breathing room. I'll get even with him after this is all over. Tsundere. The shrine's very first nursery. Once, with a heart full of hope, it was here he tended to an unfortunate mother day after day. Now the child she left behind has clambered up onto a comfort bell, the sparkling droplets of water on his freshly washed wings reflecting the lamplight, just like a dream. The arbor beast doesn't mind his caretaker's prior outburst. He calls out happily, as always, inviting Anduin to play with him. A siren of the devil trying to tempt our man away from the path he is meant to tread? Insignificant trifles and grandiose feats are but a hair's breadth from one another. You have labored for many years over this grueling journey of yours. You should not let such a meaningless difference stay your steps. I need you to lift your spirits, for aside from caring for this mother and child, there are more deeds that must be done. An insignificant nurturer, a heaven-piercing shrine. The former could grit his teeth, harden his heart, and refuse the young beast's invitation, but this minor act of rebellion would do nothing to shake the foundations of the latter. I should be doing more. I must do more. How do I shake the pillars of this shrine? How do I raise a miracle that has already occurred? The Shrine of Nurtury, this towering edifice was not built in a day. It began as a simple, ordinary nursery. Our nursery. Did we start with the blueprints of such an imposing shrine? No, we merely wished for a safe, comfortable room for that mother. And yet its frenzied evolution led to what it is now. That is our future where all our saved can sprout from our faith. This is the very first nursery in the Shrine of Nurtury. This is the starting point of this grandiose building. This is where you and I placed our faith. And so, Kep, I'll tear my faith apart. Anduin examines the bomb Mostima gave him closely. It has been imaginatively cobbled together from all sorts of daily necessities, its face decorated with a bright splash of graffiti. He cannot remember what the girl who made this looked like. They might have met once or twice. They might have never met at all. He can only remember Lemwin recounting her deeds countless times over. I was never alone as I sought a way through this trail of thorns, was I? Without the slightest hesitation, he lights the fuse. Dude, what a Jesus fucking word. What a Jesus line. He's not beating the Jesus allegations. Wait, did I didn't read. Without the slightest hesitation, he lights the fuse. I understand that you are no longer sad and suffering, my child. But do you not sense danger, even as this room is about to explode? Or are you simply uninterested in this as well? Does Laterano no longer need us to feel fear? The arbor beast flies down to the ground, rubbing against Anduin's trousers in confusion. If we can feel fondness, fear, or torment for all that life has to offer, how can we speak of revering it, if we cannot feel fondness, fear, or torment? I should have asked you this, my child. But it was I who brought you here. You could even say you were born in answer to my vision. This is our penance, a lesson for the both of us. Anduin bends over and cradles the arbor beast into his arms. That gunshot. I'm so very glad to hear the sound of your gun this time around, Lemwin. He's so cool. I did see this like a glance of this CG as I was going to grab the CG for the thumbnail for this stream. Also, I probably saw it earlier already from like a fucking OST YouTube thumbnail or some shit. Also, I didn't even realize it's Martyr playing. Yes! He's back! Sparks bloom wildly across the nursery. A giant comfort bell clatters as it falls, its sonorous notes adding to the clamor. The explosion engulfs the room, devouring the graceful balance of light and shadow. Was this realm a dream or an obsession? Once you had a flock of brothers and sisters following behind you. They were rejected, harmed, insulted, desecrated. They named you Guide and walked the long path with you. Yet here in this Laterano, which you believed equal and selfless, you forgot them. And so I ask, how should this community for you long for be shaped? How should this holy city you yearn for be rebuilt? What path is it you walk, Undyne? To what answer does it lead? If this is the dream, then I shall wake. If this is an obsession, then I shall shatter it. Let us only speak of redemption after that. God, he's so good. The flames swallow the entire nursery. The arbor beast flaps his wings furiously. There's no fear in his eyes, as though he is simply dancing. Yet Undyne still covers his eyes out of habit. In this final moment, Undyne hears a bell, clear as day. Oh, back to gunshot. Are you alright, matriarch? Ceremony has been interrupted. The entire shrine is shaking at that explosion just now. Is an evacuation underway? Yes, there's a Liberi wearing a Pontifical Cohort's uniform and a fallen angel leading our people to safety. Only half of the non-sancta have successfully acquired halos. I will ask the patrol to have them reconvene right away. Your priorities? Suspicious? Like the cracking of bamboo, the explosion reverberates out from the depths of the shrine. The peal of a bell from parts unknown drowns out the chimes of the comfort bells. Chaos reigns as countless people flock to the exit. The towering edifice sways as the blast wave finally reaches the Hall of Enlightenment. Let them leave. Forcing them to stay will only harm them irreparably. The shrine is collapsing, matriarch. No, what is collapsing is not only the shrine, but also the answer we sought with it. Gather the other nurturers. Everyone must leave at once. I'll have the guards escort you out. Also, so... she got shot, apparently not bothered at all. The matriarch steps down from the dais. The wind, amidst the chaos, she hears the sound of the wind, clearly from above her head, where there should only be praying statues and spotless stained glass. Hey, over here. You're not getting away that easily. Oh, this is where the CG comes in. Okay, because yeah, this one I got on a YouTube thumbnail. Funny double hand situation going on here. The matriarch lifts her head. She cannot see who is approaching her, but her voice has an infectious quality to it. Almost instinctively, she stretches out her arm. I've been hanging onto this window for 2 hours already. If you don't get off that stage, my arms are gonna fall off. Exusia holds on tight to the matriarch. The world spins and the two of them tumble to the floor. What they fall onto is not solid ground, but rather some odd softness. It's like falling into fog, yet also like falling into water. Exusia senses a great force pushing her outwards. One that is definitely not just the explosion. Could this frail-looking woman really be that strong? She forces herself to open her eyes. She isn't sure when it happened, but the arm she's holding on to has become the jagged limbs of a beast. The matriarch's gentle face has disappeared under the water. They look at one another across the boundary between truth and lies. On her side of the line, the bell atop the Tower of Revelations rings, clear as can be. I didn't figure you weren't as pretty as you looked early on, but my imagination never prepared me for this. Not even Ancient Forge had anything as crazy looking as you. Ancient Forge mentioned? The movie? Well, at least I don't have to worry about ripping your arm off. My friend had to bust their butts to give me this chance. So get out of there already. You have no right to hide away in a dream. You have no right to hide in our Laterano. Even more catch-ups. Dude, I love that they use more of the, like, you know, nation or event-specific songs. Like, yes, please, use more of them. Use the old previous lobby music. Use the previous battle musics, the boss musics, everything. Use them just like this. To have more variety and also, like, you know, theme-specific OSTs in the story. And then you'd have the fight. A bell tolls. Its unending peals echo across the entire city. It rings clear and steady, guiding stray souls towards it. Let's actually give me a second one. Legend has it that after their long and arduous journey, the saints built the tower and used the ringing of its bell to ward off the devils. Then there rose the Lateran city, its walls of purest white standing fast against the elements, while the bell in the tower fell silent for millennia. Now it cries out once more, a scant 2 years since it last did so in response to a mixed blood Sancta girl's song. Guide ahead mentioned, no way. Senior Nurturer, are you hurt? The move was hard enough getting you bandaged up. Her... Patia? Bird woman appear. You're pretty much half dead by the time we got to the Shrine of Nurturing. We only had time to get you and these kids searching for you out of there. Don't cry, Giselle, Romeo. It was all just a nightmare. We're finally awake. Nightmare? Wounds and nightmares don't follow you to real life. Where are the other brothers and sisters? Keeping watch nearby. Guess you finally got your memories back. What? Want to hear them call you guide again? Sorry, Patia. It's clear you were just trying to wake a man who had lost his way again. Why did you abandon the Pathfinders, Anduin? We rested in the wilds for a bit after leaving Sancti Lamnium Ambrosi. According to our original plan, we would pass the Iberian border soon after, back to the land where you came from. That place mentioned. We made a contact with the Inquisition, but then you disappeared all of a sudden. That was when the dream began for me. What do you mean? It's just an idea, one without any evidence behind it. It told me to turn away, to cast aside all my plans and return to Laterano. So you're saying you never actually met that blind lady and you didn't go back to Laterano with her for that baby's sake? Like you were enticed by something? Never mind, maybe it all was fake. No guy, it's starting to sound like something a crackpot charlatan would say. I know this is hard to understand, even I don't fully get it. I'll say, there's way too much hard to understand stuff at play here. Viewer insert, reader insert. You in that shrine. You wanted to plop halos on everyone's heads and turn us all into freaks who can't even decide what emotions to feel. Whatever, you managed to wake yourself up in the end. If you hadn't made such a ruckus by blowing up the nativity, all of Laterano would probably still be dreaming. Dude, he's so goated. He saved everyone. He's Jesus. With the boundary between the two sides so blurred, his deeds in the dream should be taken into full account during the abjudication. Okay, I saw the word abjudication. I was like, this is probably Fede. Executor Federico of the Notarial Hall. I have read your file, Anduin Agathangelos. Agathangelos. Is that your surname, Anduin? After the chaos you caused during the first Summit of the Nations, the Courier banished you from Laterano. Now you have returned in secret, and were involved in plotting the so-called nativity ceremony. You are partially responsible for the current turmoil troubling the city, and must accept a joint investigation by the 1st, 5th, 6th, and 7th tribunals. Fede, not the time. You still have problems. Hey, can't you see he's hurt real bad? Besides, I'm sure you've got more important things to worry about right now. She appears. Need a hand, Executor? Get us into the city and we'll help you fight. And you are? What is it, Nueda? Look over there. Getting your patron fireman means you've moved on to a new stage of life, El. Yeah, come quick, sis. We're taking a photo in front of the statue. You need to go to Lungman. You need to get a proper explanation from Mostama. Let's send Lemel off on her next adventure with a bang. Passage of time will bind people together, regardless of what they think about it. As long as your lives intertwine at some point, you'll have nothing to worry about. Safe travels home, Exusiae. She feels herself moving, but she cannot open her eyes. Her back is cupped by something rough, while her mind sinks into a bottomless softness, where even the pain running throughout her body is dulled. Her thoughts flow into a boundless ocean of faith. She opens her eyes. Oh, Undying good angel. Oh, hello. Okay, so that being is a bit larger. It's a slightly larger being, huh? Also music. You've awakened, child. You are gravely wounded. Only by accompanying me will you stay lucid during the transfiguration. 'While it was you who caused its interruption, we will not abandon you. We will not abandon you. 'While it was you who caused its interruption, we will not abandon you. 'While it was you who caused its interruption, we will not abandon you. 'While it was you who caused its interruption, we will not abandon you. 'While it was you who caused its interruption, we will not abandon you. 'While it was you who caused its interruption, we will not abandon you. 'While it was you who caused its interruption, we will not abandon you. 'While it was you who caused its interruption, we will not abandon you. 'While it was you who caused its interruption, we will not abandon you. 'While it was you who caused its interruption, we will not abandon you. 'While it was you who caused its interruption, we will not abandon you. 'While it was you who caused its interruption, we will not abandon you. 'While it was you who caused its interruption, we will not abandon you. 'While it was Much as we once leaned on one another to traverse the devastation of catastrophe. The transfiguration? You mean that dream? Definitely awake, though. Why do you have a halo on your head? What kind of monster are you? All sanctas have halos, child. So that we could forget from whence we came. So that we could embrace our new lives. We named ourselves thusly. Thankfully, the passage of thousands of years has reshaped your appearances and ways of life. Perhaps you can follow those tome-bound accounts and call me Saint. Because I know what the boss looks like. And obviously in-game, it doesn't look quite this large. Of course, my flesh and spirit have both have long become one with the soil beneath Laterano's white walls. What you see now is simply a snippet of code from his boundless program, a spectre bearing countless memories. As he sees it, the path of the Sancta began with the Saints, and so it should continue with the Saints. We should lead you beyond calamity and into the future. I don't get a word of what you're saying. Where exactly are you taking me? It is not a question of you and I, child, but of all Laterans. Exusiai strains her neck backwards. The monster that calls herself Saint cradles Exusiai, following close behind her Sancta as well as the haloed Liberi, felines, and a host of creatures the likes of which she has never seen before. It is a grand procession, meandering into the distance, its end far out of sight. Exusiai can sense that these are no shambling husks. Their empathy is not faded. No, it is even stronger than it has ever been. The faith of the countless masses is condensed into a vast sea. They follow behind the Saint, to a destination clear in their minds. Not even the Saint's travels wrote of a sight so bizarre. Also, the little horn thing is broken on her. I see your taste, Baka. Across millennia has he granted revelation to his chosen few, so that they may question, analyze, and deduce, so that they may point in Laterano in the right direction. Listening? But it would prove far too slow a process this time. He has never been this restless and uneasy. Master of all things has awoken. Threats nip at our heels. He must carry out his original duty. Because in this calculated future there is no place for the Sancta. There is only time for him to directly impose what he has sensed on every one of us, to force the only solution he knows into being. An even more cohesive community of Sancta, Laterano as it should be. Listening to all this makes my head feel like it's about to pop. Okay, so, oopsie. The law went a little haywire. It got a little, anxious, I guess. A little impatient. Heaven's sake, all this he, him, his stuff. What are you even talking about? We are on our way to meet him, the foundation of faith, the prime mover. Your the deepest nightmare pales in comparison to cruel reality, child. And with the collapse of the Transfiguration, I fear his actions have been noticed. There's not much time. Perhaps he and I... No, perhaps we still have time to ensure the future of the Sancta. A march? A migration? Or perhaps a pilgrimage? Grand procession of newborn Sanctas, traveling the streets of the holy city with a vigor the Sancta have not had in centuries. How should you describe such a sight? What do you see, Aurella? There's halos on the street lamps, the trees, the dessert carts, the confessionals. Am I hallucinating or is my scope fogged up? That is no hallucination. Shrine of Nurtury still exists in reality. These iridescent projections originate from it. Where the pilgrims grow, the projections follow. Where they fall, even inorganic matter will sprout halos. These projections are like a form of unliving executor, redefining Sancta in the name of the law all over. All this time we're told that whatsoever stains the purity of the Sancta shall be mercilessly cast out by law. And now it turns out the purest Sancta he so favors are actually streetlights and trees. Fair point. Can't believe I'm starting to think my fall was a good thing. That gaggle wants to redefine Sancta into something nobody can understand. I have half a mind to leave them be. Don't worry, Executor. There's still some of them I want to kill. I agreed to help you fight, and I'll have that fight no matter what. Seems like they really do want to remodel the entire city. If their aim is to remodel the city via those projections, then forming a mass of people is a highly inefficient method. Yet they still choose to gather together, even after the dreams collapse. Perhaps spreading those projections around isn't the only way they have. They must have an additional method in mind. In order to use it, they must reach a common endpoint. Their aim is to turn all of Lateran on its head, then I might know where they're headed. The Basilica. I had a discussion with Pope Evangelist XI there once, and I was able to glimpse certain entities, to realize some truths. You don't need to doubt me, Senor. I do not. Your file was signed and sealed by the Pope himself. I'll bring you there, Anduin. Hold on, Federico. The whole city's gone mad and nobody knows what the hell's going on. Why should we trust you? Hey, that's my line. What you are concerned about is who shall hold authority in this situation. Considering nearly all present have violated the law to some degree, as an executor, I have the right to oppress you all into my temporary control. If it's the current calamity that is causing you to panic and deprive yourselves of sound judgment or action, I, Federico Gallo, am the first saint from outside the ranks of the popes. I do not believe this title has any special meaning, but if you require a reason, then there is none better. The procession will pass through here first as they move from the Shrine of Nurture to the Basilica. Kep, or rather, the monster has unusually strong empathy. Even the Bell of the Tower Revelations can do nothing about her influence towards you. Patia, take the other Pathfinders and these Arari away from here, going the opposite direction. You staying by yourself? Trust in me, my brothers and sisters. This is the path I must walk. At least change out of those clothes, you look god-awful. Or do you like walking around with blood all over your robe? I don't own many outfits, and I don't know where my old cassock's gone. She has it? Here. You kept it all this time? Not like it took up much bag space. I don't know, I just felt like this wasn't something I should throw away. Go on, take it. Thank you, Patia, for all these many years. However, I must try to find shelter for these children who have just escaped the dream. Arturia, you and Anduin will require special supervision. I will keep the two of you within my sight at all times. I haven't even said anything, your beatitude. Maybe you can leave the children to me. I may not be a sanctor Lateran, but I am rather experienced in looking after children. Very well, move out. Tsuntia. Foundation of the Sancta. Sancta's future. Do you not trust my words? Why should I? You have no reason to. True. Much as how when we first gained the name Sancta, we could never have imagined your community would become one of explosions and deserts after all these years. Halos, empathy, guns, walls of purest white. Do you believe the law innate, child? Do you believe the Sancta have always been unique in these ways? Why would I doubt it? Do you love it? As do I. Faith is shaped by the experiences of countless generations, the ravages of time, and the footprints of the teeming masses. Masses travels? It should not, must not, be swayed again by the first of the faithful. She's saying it shouldn't be swayed by, like, herself. But once more do the people face down the crossroads of destiny, I have no choice but to do this. We have not sown lies, my child. We have merely hidden some truths, then allowed the rest to become inspirational tales and parables of saints. These texts tell of how the devil's arrival left all things desolate, and how none saw the light of the sun. But for the Sancta they had radiance bestowed upon them by the law. But those angels were born from devils, child, and as for this so-called bestowment, it was naught but a chance encounter. True. In that age, the king sent out his warriors to seek a new beginning for their people. This is Terra lore book lore. In that age, monsters that crawled the earth longed for a homeland, and so we were named Tikas, a race yet young. Or so were, not so we were, so were. In that age, hegemons who could command raging flames, blinding thunderbolts, wild winds, and frigid snow descended upon the land alongside their myriad servants, here to seize the Tikas' precious home. The flames they threw could melt the skulls of wendigos. The howling gales they summoned could shatter the wings of gargoyles. Even if vampires sucked them dry, they would be reborn from eggs of fire. Wow, that's like... that would be like... Man, maybe because I'm dead tired, but I can't get my imagination working at all. She was trying to give us a comparison. She couldn't. The Colossus cups the wounded Sancta in her hand, continuing onwards with a shambling yet steady gait. Her voice is as gentle as it was in her guise as the matriarch. And so she tells her ancient, unprovable tale, like a saint who has stopped to rest her feet, taking the chance to preach to a stranger she met along the road. Exusia knows she's not the only one hearing this story, though. The winding procession follows, all while countless people pour in from every corner of the city, leaving the buildings painted iridescent, joining the ocean of faith. I shall show the portion of the truth hidden from you, child. Once you arrive at the Basilica, the past will be made clear, and all shall know it. It is then that the term Sancta shall be redefined. The king's might could not slow the decline of the Tikaz. His wary gaze scanned the land for countless days and countless nights, before finally falling upon the ancient silver mounts. And so his warriors set forth, seeking out these never-before-seen argent mountains beneath the earth. With a language conferred onto them by the king, they would conquer them and command them to rout the foes of the Tikaz, to grant the Tikaz a chance to truly become those with a homeland. Before they left, the king took the blood of a burden beast and anointed the head of every warrior with a crimson circle, symbolizing the mission they all shouldered together. The warriors strode across the land, crossing the most barren of wastes, where not even the hardiest of plants could take root. Not even the most tenacious of beasts could survive. But with their twisted limbs did they edit on one another. Not even the weakest of their number would be abandoned before they breathed their last. But the king had taught them this: kin shall not eat kin, kin shall aid kin. Like almost the exact opposite of the Seaborn. It's just, just that line specifically, kin eat kin is like the Seaborn. Oh, the Wendigos did go a little kooky with it, though, I guess. What? Exusia can barely believe what she's seeing. A scene unfolds before her in an extraordinary way, and the next second she catches a glimpse of the amazement spreading out across the sea of faces. There's no doubt, through empathy beyond empathy, the monster is sharing what she sees with all present. Ooh. Finally, after many days and nights, numbered beyond reckoning, they arrive at the edge of a great rift in the earth. And then they saw. Oh, the image. What the heck was they're referring to here? I'm actually, yeah. What did they say? Where was it? Oh, here to seize the Tikaz precious home. So, it's the hegemons here is the ancients and the elders, because it's here to seize Tikaz's precious home. So it can't really be anyone else. No, I think that was indeed back then when, because it was still the Tikaz when the whole war between the ancient and elders happened. So it was around that time. There, floating above the floor of the valley, was a new beginning, one that should not exist in this desolate waste. The pale, petrified forms of plants and beasts dance among mud, spinning about to some rhythm beyond ken. A string of boulders draws them along as they go, coming together to form a great ring. The fragments of the ring pulsed faintly with light. At first they thought it was fire, but they sensed no heat, and it seemed untangible. In that age, the warriors of the Tikaz knew they had found the slumbering silver mounts. And it zooms out to show the law. In that age, the warriors encircled the ring. They attempted to call out to it, to appease it, to command it, to persuade it. They cried out until they could cry out no more. Their throats hoarse and bleeding, but to no avail, the ring remained silent. They're trapped in that wasteland, with no way forward and no way back. Time passed until an ordinary Tikaz could not stand it any longer and stood up. She looked at her near-mad, emaciated companions and realized that they all would die of hunger and thirst before the silver mounts awoke from their slumber. Instinct overtook her. Stone lance in her hand pierced one of her dying fellows, and she began to devour his flesh. Ooh. The Tikaz had no fear of eating the flesh of other Tikaz, but it was the Far Chaser, exiled for refusing to partake, who returned with the black crown and became the first king. Far Chaser mentioned. Since then, eating arcane has become the strictest of taboos. But at that moment, one of the warriors handpicked by the king defied his ban without the slightest hesitation. Only through this act could she live. As for whether she lived so as to complete the mission they were entrusted with, that is a tale for another time. But at that time... Why these sounds? A strange noise comes from above her head. Exusiai, no. All the people behind the monster lift their heads, and together with the Tikas of history, they look toward the sky, welcoming that one fateful moment. In an instant, the surfaces of the boulders within the ring begin to split and peel away, revealing a metal that glows with a crimson light. New song, by the way. Straight up new one, and it's a little bit more technological sounding. In an instant, bright halos and wings, of light sprout from the black bodies of each and every Tikas present. It is as though they have always been there, revealed from the dust with a swipe of the hand of the creator above. The warriors did not have the time to ponder this strange change, as boundless vitality poured into their exhausted frames like the surging tide. The greatest of joys did they touch one another, embrace one another, like newborn babes. Babes, not babies? They missed the letter. As for the Tikas with the stone lance, its point still painted in blood, she looked up at that alien metal and remained silent for a while. She did not understand why it remained aloof to the words of the king had imparted upon them to appease the silver mounts. It didn't deign to respond the moment she ate of the kinflesh. Then comprehension dawned on her. Perhaps the metal would not respond to the king's dignified appeals and the pleas to smite their enemies, but rather it answered the simplest and purest of ideas, a quiet prayer. Survive. For survival. Because that's what all the stuff the previous civilization was made for. Everything they left behind was for the prayer of survival. Is that Tikaz you? Silver Mountains are in Laterano? And you want to take everyone to go see them? Do you understand now, child? Before faith became faith, before the first brick of this paradise of tolerance, equality, mercy, and joy was laid, this was the origin of it all. And now the law has gotten desperate. Return to start. Interactive simulation 26 complete. Prior emergency response mechanisms expired. New emergency response mechanism unmaterialized. Simulation result failure. Compulsory transfiguration of Laterano. Continuing operation. I had to brush up my ancient and elders lore. The emergency midstream to the wiki. Pope! Poper! It's that vision again. Our discussion's gone right back to square one. Truth be told, I'd really like to head upstairs and enjoy some guava juice and an ice cream cone, or at the very least take a nap on the sofa. I can barely feel my lips anymore, or my knees. He's old. How long has it been since you started acting oddly and I rushed over to find a solution? What caused the calamity to speed up so? To the point you need to throw out all your old emergency response mechanisms and instead force everyone to directly synchronize data with you. Force Laterano to go through... There's a couple reasons why I might have gotten a bit worried suddenly. A couple. Someone made a hole in the sky was one option, was one thing, and then also a certain woman appeared. Such radical change. In time, the spiritual light of the sanctum will be stripped away. In time, will Laterano still be considered Laterano? Sitting Pope Evangelist 11 requests a 27th interactive simulation. Evangelist 11 has refused to help bring the transfiguration to completion. Now conferring judgment on request for interactive simulation. The seals are back. Remember their sounds. Breh, egl, breh. These monsters. Neither Sancta nor the others at the Nativity can escape the influence of the Transfiguration's sudden termination. All I can do now is to call everyone to my side and keep your mind steady and free of collapse where we meet him. As for those you call monsters, they too are Sanctas, and the law shelters them as well. Your newly born, pious and plain, will aid the people in sweeping away all obstacles along the path. This path will take us past the Tower of Revelations in Pagus Ecclesia, past the Notarial Hall and gunsmithies in Pagus Michaelium, past the Sunset Chapel in Pagus Saint Marcel, before finally arriving at the Basilica. This route. Familiar one, yes? It is the order the street lamps light up as night falls on Laterano. He has laid out a most convenient path for us, and the street lamps are also getting halos. And so I beg you sleep a while, child. We'll have arrived once you awake, and there we shall rekindle hope for the continuation of our race. Of our race. You've lost the sorcerer. It's about survival here. Also gun. I see now. I've been looking for an opportunity ever since you awoke. We're still unwilling to accept it. Tales we left behind became the chains that bound later generations. Texts that speak of the majesty of the saints and ugliness of the devils have been etched deep into your hearts. Need only witness my countenance to raise your gun against me. But no matter, child, I think you're actually confused. I mean, sure, you're maybe not the prettiest, but also, like, there's other reasons. You will come to understand who is named hero and who is named monster, who is named kin and who is named alienus. You shall all understand. I fell? It's a real nasty feeling. Oh, she did! She's fallen! Awesome! I thought there'd be a way to turn that light out. Don't know if I'm gonna miss it later, but right now it's not too bad having it off. My head's a lot clearer now that I don't have to deal with all your emotions. Clear? No, child. Even though you know my history, the history of our race, you still wish to make an enemy of me. How can you consider your mind clear? The saint's a little confused. The saint is a little stubborn. They have trouble conversing and discussing ideas. What can I say? It's clearer than ever. You said I've been trapped by those dusty old books you left behind, but they never said anything about having to listen to your ancients' beatitudes ideas. Also, I'm sure she didn't even read them. Let's be real. I'm listening to you go on and on for ages already. Do you ever plan on asking us what we think? Exactly. Good news is the monsters chasing us have retreated. Bad news is they're joining that weird procession over there. Good thing we talked Edida into staying somewhere safe. Will Exusia be able to handle herself, Doctor? I believe in her. The procession is heading for that machine. That monster looks really familiar for some reason. No matter how much she changes herself to look like a living thing, I can tell she's just a program. Collapse of the dream must have cut off her connection with the machine, and as a program, all she can do is try to reestablish that connection, to restart the dream. Passing that field of irises a minute ago, I saw halos blooming above the flowers one after another. That's completely unprecedented. The goal of that machine and that program is more extreme than we thought. Everything organic and inorganic will be defined as sancta. Things crazier than when PRTS went haywire. This also gives us an opportunity. Can you figure out its weak points, monster? Not on my own, but Kelsit should have had some understanding of that machine. Kelsit. Ever since it all went down, you've been avoiding saying her name to me, Doctor. Sorry, Any case, thanks for putting your trust in me. Ame was so worried before we left. Never mind. At least I managed to get a decent amount out of this operation. It has only been a couple months. That machine is special, Doctor. I've tried to approach it in the past, but the more the law of Laterano was gradually refined, the more difficult it became to try and figure out its nature. Kelsa did come up with a plan, but even she admitted it was a bit too daring. So what was the plan? It's a really crude one. She never let me do it before. But my nature does give me a talent that ordinary people lack, to some extent. Of course, we should also thank our creator's open-minded attitude toward technology exchange. Okay, it's the first time I'm trying this. So thanking Priestess? Right? Technology exchange? Stand back a bit, Doctor. technology exchange between projects of the previous Civ. Routing through city communication post-Banter access port. Special privileges, AMA 10. Temporary access credentials, Elcara 1. Oracle, decoding complete, authentication passed. Okay, they do eventually just spell it out. I think I did ask that yesterday. I wonder if they'll actually do it. Open source, no way. GitHub enjoyer. Connected to PCS system. Syncing computational radiation link. Radiation. Updating permission log. She's connecting to the Wi-Fi. If it wants to speed up the changes happening across Laterano, it'll have to remove all of its underlying restrictions and break through its computational limits over and over. Which means that machine should have left itself wide open to me. Won't have the time to limit my actions. Wait, monster. I'm trying to stop it. No, I'm not in control of the process anymore. What? Grayscale. Jump scare. Real grayscale. The flow of information does not come rushing in as you imagined. The clamor of computation has faded away at some point. You and Monster feel a peculiar feeling wash over the both of you. You seem to have stopped at a fork in the road. An old friend appears. Has she been walking alongside you the whole time, or is it a chance encounter? In short, you see her. The color begins to drain out of your surroundings. It is as if time stands still. This is the stage built for your reunion. Jump! What the doing? She jump scare? I don't know. At the very least, it's something I wasn't spoiled on. I was not aware of the possibly recorded priestess jump scare, but in any case, is this gonna be a thing now, where she just every now and then she'll pop up from somewhere and just jump scare us through the code? Because, you know, this is an unknown language, so it's like not, I don't think it's, you know, live feed priestess. It's like a recorded message type shit. Unknown language. Thank you for your hard work, Amaten. We meet again. Our reunion has come much sooner than I imagined, just as I'd hoped. Or not. Or not. Maybe it is live. Maybe, never mind, it might be live feed. Who knows? Who knows? Was that after? Yes, that was after. I'm not sure. I'm still not sure if it's a live feed priestess or if it's a recorded priestess. It's not a Twitch pool streamer. Okay, give me a second. I'll go to the bathroom. Or mainly, I guess, blow my nose actually. open my door slightly. I mean, in general, I mean, the thing is, obviously, like, you know, at the point, obviously, that Massive Travels was coming out, I had already, you know, started unfollowing and muting people and hiding channels. So that has helped in some ways. Where there's just like, where indeed, no, I did not hear. I feel like that's the thing. I feel like I would have heard, and I almost like would have expected to have been blasted with like, you know, just a tweet of like, Priestess is in Massive Travels type, you know, post or comment somewhere. Somehow haven't, or if I did, I completely forgot about it through fucking Alzheimer's. So. I have not really gone much anything chapter 16. I've seen like some CGs, I've seen some sprites. I think I've seen the boss, I believe, but in this case the boss is not like the boss design in this case is not terribly spoilery. I saw one comment somewhere, it was a YouTube comment somewhere, but I think that was partially my mistake. I think it was a chapter 16 related video or something, and I scrolled to the comments and the first comment said something. So like a couple more minor things of chapter 16, but otherwise I've been able to avoid a lot more with chapter 16. But yeah, this one I didn't hear at all. I did not hear about Priestess at all. Main things I was spoiled for Massive Travels was the boss name, and a bunch of CGs. Like I saw a bunch of CGs, the boss and the boss name. Those are probably the main ones. Like not actually too many like plot points. Not even. I've never actually looked at a clear for the boss. I've never watched any gameplay of the boss because why would I intentionally risk further spoilers? Okay, NT9. Interpretation. The true face of the laws was nothing like what his faithful, his guardians, or his questioners imagined. Loosen up that trigger finger, Fiametta. I get the impression that scowl's stuck on your face until you get to fire off a few grenades. Thinking about the disgusting dream just makes me even angrier. Too bad it wasn't entirely a dream. Look over there, way in the distance. Shrine of Nurtury still there. Let's go, Mostama, to the hospital. Doesn't matter if what just happened was a dream or not, we need to make sure that... Wait. What if Lemwen was only walking because it's in a dream? I only just realized that's a possibility. That's one of the reasons, maybe. In fact, I'm the first person you thought of really means something to me, Fiametta. Yeah! Literally right before... Called it mere seconds before the reveal. He's just that good. What can I say? What can I say? Crippled again, woohoo clap. Celebration of cripplehood. Lemwin? I'm so glad you're alright. How are your legs? A little sore. What happened? I was running all over that dream until I was dead tired. Getting to sit down is a treat. Alright, so you can relax now. What the hell's going on here? It was only my second day after being created cardinal, and I was headed to the office like usual. Might have been the moment I stepped out the front door, or maybe when I saw the shrine. Can't really say when I left reality. All happened so naturally. What is it, Fiametta? Oh, he's back in his... He's backing his edgy clothing of being all black. Salvete, everyone. Almost called him captain. You're still keeping... What are you up to wearing that? My friend kept it for me. You have a very kind junior, Fiametta. She told me this wasn't something to just throw away. Perhaps today I will finally reach my destination. To be clothed in these vestments as I do, so may be fate at work. Why you... Anduin has an important role to play. Resolving your existing disputes is not a priority. It's been a while, Federico. I know who you are and how you like to get things done, and I know that according to the Courier's rules, saints have the highest authority in emergency situations. But please give us a little time. Please keep it brief. He's willing to listen. The last time the four of us got together like this was that fateful mission, wasn't it? Oh, never mind. Not willing to listen, willing to give them some time to catch up. It's been 10 years. We reached that underground palace. Fiametta got a distress signal from another team and went to go help them, while Anduin was revising our tactics at the entrance. We laughed as we shared the last of the chestnut scones, an old habit of our team. Remember the day well. So happy back then. Thought those days would never end. Nobody could imagine what would come next. You caused all this, Anduin, but you still refuse to tell the truth, or at least repent. Our brief time together may have been one of life's accidents, but it was a precious one. I ruined it in a way I did not foresee. I understand how deeply you treasure that time, Fiametta. Your love burned so hot, singed the hearts of those around you. I always wanted to thank you for one thing. You were the one who taught me how to love Laterano. At the same time, I knew I would hurt you and destroy what you so cherish. I'm a villain. It would be just for you to hate me. Trying to piss me off, Anduin? Whether or not I hate you is for me to decide, not you. I understand that. I'm grateful for it. I am fortunate to have made a friend like you. Go do what you need to do. But remember, I won't forgive you. I never will. These two are taking you to the Basilica, right, Anduin? It is I who is taking them, Lemoine. Oh. The group. Which means you're still determined to walk this path? Of course I am. Will it be dangerous? Unknown might be the better word. Have you ever thought of stopping? Whether I am the captain who attacked you, or an arrogant, naive nurturer and dream, my doubts, my fixations, my mistakes, they have all led me here. I cannot stop. Alright then. It's hard to call Laterano paradise the way it is now. A monster running rampant across the city. The strange things she reared wandering all over the place. Nobody really knows what's going on, or what will come next. Three of us need to work out a way to solve these issues and find Elle, who's gone missing. As for you, your wounds look rather serious. You might die, Anduin. We might die. I know. We've talked about Rosamaria, about his bell tower and its rainy nights, about the mute child you buried in Sargon, about the miner's frozen legs you had to amputate in Ursus. You told me about all sorts of places, and I remember them all. I always pitied you. I understood many of your opinions, and I never disagreed with you. But I could never truly understand you. I was much the same for you. We are both clear on that matter, just as you know how grateful I am for your pity. Well, I am a Lateran, aren't I? That is where you shine the brightest. I'll always remember how you taught me to shoot a gun. Speaking of, where's that gun now? I left it in Laterano. 10 years ago, it was your final mission with our team of commandos. Even if nothing had happened, you still would have left. Which means these words came a little late, is all. Right. It's been far too long since that day, and I'm glad of it. Gratitude and blame no longer hang so heavy. Well then. Farewell, Anduin. Lemoine speaks no further. Mostema goes up to her wheelchair, looking Anduin square in the eyes. I know what you're about to say. No need to thank me. Farewell, Captain. Fiametta looks at Anduin, then at her two friends. She stays silent. Farewell. Cardinal Lemwin, there are some tasks I must assign to the three of you. Also, suddenly it's daytime. I guess it's the dream or some shit. It was like all, you know. It was like twilight, and now it's suddenly. You doing all right, Fiametta? I'm fine. Fiametta, this thing might involve me, but I know it's not my only problem. Not only my problem. Or Undyne's. These past 2 years have taught me that. Yeah, I should really learn that too. Alright, enough about that. Right now, if what Federico says is true, the most important thing is to act quickly. Good thing there's no arms control in real life. I can blast those monsters as soon as I see them. I'll cover you, just like the old days. Wait a sec, Lemon. Federico just said that Sanctus who attack them will fall. Falling's no walk in the park, trust me on that. But half of the people awake in the city are Sanctids. Without their numbers, we won't be able to stop such a large procession. Unless we add in those fallen angels in Nerari, Federico mentioned. Wait, he said they were pretty emotionally charged and didn't know what they were up to, not to mention that he's only got temporary commando with him. Not like they need steady nerves or pure intentions to help out. Relax, I'll handle them. I'm a fallen angel too. I spend lots of time outside of Laterano. Got any better choices for Angel Wrangler? Angel Wrangler. Still won't be enough. Situation on the road from the Shrine of Nurtury to the Basilica is too complex. We need to get administrative permissions for the roadside facilities along the way ASAP. I'll head back to the 7th Tribunal for a bit. By yourself? Don't trust my wheelchair skills? Dorifta Kingu! You'll make me mad. Quick, let her rub your ear tufts a bit. Since the two of you have everything planned out, what else is there for me to add? Let's split up, teammates. We'll let her rub your ears. You have to go now, children. Hugo, help take care of our new Sancta friends, all right? Yes, sister. Where did Senor Nurturer go? Did he stop caring about us? Yes. He just has to go handle a few things for a little while. Think about it. We don't know each other very well, so if he didn't promise me he'd come back, why would I agree to take care of you? Oh, you're right. Logicked. Right, would you like to hear the story of how the lost Zaedan captured the Castle of Dream? Or maybe how the Keshig brought gold to marry the Princess of Gaul, but the gold turned to sandstone, burying Lingons. Huh? That's not what we learned in history class. They're not stories you'd hear in Laterano. I can tell them you while we walk. It's not a story the Jedi would tell you. Here, some bread from Patia. We haven't eaten since we got into the city. Making up tall tales for children again, Nueda? I'm curious, do other Kukulkan treasure the knowledge in your heads as much as you do? Yes, actually. I've never met another of my kind. You will at Rhodes! I wonder if her file says anything about, you know. If I can turn that knowledge into stories for children with a little tweaking, then it means there's still some use for it. Otherwise, it will just be a scattering of pale fragments in my mind. A surprisingly flexible mindset. Oh, right. Disappointed? About what? Traveled all this way to Laterano, to your holy land. Wasn't apples and fireworks that welcomed you, or a loving god of universal salvation. Instead, you've got rampaging demons. I am disappointed, but not completely. Have I ever told you how I became a nun, Aurella? Please do. As you know, I wandered all around Bolivar from a young age. It wasn't hard to survive. My knowledge proved useful on that front. As for my parents, even I forgot what they looked like. They still managed to fill my head with lots of things. But I couldn't understand the more complicated parts. They pointed to the black flow, the far edge of the sea, the depths of the dunes of gold, even the space beyond the stars. Spoke of race after race, secret after secret. They know shit. Not a good fit for a place like Bolivar. Which is why I hate them, Morella. Everywhere I look, I see soldiers fighting over men and money, artillery firing left and right, and Bolivarians caught in the crossfire. All I had were pale fragments. Till I was 13 when I met a nun. A band of true Bolivarian guerrillas had robbed her. She was gravely injured, leaning against a rock and close to death. When I got close, I could hear her singing. Her bandages had fused with her festering wounds. It must have been so much pain in the final moments of her life, yet she was still so serene. It was a hymn, one that had always been in my mind, one that I had pored over in puzzlement countless times. Abode of our Lord, font of parental love. He punishes evil and drives out injustice. All shall bask in his love, whether they have scars or stones. Till that very moment when some of those pale fragments took on color and form and came together into something called Laterano. So you took up her habit. I did. And if paradise is pure and spotless white, to me, it cannot compare to the very first time I heard that hymn. Good. Nueda, forget everyone else. Take the kids and follow that Patia girl. She looks like she knows her way around town. Alright. Wait, you're staying at the Tower Revelations? But the Executor said, how long since fallen Sancta doesn't need to listen to a saint? The night we fled Bolivar, I told you why I wanted to come back. Revenge. Saw that old bastard through my scope just now. He's at the head of the pack. I won't let him go. But we'll have our own obsessions when it comes to Laterano, Nueda. Tryzyn. It's strange seeing the basilica devoid of people. Follow me, please, Arturia. Here it is. The pillars of scripture. Between these two pillars is a slab engraved with the saints' travels. Press the halos of the saint statues in the same order as listed on the slab, then push this wall. My secret open sesame door. I reported to His Holiness here many times before, but I never noticed this hidden mechanism. Maybe because you've never doubted Laterano. Hope what you're about to see will not sway your faith. Oh? I'm looking forward to it already. Yeah, she's just excited. He's like, oh, that sounds cool. Anduin followed the Pope down here once. They had passed the buried bones of saints, pastels and statues showcasing their deeds, walked through thousands of years of Laterano before arriving at the end of history. But it's like all glitchy. Anduin suspects his memories are still in disarray. The former white of the corridor is gone and entirely replaced with the dour, cold sheen of iron. Statues of saints still line the path, but bizarrely shaped lumps of machinery protrude from the walls, engulfing their arms, eyes, and legs. Seems like the devils have had their way with our history. Thank you for your warning, Anduin. I would have been much more surprised otherwise. No, this place has changed. Anduin furrows his brow. Off in the distance he sees a red light, blinking faintly. He knows what it is. Do you see that red light? That's where we're going, but we should only be seeing it much further down this corridor. Stay alert. Buh. A cloaked guard suddenly appears. The moment he sees Federico, he starts firing. There's no room for negotiation. Alert. Repeat, alert. Intruders sighted. Eliminating on sight. Is that supposed to be sight as in eye and not sight as in place, but I did say Bisharly somehow. An ear-piercing siren begins to wail as more and more guards file into the trio's field of view. Their bloody visages hide beneath their cloaks like spirits in shadow, while their halos shine all the more dazzling. The guards protecting the shrine and nurturing the dream are now here. This means we're in the right place. Yeah, if I can beat him up. Stand behind me. He's gonna beat them all up? Oh, all right, yeah, we were left off here. This isn't the dream. It's obviously still reality, so why all the color has been erased. Priestess. It's quiet here. We won't be disturbed by all the commotion over there. She stands at the corner, looking out across the deathly silence, completely unguarded against you. I don't like it, Doctor. It's perhaps too quiet. But we have no other choice, do we? She's not limiting me, Doctor. Ami's not here. I can't guarantee I can hold her off, but I'll do my best. Relax, you're safe. I won't allow you to be disturbed by the chaos these sanctus caused. Why are you here? I thought you were still locked up in Rhodes Island. Never mind, okay, it is live feed. That doesn't matter, compared to what's currently on my mind. Entering attack mode. Sorry, Doctor, she might have shown up because of me. Never thought she'd cat onto me when I tried to access PCS. Did you cause this calamity? Calamity? I see only the evolution of a species. Pointless struggle of life. Everything happening in Lateran right now is a product of PCS's autonomous derivations. All I did was recalibrate it beforehand, returning it to its original purpose. Of course, it has adapted to the progress of the Originium project since. Wait a minute. That's why it got impatient? Speaking of progress, ours is slowed far behind projections. Original purpose? Good to know you haven't lost your curiosity. PCS was an experiment developed using bionics, though we were never able to understand its true nature. There's also the risk of it disrupting the subject's cognitive functions when used. But in the face of grim disaster, it was still brought into service ahead of schedule. It can reduce barriers to communication and strengthen the bonds between individuals, all while maintaining thinking abilities and personality. It's offered many benefits to our soldiers and scientists. It has been gathering dust since it was left behind on Terra, but, as you know, it is still far from operating to its full potential. You mentioned adapting to Reginian progress. Don't get too excited, I'll explain everything. However, your new companion seems like she has something to say to you. Bad news, Doctor, I can't find a way out of here. If our goal is still Reginium, we might not be in Laterano anymore. Or this might be the future of Laterano. As keen an intuition as ever, but one that lacks basic knowledge. This is just a vision of a possible future I conjured up for you using the PCS system. No more time, no more color. Place locked in eternal stasis. It's rare for us to have a chance to walk together. Come, leave behind these conflicts that have nothing to do with you. No, you're afraid I'll access the PCS system. You didn't expect me to show up here either. I sense hate in your voice. I understand. It's because of Amaten, your Keltsit. You left in such a hurry last time. You still have many doubts you have not yet cleared, while I have many conjectures I must confirm with you. Something's strange about the way she's acting. Her expression is different from when she was back on the deck. I could try and attack. Put away those talons. I respect that you've given yourself a name, monster, but I understand your fundamental underpinnings more better than you do. If you want Amaten back, I can help you. You know where to find me. Okay, well, she also just comes out going like, hey, you know, she's actually still around in some form. I know that's what you want too, monster. Don't get taken in by her, monster. This isn't her real body. You've always clung to the connection between matter and reality. Reginium is the language we created, so naturally I can use it to make my words heard by whoever I want. It is so for you, and it is so for that machine. In response to me, it propagated, then created an even larger cache to perform a new round of calculations. It's looking a little... She pressed restart on the computer. The machine operates on its installed logic, seeking the continuation of itself and its community that has achieved emotional resonance. But in your haste, you decided this was an error to be stopped, even though Sancta is regarded as rejection from the law. Follow me. Witness a true crisis with your own eyes. We're just gonna be, we're just forced into being an observer. Not you know, an observer as in like a viewer, a spectator. Every department of the Curia has its own offices. The Basilica is merely ceremonial. There should not be such a complex space beneath it. We must do for one final round of testing. You said you went down a one-way passage before, right, Anduin? But we've changed direction 6 times and now we're here again. 7, actually. We head back. The 3 of them return to their former position. A platform, one where the white of a church blends with the black of machinery, wantonly streaked with red light emanating from an unknown source. Disorder, chaos, imbalance, danger. No matter from an architectural or religious point of view, shape and structure here has lost all meaning. They cannot stop themselves from wondering if they are still in Laterano. Federico and Arturia stop walking at the same time. This is an exceedingly familiar experience. Before they met the Witch King, they wandered an infinite flight of stairs. There's no need to go any further. This derived structure that did not originally exist. While I do not know the principles or process behind it, it has without a doubt warped the space here. We are in an incomprehensible maze. He's preventing us from approaching. Who? The god of the Sancta, the answer to everything. So this is gonna be a whole thing where, like, Priestess Well, I guess we'll see. This is my like prediction. Priestess is like, okay, doctor, let me show you. Shit's going bad. You should, come back to me and follow the original plan and all that shit, because shit's fucked, So she's putting doctor into spectator mode so that he can't intervene. But then, our goat Anduin is gonna be like, nah, brother, and they pull through as the goats they are, and Priestess does the angry fist meme, like, shit. Damn it. The power of humanity surpassed this adversity once again. Shit. Unless. We'll see. Don't expose our position, Fede. I don't sense any human emotions coming from them. Are they really sanctors, or are they machines here to tidy up the maze? They're most likely the same as the organisms above ground. If ordinary sanctors attack them, they will fall. The deeper we go, the more of them there are. The stronger their empathy becomes. We beat back away with them, and that just draws in another. We'll end up completely overwhelmed. The procession is moving at a fast pace and will not need much time to arrive at the Basilica. It's highly unlikely Cardinal Lemwin's team will be able to stop their advance completely. We must learn the entire truth about this calamity. We have wasted too much time already. Perhaps I may be of some use. You are severely wounded. I'll leave the patrols to the two of you. But when it comes to pathfinding, I'm put to be rather good at that. Light gathers in Anduin's palm. Arts? Holy moly. Small! Thank you, Anduin. You shouldn't go so far, Senor Jaime. I didn't see you all day. I only found out you came to the beach after asking around. Wait, is this... Wait, why is this... This is name familiar. This is... Have we seen this NPC before? I just wanted to find something to eat. Didn't think the sea fog would be this thick. Even if there wasn't any fog, pirates roamed these parts. You shouldn't leave Rosa Maria just because you feel like it. At least ask me to come with you next time. Never mind, we haven't been to Rosa Maria. Alright. Speaking of, was that your arch just now? The fog was so dense I couldn't even see my own shoes. I thought I'd be lost forever, but then a ray of light came by. I thought someone managed to repair the local lighthouse or something. He's the lighthouse. It's cinema. I wasn't going off of the model, I was specifically the name. I felt like this model and that name was like, wait, have you seen this guy before? I need to be so dramatic. I'm just glad I managed to help you. Anduin, I heard your people use guns, custom-made ones. I also heard your homeland, that place called Laterano, is a universal paradise. My home is Rosa Maria. I was born here and raised here, Senor Jaime. Let's go home. I'll carry the food. Dude, all the Anduin flashbacks. The light parts the dawn mist and our quarry's line of sight is blocked. I'll show the way. Now's your chance, Fiametta. Got them. Got them. What was that pronunciation? Got them. That's how Fia speaks, apparently. Lemon, Mostama, sweep the battlefield. Understood, Captain? Not bad, Anduin, keeping a trick up your sleeve like that. There's way too many bandits in this gang. Without your arts, we wouldn't have been able to resolve things this quickly. It's just an unconscious reaction. It got me and others out of trouble a few times before I got my guardian gun. Without it, I wouldn't have been able to find Laterano. I forgot you only got your gun the day before you joined the Pontifical cohorts. You're pretty good with it. Can't tell if you've never used it before. It's a part of a Lateran's life, isn't it? I should be practiced with it. Besides, as I found out recently, guns and halos are what keep Laterano invincible. Doesn't need this glimmer of mine. Talking about that stuff again, Anduin? Sorry. Operation's gone pretty off the rails compared to the original plan for the Pontifical cohorts. Should we write up the details as is? Nah, whatever. I'm sure you'll polish up the final report. But what about the places outside Laterano? How many Rosa Marias? How many lonely islands are there beyond the reach of the faith? I cannot forget. I can see... Anduin? Oh, back here. He sees! Is it Laterano, or... No, there is no difference. If through the spiritual light even the darkest stain can be cleansed, if with a pious heart even a savage monster can wade out of the mud, does that not mean there are no lonely islands beyond the reach of the faith? Then why is it all I've seen, everyone I've known, couldn't be saved? Must be something missing, something I overlooked. A path. Not a power, not a place, but simply a path. A path that leads from present torments to future salvation. If you can show me the future, then you must know the path that leads to it. Tell me, show it to me. The Colossus of Nothingness swims through gaps in space-time. It does not respond to Anduin. The details of that strange, yet oh so real sight begin to warp and flow with its silence, and everything is smeared with a thick layer of clouds. No, I need to know more. Can you hear what I'm saying, Anduin? Put that thing down. No, Lemon, you don't know what I saw. I can't stop here. Light bursts forth from Anduin's hand, like a plant rushing headlong into season, blooming as if about to wither. He wants to part the clouds. He wants to see the revelation in all clarity. He wants to grasp onto the possibility. From then on, once more did he set foot on a journey, bearing sin and evil upon his back. He guided foreign believers to Laterano, searching for an answer. But he had no time to share what he saw, the truth that nearly shook him to his core. He had walked so many paths, yet what was the one thing that remained constant? He will always remember that year, the year the salt wind buried his home, and the emotions he bore in his heart as he felt left Rosamaria. That was the starting point of his journey. Sounds of the Executor fighting the patrols do not stop. Anduin does not hold back as he casts his arts, an endless font of light flowing from his body, winding its way into the depths of the maze. Rather than a harsh light, it is gentle, perhaps even dim, like sunlight caressing a patch of autumn leaves, tracing the paths through which they fell. He asks himself, Pathfinder, where does this path end? Until finally, a glaring red light cuts off his arts. He find. Once he saw this alongside Evangelist 11. Once he found himself shaken. The light is more icy, more piercing, more dangerous than before. But Anduin does not close his eyes. He knows that cold machine is his lord, his god, the foundation of his faith. Anduin faces God, he does not turn away. He has sought and he has lost. He has pondered and he has doubted. This is before. A sharp pain runs through him. Only takes a moment for his vision to go dark, but at the same time, he hears God's answer. Okay, I was like, it's probably ending, so I had to check if it's before or after. Also, by the way, so about the whole priestess spoiler thing, it was actually just that I forgot. Because now that I think about it, at some point during the last few months, I did get the detail of, oh, priestess was the one who made the law go a little kooky. So I guess I wasn't spoiling her actually appearing, but like I was spoiling her having an influence on the the events. I just forgot. So that was just like Alzheimer's buff. I only remembered when she started speaking about it. Like, oh, right, yeah, I did hear about that. Never mind. So maybe maybe I need to be drinking more of them sugar-free sodas so I get even more Alzheimer's. I forgot about. My ship post further up. Wait. No, I saw it on the corner of my eye. I said, that's long. Me when my wife, priestess, has surveillance cameras or a genium in the entire house world so I can't sneakily grab something from the fridge. Help this land's people survive. I mean, well, now this might be now a recurring thing, is, you know, priestess going around jump scaring and influencing all of the previous Civ technologies. Oops, 29 after. I can only provide first aid right now. And do I understand usage of the luminescent origin marks has irreparably damaged your optic nerves? He's gonna go blind? I don't have the ability to heal these injuries. Once conditions allow for it, you need medical treatment. Oh, they did even change his eyes a little bit, I think. Don't worry. Path ahead has already revealed itself. We don't need eyes to see the way. Dude, that's such a thematically cool, like, injury for him to get, man. I hope it's permanent. I hope he actually goes blind, even if that sounds kind of fucked up to say, you know? You must be blind to find the path. Follow the cursor running along the ground. This maze is too complex and I cannot maintain my arts for very long. Oh. Let us go. Blind faith. Except he's not blind faith. He questions his faith all the time. It's here. Even if this is not the source of the calamity, what lies behind the door may be able to give us answers. Follow me, Arturia. Don't worry, that's the source of the calamity in a sense. Federico does not receive a response. Ever since he caught up with her outside the Shrine of Nurtury, she has been exceedingly cooperative. But now, the black-haired sanctus stands several steps behind him, gracefully drawing her bow across her cello's strings, with no intention of following him. I really do intend to escape this time, Fede. Anduin is hurt, and you're alone. There's no better opportunity than this, is there? You don't want to see your god? I thought you were really interested. We have arrived at the door to the truth, Arturia. You know that your actions lack meaning. Truth? Meaning? Perhaps. You really are the best of the executors. Walking law book. First saint from outside the ranks of Pope. Truly worthy the code name of executor. Your rationality, your callousness, the doubts you hold about these two traits of yours are all in service to the continuation of the law. If that is what the Holy City itself is, maybe you're the only one who can understand him. As for you, Senor Anduin, you'll have to forgive me. It was never part of my plan, but when you were using arts earlier, I inadvertently touched upon the whispers of your heart. It is complex, more complex than those of many people I know, but not particularly unusual. An overly inflexible melody leads them to all become adaptations or repetitions of the same tune. They say, your beginning and your end both lie in Laterano. But you may find yourself alone at that point. I beg your pardon, if you have taken offense. Arturia, this offense you speak of, was it not a chance for me to perform a different sort of confession? As for those last words of yours, I would rather treat them as a blessing. They stand as proof that I have reached the end. Ooh, what an interesting answer. Trying to call our guy basic. Arturia turns away. Oh, I've seen the CG. Not everyone is so obsessed with the truth and meaning behind Laterano. At the very least, I'm not that interested. I got a little peek at him just now. Behind that door lies a machine, right? Yes. In that case, the answer is bound to be boring. Think back to our time in Jullingsturm, Fede. A calamity of similar scale struck the city, and in the chaos, people lost their way or struggled and raged. This very moment, there are millions of hearts in Laterano that demand appreciation. If you turn away now, Artur, it means you will have to face our enemies in this maze alone. You need someone to lure them away, don't you? Your patron firearm is lost, you have no way to defend yourself. Perhaps I can find a way to turn them into my audience. Don't worry about me, Fede. Lateran did designate me a dangerous element. Situation assessment high risk, probability of survival low. Executor's decision, you may leave. Time waits for nobody, you two. If you don't plan on leaving yourselves, no need to see me off. Well then, farewell, my beloved little frater. That's a very Arturia thing, actually. She would have no interest in a piece of machinery. All that pontificating just to say you want us to go help the Curia? Full marks for listening comprehension. No way. Eh? It's not our responsibility, Mostama. Half of the people here were kicked out of Laterano by the Curia in the first place. Maybe it's because they fell or because of apathy. As for the other half, they chose to leave Laterano, whether out of despair or doubt. Not that it really matters. Then why come back now? Because Halo started acting weird and breaking. Is that so hard to understand? Not part of Laterano anymore. Alieni, even. Doesn't matter if you choose to leave or if you're forced to. We all cut our connection with the city. After all these years, its changes still affect us, and they just never stop. Spuritsime. Damn the stupid Halo, damn it. Sounds like there's no way to resolve our complaints. I mean, we got every notarial hall executor out here. So I came back to settle things. Did I tell you to save anything? What? My sob story is that I fell during an accident in the line of duty. After that, I became a legatus, mostly so I didn't have to stay in Laterano all the time. I'm 100% alienist too. There's no one else who understands you better right now, Amici. Maybe the glitchy halos got you seeing Laterano in an extra bad light, spurring you to come back. If you came back out of hate or pain or despair, then you'd best come with me to block that procession. Because the people who caused that hate, that pain, that despair, they're in that crowd over there. Go ahead, use bullets, explosives, whatever. Get your revenge however you like. Just make sure to give them a hard time. You're all talk, Mostama. Drat, you found me out. Something's gotta be done. Besides, you're already here, aren't you? Hey, Nueda. Yes? Keep you down this alley and then find an empty house to hole up in. It's not a good idea for a lone nun and a bunch of kids to run around the place. Place is a decent distance from where the procession's headed. Monsters probably won't come running here. Are you and your friends also going to help save Laterano, Patia? Us Pathfinders aren't that noble. But our leader's chosen to wade into the depths of this disaster. Can't exactly sit back and watch, can we? He told us the place he was going wasn't suited for numbers, so we'll do what we can out here. As for you, sister, I'll protect the children, no matter if they are from Laterano or Bolivar. That's her job. Fervent prayers as they growl. These freaks started chittering like mad the moment the tower's big bell stopped ringing. It's pissing me off. I don't care what your sales pitch is, I don't want a stupid Halo. She's so angry. Such an angry chicken. I swear these fucks just keep coming and coming. You can pretty much just read that as fucks. You got 3 seconds to get out of there, Fiametta. 3 seconds? Hey, how am I... How's that? Got you in the nick of time. Do you think everyone can go as fast as you or something? Never mind. Situation's up ahead is a complete mess. Even the Tower Revelation's bell has gone silent. We've lost Pagus Ecclesia. There'll be Pagus Michaelian soon. If that monster can flatten one of our barricades with a single stomp, I don't think the Notarial Hall's defenses will be much use. Blocking them's no good. If you can't use more destructive measures, you might not be able to slow them out at all. Agreed. So where are your reinforcements? Putting swears in her mouth. Look, Fia swears. If there's ever a character who swears, it's Fia. She says worse things than swears, okay? Let's get moving, Amici. Sure you've all been to Michaelion before. Might have been for the firearms workshop. Might have been for the Notarial Hall. Last thing many of you fallen angels did before getting kicked out of Laterano was probably handing over your guardian gun to the authorities. Then you would have seen those gun-toting statues around the doors of every workshop. Come to think of it, the Notarial Hall's got a pair of cannons up theirs. But we don't have the right permissions to get those statues to fire. That's something for Lemwen to solve. Alright, get those statues knocked over and their guns pointed at the street. Let's make up for all those gunshots we haven't heard over the years. A good angel wrangler. One time she doesn't. It's more appropriate if she does. Holy smokes, your skin can stop bullets? Talk about thick-skinned. Man, an entire volley didn't even scratch you. Last time I felt like this, I was gaming with the boss. Went around back and cranked the difficulty up to max. Couldn't clear it even after spending all night on it. Sure was discouraging. Discouraging? Hardly. What I see is that your attitude and emotions are unaffected by the shattering of your halo. Stand atop my shoulder, child. Huh? From the Tower of Revelations to the Notarial Hall in Pagus Michaelion, every lamp along the road is lit up. Our newborn comrades are bringing light to this city, little by little, like our journey countless eons ago. For the sake of true paradise, we crossed treacherous ravines and traversed barren wastes, searching for the slumbering silver mounts. The only difference is that this time we are certain he is there. Salvation is our inevitable endpoint. Laterano shall never fall into night. To move onwards is the only choice the city has now. That you still wish to resist an entire procession, an entire race, an entire city by yourself. By herself? Ah, I'm finding it to hear life's most relaxing sound. Now this is Laterano. Say, if I really am on my own, then where'd that explosion come from? Might not know who I'm fighting alongside, but I'll leave the monster hunting to them. As for what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna keep you company the whole way through. What exactly is a calamity? What exactly is the future? Why exactly have you decided what you're doing is salvation or the only choice? It was after, right? Yep. Oh yeah, next is actual the boss. Going to help her? No need, she's just dealing with a stubborn child who's stopping the procession from advancing. Oh yeah, no, so he's right! Dude, she lost her glow up. She lost her glow up because it was all a dream. Oh, and I guess Grandpa also woke up, you know. Must have been Fia might have banded together with a group of fresh returnees. As for Anduin and Federico, we don't know where they are or their group are. Fia, once more must I stand against those I hold dear. Life is such a fickle thing, or has he? Reverend Patricion? Just focus on your own work, my live. I've managed to build a rapport with the enlightened creatures, and I've shown them our route. Our empathy's become stronger and more distinct, almost like it's not even empathy anymore. Never mind, never mind. Maybe they haven't woken up. Never mind. If it is as the matriarch, no, the saint said, then this is what empathy should really be. Which means what she showed us before was true. Calamity really does exist, and only through these extreme methods can Laterano be saved. But right now, the dream has collapsed after all. This chaos is only temporary. Continue onwards, we can no longer be stopped. Were they aware of it being a dream and they're still going along with it? Grandpa. We must ensure the saint reaches the basilica. That way she can continue with the nativity after it was so rudely interrupted. Still have time to make an even better Laterano. Take care of everything that stands in our way. What is it? It's been a while, you old bastard. You'd best stop right there. I have your throat in my sights. A while indeed, Aurella. Aurella. In the deepest depths of the basilica, at the end of the labyrinth, the final door opens wide for Federico and Anduin. Behind the door, a cold machine, shaped like a ring, sits in the dead center of a platform. Strange red glare seeps out of its innards, sweeping across every inch of the room, accompanied by an audible buzzing. Sure signs of calculation. Your Holiness? Oh yeah, Pope is here. Indeed. Beneath the platform, the old man stands in silence. He stands with his eyes shut tight, his robes covered in a thick layer of dust. There's no reaction as the pair approach, not the slightest hint of movement from him, as if he were an unseeing, unhearing rock. But his cracked, peeling lips still quiver. He mumbles to himself, yet cannot utter a single sound. He's discussing. Sitting Pope, Evangelista 11 stands silently before God. Clear signs of aphasia and neurodegeneration. Preliminary judgment, His Holiness beyond body and mind are on the brink of collapse. But the dream covering the city has crumbled. Why is he not awake? Maybe he came here for the same reason we did. He just hasn't found the answer he's looking for yet. Bah. Interactive simulation 31 failed. Prior emergency response mechanism expired. Retrieving suitable list of names. Evangelista 11 expended. Federico Gallo, Anduin Agathangalos, signal stable. Judgment, able to assist in bringing the transfiguration to completion. Suitable? Does it have something to do with your title of saint? But why me, then? Suitable candidates are particular individuals situated on the edge of the calculation model. Required as samples for participation in interactive simulation to verify model integrity. Right. He's only discussed my sainthood with me several times, but he never elaborated on the details. Perhaps he was also unsure as to what the true duties of a saint are. But if the law sees us as suitable candidates, entrusting us with specific duty, then saint or not, we are now responsible for it. Don't get lost in the sauce, Fede. Interactive simulation authorization released. Bottom level data region authorization released. PCS authorization released. Permission to enter granted. Federico Gallo, Andoy Nagathangalos. PCS will synchronize any necessary prerequisite information with you. Now approach. The machine's voice echoes around the room. It is steady, unvarying, untarnished by emotion or gender. It still contains an indescribable sense of might and authority. Now that I've come this far, do I still seek answers from him? Maybe he seeks answers from us, since we're particular individuals, his samples. Situation assessment unknown. Risk assessment unknown. Executor's decision. We proceed. Dude talking like the law. The two sanctors walk side by side past Evangelist 11, toward the cold machine, toward the two shining ports. Oh. I didn't read. Interpretation. The true face of the law is nothing like what his faithful, his guardians, or his questioners imagined. Empty 10. Birth. Infant severs the umbilical cord connecting it to God, determined to be born as a human with all ugliness, transience, and suffering that entails. I saw a line like this, I believe. Well, actually, no. This line is in the trailer. I believe I just know who says it, thanks to this minor spoiler. Hello, Jimmy. Been 10k years. It's been a while, guys. Obviously, probably a lengthy read first, and then battle. There's no complicated ceremony, no tedious process to undergo. Federico looks at the frigid information port. All it takes is a flicker of his halo to reel an infinity of sights. Halos can transfer this much information this quickly. Neither medical text nor ancient scriptures have ever described this phenomenon. From antiquity, halos have only ever transferred the simple emotions through the process we call empathy. Why is that? Interaction target information handling capacity insufficient. Pre-interaction information conversion required. Performing information conversion during interaction may cause damage to informant processor or of interaction target, leading to temporary and or permanent disability. Andoy Nagathangalos is currently in this condition. Oh. No! Federico looks to his side. Andoy is slumped to the floor in dismay, his eyes clouded. Dried rivulets of blood frame his features in a worrying manner. For a moment he struggles to lift his head, once more pointing his halo at the port. And once more he feebly hangs his head. Andoy, according to this machine, or rather the law, you cannot handle any further information. And your prior overuse of Virginia Mars has already had an adverse effect on your body. You are to stop attempting to access the machine immediately before you cause permanent damage to yourself. Oh! Oh! My God! More information? No, I still haven't seen anything. I still don't know anything. But this should not be. Why? These past 10 years, all this suffering, all these sins, it's all just to meet with a silent God? I can't stop here, Federico. Once more, Andoy Nagathangalos stubbornly raises his halo towards the machine. The child. Is this yet another dream? It's not. The law would not construct a dreamscape for you alone. Federico chose to communicate with the law in its own language, while you cannot understand it, nor are you willing to accept such an impersonal tongue. It is you who, word by word, line by line, translated this language into what we see now. If it is not a dream, then why are you still alive? Because you wanted me to live, nurturer. I set off that bomb myself. You were there. Not only did you want me to live, you had great expectations of me. You hoped I would live a happy life. You hoped I would break through the dome of the Shrine of Nurturing, that I would fly up and touch the sky. Baby speaking. You hoped to see my feathers shine in the sunlight, to see my talons clasp frolicking musk beasts. You looked up the tallest tree in Terra on the intercity net, didn't you? You thought that, since I'm an arbor beast, I would much rather climb a real tree than comfort bells. I did. Top the mountains of Sami and amidst the forest of Bolivar, there are great trees straight out of legend. Stouter than the Tower of Revelations, taller than the Basilica. Really did think about bringing you to see them. On the net, I saw other arbor beasts up in the canopy crying out to the sun. I wanted to see you cry out in carefree joy just like them. Where did things go wrong from there? I need to stop treating me as a real life. You know, don't you? The funeral. My mother's funeral. No matter, come with me. This time, we shall leave behind no regrets. What do you mean? Is the funeral still going on? The funeral shall never end. So, the worrying sentence. He is unresponsive. Is he suffering from the same condition as the Pope? Negative. Ando Agathangelos is still suitable and is currently pre-processing information. Federico Gallo, prerequisite information synchronization complete. Now assist in bringing the transfiguration to completion. Federico has expressed doubt, has even been shaken by past events, but has never once questioned the law. After all, saints implement the law, while executors enforce it, as is right and good. But now, facing the law itself, he feels only confusion. I still have doubts. Ultimate purpose of the law is to grant halos to all organic and inorganic matter, this I know. But choosing the Summit of Nations is the method of achieving this. Is it the decree of the law? Affirmative. It's far too inefficient, and its feasibility is questionable. The Summit was meant to found a terra-wide religion, something unprecedented in the civilized history of this land. Mere proposals, negotiations, and revelations of miracles would be insufficient to achieve this. Not to mention that according to the information I just received, the moment the very first Sancta received their halos, they abandoned their TCAS mission without the slightest hesitation. If my understanding of the halo is correct, bestowing one on an individual is completely unrelated to their faith. Summit of Nations, the Nativity, these may both be based on an unnecessary precondition. I must confirm what is the true nature of the halo. And what is the law, or rather, your self-designation of PCS? He's gonna out-logic the computer. PCS, Personality and Cognition Synchronization System. That confirms it. My understanding is correct. Since the law is able to synchronize personalities and knowledge, why not simply synchronize everything directly? First, Circumstellar Habitable Zone Autonomous Technology Operation Convention. Okay, it doesn't make like a cool word. I was trying to, if the acronym would make a word. A synchronization or revision of personality or cognition must be initiated by the target accepting said synchronization or revision. Convention, a form of regulation. Is the law restricted by any other regulations? Who established this convention? What mechanism ensures it is followed? The ability to enforce this convention no longer exists. Regulation that nobody can enforce is pointless. A law unrestricted by this regulation should be able to ignore principles and break taboos. Which means I still require an answer. Why were halos used only for empathy before all this? The answer I obtained earlier was that a majority of humans, rationally, are unable to withstand the direct transmission of information via halo. But using emotion as the vector of information transfer is even more vague and inefficient, while also being greater burden on the receiver. Is there a possibility that the issue isn't people lacking the ability to receive information, but rather... Federico pauses for a moment. But rather that emotion blocks their ability to process this information. If the law that regulates everyone is a system, a machine, why does he choose to retain humanity's emotions? Why retain our humanity? We've been walking a very long time now. We've only just started. Normally a man would hope for his journey to be a little longer. But nothing's changing as we walk. Patience, you'll be seeing something familiar very soon. As if in response to the otter beast's words, a shabby cart bearing a thin coffin shudders as it passes by the side of the road, the wind playing a mournful dirge as it blows across the coffin's lid. That coffin, I've seen it before. Sark, as they called Hero, was buried in it. I've told many people this story. I still remember. He gave up his life to save everyone in town. Even though before he did so, he was a dirty, filthy drunkard, spurned by all. He didn't stay in that village for very long. You never knew that whenever he drank, he would go about the houses in turn, vomiting over their doors, all by never paying his debts. Even if he had borrowed the life savings of others, people would scream things like moron and lowlife at him, but in his eyes, he was getting off lightly. When he told the story to the children, did you ever wonder why he so abruptly decided to do such a noble deed that night? A deed the likes of which he had never done before in his entire life? Never figured out why. Perhaps he had undergone an endless bout of inner struggle and self-questioning. Maybe it was just the urge for a bit of goodwill he couldn't shake. All I know is that he didn't do it to be a hero. He died after all. Doesn't matter if we sing his praises, look at him with scorn, or even forget about him. None of that changes anything about him anymore. Those only have meaning for the living. True, good or bad, reputation is beyond the care of the dead. But isn't the process of going to your death also part of life? Those who do not fear death can do the most hideous things. During their most carefree of days, rare is the man who will stop to examine himself, for his eyes are fixated on a future filled with limitless possibility. But there will come a day that the fog of death ambushes him, a fog that cannot be thrown off no matter how he struggles. There will come a day that he will, in exhaustion, accept the fact that the remainder of his time will be his journey to the afterlife. From that moment onwards, to live is to approach death. That rainy night, that dirty, filthy Sarkis drunkard, when he saw that coffin atop the cart and the figure at the town gates. He knew that was his one and only chance to approach death with some dignity. To him, it was not vanity, but relief. Perhaps so, but there are always people who do not look towards their deaths. Are there? Not you, at the very least. Otherwise, you would not value a funeral so. You once told me in all earnestness that my mother gave the last of her strength to me. You cared if she died with love in her heart. You went out of your way to arrange a funeral for her at the Ecclesia Requiem. You cared if she received a proper burial. You even cared if we were feeling sad enough at her funeral. How could you not care about how you will face your own death? I have my path to walk. I never thought about when death will come for me, or how I should greet it as I follow my path. Because you still believe your path has meaning. A muddled bray overcomes the arbor beast's shrill voice. A sinister monster bearing sharp horns and claws creeps along a faraway ridge atop a mountain. Behind it, several dozen monsters of similar physique jostle against each other, growling as they do so, restlessly following behind their leader. This is their revelation. With the spiritual light, even the darkest thing can be cleansed. With a pious heart, even a savage monster can wade out of the mud. They have no halos above their heads, yet they still walk towards a future where all can be saved. I must go, I must see what road they follow. But you're about to go to the funeral with me, aren't you? You want to make up for past regrets, right past wrongs, to look upon me as truly alive once again. Give me the happy life I deserve. Is that not so? You said the funeral will never end. If it's just a momentary distraction, I must go. No need to explain yourself. This is how you've always been. Always losing yourself in the search. Always eager to sacrifice. So go. Go see what you're searching for truly is. At the end of the Trail of Thorns, the Pathfinder stumbles his way towards revelation. But time overtakes him. Before his eyes, the pack of fearsome monsters sprout halos and wings of light, like newborn beastlings dazzling in their brilliance. The pack leader no longer creeps along the ground. She stands, her jet black skin peeling away, fluttering through the air like snowflakes. With every step she takes, her form becomes clearer, until Undyne recognizes her from behind. It is a sight he can never forget. Kep? That's Kep. Why? Kep, a Lateran name meaning hollow stone, or stone-bound law. First saint of Laterano, who named herself after her encounter with the law. However, this ancient name she gave herself has been buried deep within the annals of history, alongside her true face. The future I worked so hard to find, the future where all are saved, was just a past deliberately buried. Just the road we came in on? Always losing yourself in the search, always eager to sacrifice. Did not stop at sacrificing yourself. You sacrificed Lemwin. You sacrificed Mosterman for your meta. Sacrificed your brothers and sisters of the Pathfinders. You sacrificed me. And all this time you never even knew where this path paved with sacrifice led. All you had was blind faith. Oh, blind. Tell me, Nurturer, you want to save everyone, or do you think only of consoling yourself? Similar tale to that Sarkis drunkard, isn't it? Your so-called path is merely your one and only chance to approach death with some dignity. You think only of saving yourself. No matter, I can offer you even greater salvation. Look, we've arrived at the burial ground. Things have gone from sussy to sussiest. However, this is not only my mother's funeral, and it's not only yours either. Rather, it is the funeral of all things. Oh, spectator time. This place is kind of scary, Doctor. No signs of life. You look at the figure ahead of you, not too close, yet not too far away. She calmly records all the data worth recording wherever she goes. Occasionally, she will stop somewhere, furrowing her brow without saying a word. Can you confirm the situation, Monster? I tried to reconnect to the machine, but all the ports have been blocked. We can infer that she still possesses some degree of control over our current predicament. Sorry, Doctor, just as confused as you are. Basically, we're trapped. The strange thing is, she doesn't seem like she'll do anything to us. It's like she cares more about gathering that data that data I can't understand. Is there the possibility, Doctor, that she can do anything to us? Do you see these ever-changing buildings around us? City known as Laterano is currently experiencing dramatic upheaval, and traces of the damage it has taken will occasionally be mapped onto here. Changes in information reality should not be overriding data inside Originium. This plan still has flaws. Sancta in the city. Never actually cared about the Sancta. I see there's still a great deal of misunderstanding between us. I believe I can now answer your prior questions. Ones pertaining to the precious results we managed to obtain, alongside the shared vision pieced together by we countless many. Why you gotta use the same wording as the Seaborn, even though I know you're not referring to that? Right now, under my instructions, PCS is reaching its theoretical operational capacity. This means it is able to include even more targets in the same language system, far beyond an army or a research team, but rather a multitude of races. Through this, connections can be strengthened, barriers can be broken, differences can be eliminated. That's not such a bad thing, not the Sancta, not for all life on Terra. You're sounding like some kind of advocate for interracial harmony. Yeah, I've read Peel of Life, yeah. But I don't think this is referring to the Seaborn. Like, I don't think that Priestess would not talk about the Seaborn this way. The we countless many, like, you know, we many or whatever, that comes from the Seaborn themselves. You know, like, Priestess would talk about it as Cerula Arbor, you know? So this is just, we countless many is just, you know, a coincidence in wording, because it's the previous Civ is what she's talking about. I can't deny that, though we would benefit as well, of course. I didn't calibrate PCS to churn out soldiers or scientists we can order about. Such a plan would collapse at the slightest hint of true disaster. Originium is our only solution. Originium merchant. Needlessly complex biological information would only serve to slow its progress, but PCS has the ability to unify the races into an integrated whole. That's why you care. We can merge the countless lives of Terra into a singular race, who will pave the way for the expansion of Originium. As for whether this unified race can still be considered Sancta, I don't particularly care. It seems PCS is rather set on this outcome, going so far as to autonomously perform many unnecessary interferences for it to come to pass. Inferences, rather. It should not have this degree of independence, perhaps a side effect of the sudden increase in throughput, or an abnormality caused by its long period of disuse. If we have the chance, we can spend some time looking into it as a fun diversion, but not right now. I really don't think she's hiding anything, Doctor. That's the thing, I don't think she ever really does hide anything. Hiding? Rather than allowing you to fool around and break my samples, I think it would be better if I showed you around personally, just like old times. Oh. The woman reaches her hand out towards you. What's she thinking? She retracts her hand, then turns to continue onwards. Rejected. None of this will stop. Aren't you interested to see the ultimate outcome? Don't worry, my goat, Andoin. Follow her. A CG I haven't seen! No way! The Doctor is so green in this image, you know, because of all the color escape. Doctor's like roads blue and monsters green are very She knew you would follow her. Something's wrong, Doctor. I recorded the route we followed to come here. From the Shrine of Nurture to the Tower of Revelations, then onto the Imperial Hall in Pagus Michaelian, which means the Sunset Chapel is up ahead. Federico mentioned this route to me once during a chat. It's the route the monsters are following together up. Yeah, now she's close. And there's the unusual scenes of destruction around us. They keep being mapped onto it, which means the chaos in Laterano is still ongoing. We've been walking alongside them in a whole different dimension. The moment you become cognizant of this, you see the stillness of the city begin to break. Motion blossoms across the scene in stutter-freeze frames. Battle, explosions, prayer, chanting. You see Exousiai. You see that hallowed monstrosity. You cannot tell if the scene has arisen because of your presence, or if she has deigned to allow you to see it. You should be able to clear your thoughts this way, in a safer manner. The place you seek is ahead, the location of PCS, as well as the destination of the Sancta Pilgrims. Countdown has begun. Seriously, not even time for a breather? Oh, this is before still. We have an actual stage to do. Keep it quick, Fiametta. I'll cover you while you're reloading. Just a look. We fought together before. It's not easy to forget how you do things. Gratis. I'm probably going to be transferring into the fight here. Hey, Muslim, might explain to me what the hell just happened? I was kicking a monster's ass when I stepped in one of those weird light puddles on accident. Stolida, my boots sprouted a halo out of nowhere. One of the Shrine of Nurture's projections. If you don't feel like being turned into stuff your brain can't even process, then stay away from it. How are we supposed to do that? Spreading way too quick. Kick us out of Pagus St. Marcel before that pack of monsters even gets here. I was gonna stick around to play defense at that point. We've stuffed a big pipe organ in the Sunset Chapel full of explosives. Our friends from Lathania added some self-igniting enchantment on top of it. If nobody's around, it should still be able to blow these freaks to Kingdom Come. One they used to play the dirge for the citywide memorial service? That's the one. Sweet. It's had to listen to hundreds of years worth of prayers and sobbing. It's time we play at something with a bit more pep. An explosion. And also, yes, it is indeed the Massive Travels. No way. This guy with Hypatia, spent shells have started getting halos. Tower of Revelations in Pagus Ecclesia and the Terror Hall in Pagus Michaelian have been lost. Sunset Chapel in Pagus St. Marcel is at the last stop before they reach the Basilica. They really have to say the place and where it is each time. Like, you know, it's like... If our bombs don't stop them, we really are screwed. If Federico and Anduin were right and the procession really is headed for the Basilica, I think it's too early to throw in the towel. I've been like this for a long time now, so I've got experience of getting to places quickly. If you can't stop them from rushing right over, then why not just remove their destination? Look, Mossman, there's a big difference between blowing up a pipe organ and incinerating the entire Basilica. Hey, if Boots and Sancta can both have halos, I don't think there's that big of a difference between the organ and the Basilica. Fine, you're right. Since we can't block or kill that giant monster, we can at least think of a way to make the road not exist anymore, so now we'll be able to reach our destination. Sure we're talking about the same thing here? Let's go. We'll draw to the plaza in front of the Basilica. They're not talking about the same thing. What's wrong, Romeo? Stop crying. You're giving me a headache. Wow, Bolivarian child. Don't be like that, Hugo. I don't mean to take care of these crybabies, sister. Damn! They're like 4 years old! Can we leave Laterano? This place isn't anything like what Aurela said. Not as nice, right? Yeah, I think so too. We should be glad we came to see for ourselves. Otherwise, how would we have known Aurela lied to us? We were rather lucky this time, weren't we? Once Aurela comes back, we should give her a good talking to. Right, sister. Let's continue with the story, children. Gaslight gatekeep. I'm scared. Okay, then. No need to be afraid. Listen, you can still hear the bells, right? Bells of the holy city will protect us. They will not. But those sounds are loud and scary. Hugo, Giselle, do you hear them as well? They don't. Noetta gathers the children to her side as best as she can. She takes note of the fear twisting the faces of the Sancta children, their halos flickering like mad. Is it empathy? That monster's empathy, the procession's empathy, an entire city's worth of empathy. We're so far away, and yet all Noetta can do is stay silent. She's no Sancta. What she's dealing with is not a gang of Singa's mercenaries. The complex and mysterious knowledge floating around in her mind is of no use. She cannot even say how she got to this point. ... Think quick, Kukulkan. What can you do to calm the children who followed you all the way from Bolivar? To console the children who had just been plucked from a terrifying dream. At the very least, allow them to feel a modicum of tranquility. I saw this CG somewhere as well. East of the east of La Unidad, Matarano, holy city of white. Romeo, it's a hymn. Senior Nurture taught it to us. Sister Noetta? You all know the words, right? There the earth hides no bombs. Sometimes it does. There the fields share wheat most bright. Oh, this one's in the trailer, yeah. This is a prominent one in the trailer, yeah. Abode of our Lord, font of parental love. He hears our prayers, he grants our wishes. All shall bask in his love. Right now, that's not a good idea, though. I'm real. The Kukulkan thinks back to the past. The gravely wounded nun closed herself off from the world as she sang, until pain and night melted away into her song. The Kukulkan sings once more this song she has sung 100,000 times before. It no longer matters who wrote it, or if the Laterano within it will answer. She does all she can to calm her nerves so that she can sing in tune. Slowly the voices of the children join the chorus, echoing out from the room, blending with the distant peals to form a radiant glow. All shall bask in his love. At the very least, they still have this song. Might be of no use, but at least Noetta reaches under the hem of her habit, holding her axe tight. Oh, you like when sniping CG is also in there, yeah. Reverend? I can ask our blessed companions to sniff out our position. There's a time when, with her gun knight armor and custom rifle, she would break the Guardian gun kill record over and over. Finding her will take time. Possession can't wait, Veliv. Focus on your work. I'll handle this myself. It's been 10 years. Surprised this private frequency still works. Wanted to ask the folks at the Notorial hold the lead a long time ago, but I keep forgetting. Because I've gone old. Real surprises you, Aurella. Why don't you take off your armor when you left Laterano? Without it, how am I supposed to sell things with you, Magister? Really hate me, don't you? Seems the saint was right. Best motivators for the Rari to return to the holy city are hatred and loathing. So you're saying this mysterious fall that affected all of Terra brought out their bad side? That might be so for others, but for me, you know better than anyone else. Naturally. I'll never forget what you did to me. That nomadic monastery, you wounded me yourself, led the courier's banishment order to me yourself. You took everything away from me, yourself. You committed mortal sins. Our punishment was pretty light, given the circumstances. Apparently she did, you know. I'm responsible for your situation. Aurella, your achievements earned you a commendation from the Pope himself. You're such a spirited young thing. I was convinced you would become the greatest gun knight in history. All I taught you was how to control that cumbersome armor and master a complicated gun. Never helped you with your temper, so you could truly live the Lateran life. And in the end, you took that final step, just as I had predicted. I'm supposed to thank you for worrying about my character flaws. Just because of it, you never approved of me and Amos. You even refused to come to our wedding, even though I had hoped to get you a blessing. Maybe we should have a proper talk about all this. One way or another, you have returned. Will you come to my side, child? My people will not refuse you if you join the procession. What, want to give a sinner like me another chance in the name of Laterano? No, nothing so lofty. The Rari are still Laterano, that is all. In a better Laterano, everyone will find their place and play their part. There'll be more foundational, more profound connections between us all. No matter who you are, no matter what you have done, Holy City will mend your halo and fix the flaws you were born with. When that time comes, all our pain and regrets will be healed in turn. No thanks. Morella. Listen, old man. I hate how self-righteous you are. I hate how weak Amos was. I hate how inflexible the cure is. I hate Laterano's stupid garbage about harmony. I hate how cold this paradise is. I never forgot this hate even over 10 years in Bolivar. Wait. Even though my halo shattered, even though I was trapped in the dirt, I never once doubted that I would return. Even when I was enthusiastic and wet behind the ears, I never felt as sure of myself as I do now. This is my connection with Laterano. This is my faith. Your student turned out to be a cruel, vicious, selfish soul. Even if she hadn't fallen, she was still no angel. Tell me, old man, this better Laterano of yours, if it let in someone who was born evil, does it deserve to be called paradise? Quite upfront about her, maybe, you know, not best personality. Or are you unsure about that too? Question time's over. You've been trying to get a beat on me all this time. Failed? You've actually gone better since you left Aurela. Oh, no, Grandpa! The other different Grandpa! Lagritriba. These new glasses Vanny got me turned out really clear. Different Grandpa! No! Wait, oh, also that's how the boss starts? Okay. We barely even saw the boss in the preamble to it. Doesn't this one have a... I think this one does this one have a funky thing where it changes map at some point? Oh, I just realized. Just realized it's a lot of dream whatever. I'm not on 2 speed. Oh, they're gonna fly in! I have no anti-air! Wait a minute! They're trying to cook me! No! Really? For real? For real? I need anti-air like right away when I can't get it? It's all dream? My anti-air. Brother. What do you mean? I'm gonna lose! Is this actually you use Lord Guard or fuck off? It's actually you lose Lord Guard or fuck off. Or Ines. Okay. Yeah, so with this team, with this team, not doable. Not doable with this team. That's funny. Arene is a thing. I guess if I have Arene leveled, well, I guess. Well, either we take a Lord Guard or we take Ines, I guess. Grandpa has anti-air. Oh, I guess she does. Yeah, alright, he does. He does technically. Doesn't no. Wait, do the defenders have anti-air? 30 cost anti-air. Wait, which one? Exact same problem. Yeah, sentry like Jessica. I guess we'll see, but like this map is fucked up. It really is. Like, if you don't have melee tile anti-air, fuck you. Apparently. She doesn't actually give me any DP when she attacks. I have a feeling I may not get him out on time, however. How much is it? Is it enough? It's enough! Except if I don't get it on time, then it doesn't matter. It's still gonna leak. I won't get it on time, brother! Maybe I need to not. Also, wait, does skill 3 even let him hit there? What is skill 3 doing? No, rage expands. Oh, but stops attacking enemies, so the range expand doesn't do anything because he stops attacking enemies. I guess it's my only option is to point him downwards. Yeah, because S3, if he doesn't get hit, then doesn't matter, and those guys don't hit. I wanted him for the range expansion, but yeah, S3 range expansion doesn't help at all. I have to do it like this, and I hope he does enough. I guess and also get some actual anti-air in, like, well, I mean, I can get him charging. Please wake up, wake her up now! Wake her up right now! Oh, we're awake! We're awake, boys! It was enough. Oh yeah, I have these things now. We're awake, we're safe. These guys, wait, these guys can die? Do you heal yourself? No. Obviously, you also don't get the heal. So I have like, by the way, I have very few melee units. My only other the two these two. Well, I mean, blast. Please don't say he flies after this. Oh, okay, now the map increases. Saint statue. Enemies in range get a barrier portion the max HP every second. Oh, they do the same thing as the mini boss. Okay, understandable. Have a good day. Ooh! Okay. Oh, there's an ammo. Also does fly. And has an icky case of ammo. Also, these heals are not getting to X here, which is problematic, possibly. Oh, there's also, I didn't notice that there's also more wake-uppables. Oh, they go so fast, but they get blocked. We're good. Did you use your ammo? Maybe. When is it in range? Soon-ish. I got fucking necrosis, stupid. Ah! More healing, sure. Music though! Also, yeah, one of them died. I was gonna wait, like, is that the boss? Wow. Holy moly, that boss has no HP. Insanely easy. You just need to survive, you know, the start. The hardest part is the start, which is not hard if you use a full team instead of a, you know, team which is like, I have exactly one unit and they have to be able to kill these couple of drones. We have Laterano squad? Okay. How? Mine is pretty much Laterano squad. The only difference is monster. What the hell is Cookie doing? Also listening, the gunshots listening. Also, dude, we listened to the phase 1 music more than the phase 2 because it just fucking ended. He played badly. Oh, okay, he didn't have any heal. I guess, do we not have any Laterano healers? That doesn't help, at the very least. Not having any healers is not helpful. Gramps couldn't survive. Executor survives on his own. Gramps has some immortality shenanigans. Exia gives you shield shenanigans. Maybe, I guess he maybe didn't have Exia? I don't know. I feel like if you have like Exia, I don't even have Lemuel, for example. The only thing I had was Monster, which obviously does help, yes. It's healing, it's just easier, but I feel like that was a way to survive. Let's read. Also, wait, fuck, once again, I forgot to mark down the timestamp when I got to MT10. I'll mark it down now. Marker MT10 after. Check out what Lemwen does to the boss as we listen to the gunshots in the background. The tiny. What is this Thorns doing here, huh? Okay, boop, boop. There's bloop, bloop. I guess the boss did do a decent amount of damage. I fucking actually just disappeared, yeah. Oh, right, cause Lemon will just lock on. Global range, haha, funny. Rip. Readings. The saint drags her massive body along as she walks at the head of the procession. Sancta named Lemuel jumps around, pulling out gun after gun like prestidigitation, raining a hail of gunfire onto her quarry. Lemuel. I read that as Lemuel for some reason. But the saint barely even spares her a glance. Her halo shimmers, and despite the great distance separating them, Tryzyn still hears her voice with perfect clarity. Their empathy is growing stronger, which means their long journey approaches its end. Allow our other cohorts to take care of your friend's remains, Tryzyn. We do not need to mourn him. Huh? Is this what breaks him out? Is this what breaks him out? Your beatitude. Do you still remember that Arbor Beast fledgling? If we reach our destination, Laterano shall recreate the miracle of life once more. Every miracle freely performed. You mean? And so we move onwards. The grand procession passes statues after statue, workshop after workshop. The city grows brighter step by step, pace by pace. But Tryzyn walks forward in silence. Stop. A young gunsmith's apprentice walks against the flow of people, stopping in front of Tryzyn. Vanini stares down the gun knight, many times taller than her. She raises her gun against him. The crowd parts around them, but none look toward them. Vanini bites her lip, doing her best to stop her hand from trembling. Ah, you are his apprentice, yes? Magister Paganini, where is he? He warned me. So in the dream, I hid in the workshop. After I woke, still hesitated for so long. Right now you're scary. Laterano's scary. I don't know what's going on. I don't even have a patron firearm. But I can't just hide and wait. Still doesn't have a patron firearm. Oh, yeah, no, still, yeah. Oh yeah, this is spoilers, Black Boy, yes. So you made yourself that gun and came to stop me. That's very brave of you. But do you see this procession, my child? It will birth a miracle, one that nearly all Laterans will be part of. It's not scary. It's got nothing to do with me. I'm not very good with words. I couldn't think of any worse ones. Magister Paganini was my only family. He's just straight up dead! There's no way! My only connection to Laterano. Your only connection, huh? I mean, Vanini seems like another individual who is like, you know, at the edges of the law. Yeah, she can't speak anymore. Bad speak. Pug, you never got a halo in the dream, so why did you join the procession? To find a chance to kill you, obviously. Sniper, an old student. Tragic, isn't it? Worse than when Gia left. Still gonna listen to that monster? Gotta keep protecting the crowd on this walk? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Laterano 50 years ago forced you to banish an infected Liberi. Laterano 10 years ago forced you to banish a fallen gun knight. Even your granddaughter is far too stubborn and opinionated. Who knows if someday she too will. So you hope for a better Laterano? Want it to be like a doctor who becomes a miracle worker? Able to treat neuropathy, able to fix personality flaws, able to become everyone except... able to make everyone accept one another, no questions asked. That way no more sad farewells like you've suffered through before. Giving us justification on why he's going through with it all. You're a coward through and through, Tryzyn. If it was like melted ice cream and worn out guns. Doesn't matter what you do, is bound to happen, right? If you can't stop them from happening, you can still give your well wishes. Simple goodbye is all you need. It's not like you have a speech impediment like Vanini. It's so hard to find a way to shed some of your regret. Enough talk, just hang on. Hang on, my feathery ass. It's a bullet that can cut right through gun knight armor. Don't touch me. Let me finish. Otherwise I'll step into the grave that much quicker. Alright then. What's with the tone? Don't even think about being sentimental on me, Tryzyn. Why do you think I saved you? Don't jabber at me about calamity or crisis or what little path Laterano should take. The city's really gonna be destroyed. Sure, we could do more than just leave it to some monster for beyond our nightmares that sprang up out of nowhere. Aurela, Fiametta, all those Laterans you know. These connections that weak to you? You're a gun knight, you stulta. Best gun knight at all, Laterano. Paganini gets more intense the more he rambles, but his voice grows quieter by the second. Tryzyn holds his old friend tight, feeling the warmth slowly drain out of him, as though the last dregs of his life had spilled out of his latest outburst. I'm not gonna say anything. Never mind. Before at the shrine, I said we never actually shared anything these past few decades. Now, at the very least, that regret's gone. Paganini! My Magister, he... Forgive me. I couldn't even give you one final moment with Pog. Vanini, if you'd just been a bit quicker making this gun, if you had just gotten here quicker. Vanini lowers her head as if in a daze. She looks about at the people walking past, like she's only just noticing her surroundings. Her halo suddenly begins to shine. All it would take is a momentary waver of the heart, and the empathy of the countless masses would come crashing down on this confused, lonely sanctum. No, child. Keep a tight grip on your gun. Okay, it's what's gonna make him break out. And Vanini also holding on. Kind of, Vanini kind of saved by, not being able to, or having, like a difficulty. For a moment, Tryzyn feels pain, but is followed by a gentle yet irrefusable comfort. It flows from her, from those inlying creatures, from his people in the procession. He knows his unusual reaction has been noticed, prompting the crashing waves of empathy like a seawater forcing its way back upriver. Ah. Tryzyn feels dizzy. He sighs and slowly crouches down. A moment later, the elderly gun knight grips the barrel of the gunsmith's apprentice's gun, pointing it towards him. Ooh! Cinema. Vanini. I got your name right, I hope. Vanini, no matter how long it took you, or for what reason you did it, you made your very first patron firearm. That makes you a qualified gunsmith. That is not enough. You must learn how to use it. Now is a perfect opportunity. What do you mean? Keep it steady. Yes, just like that. Calm your mind, then pull the trigger. You didn't kill Magister Paganini. Also, I'll fall. I'm responsible for what happened to Pug, but this is not to avenge him. At this very moment, Laterano is walking down a new path. Faith flows into faith, and new prayers congregate into collective consensus. You're too close to the procession. Empathy will soon swallow you whole. Only by falling can you break away. Once you've fallen, I'll go guide the others. It's my duty. The duty of a gun knight. I don't understand. Why do you do this? I don't really know myself. I'm an old addlepate, after all. Always believed that, were paradise to become a true paradise, our connections would become unbreakable. But what if in the course of all that we lost more than we already had? We might ease our regrets, but when time comes, what if our success has lost all meaning? If we were once all devils, if we once carried our sins together, how could our connections ever be broken? O glorious sancta, O favored faith, what have you to fear? Vanini girl, fear not falling into hell. This is the first lesson you should learn, and I'm right with you. Panini. I did say Panini accidentally. I was mixing up Paganini and Vanini, okay? Just never ends. This keeps on, I'm gonna have to start smacking them with my weapon. Me too. It's getting numb. Can barely hold my staff. You know what's going on Fiame's side of things. According to the plan, once she sets the explosive, will blow up the plate's locking mechanism and send all of Pago Saint Marcel adrift. But Tryzyn has, yeah, you know, he was misguided. He needed some... He woke up a little late, you know? Also cut those monsters off for the Basilica. If we can hold on that long. Dispersing arrows. Leave them to me. These clothes. Cheeto! Playable Cheeto instead of non-Cheeto. No way! I'm still no weighing it. Just the amount of story relevance Cheeto suddenly has, man. London Guard Temporary Solo Combat Team Hildegard, at your service. London. Sorry, never heard of you. It's fine, I'm used to it. Some of my Sancta sisters are in that procession. We were running our business when we got called back, and then we went through a whole bunch of stuff. Oh yeah, they sure did. How should I put this? You know, everything that happened was fake, and Landed Monastery hasn't actually been given important responsibilities by the Curia. As long as I'm here, Laterano will once again remember the name of Landed Monastery. These monsters might look strange, but they're hardly more of a challenge than the beasts of the great snow-capped mountains. Got enough arrows and I've got a sharp eye. Help you hold them off. I could have used Cheeto if I had Cheeto, but I don't have Cheeto. Which is, however, you know, for the boss, it's just another and here you can't use at the start. But we're all tired out, kid. We've racked our brains and put in the effort, but all we can do is keep falling back. Not exactly settling any grudges here. We came back to Rotterdam just to suffer again. It's almost time, Muslim. Still no news from the lemon lady? If we can't disengage the defenses on the plate lock mechanism, we won't be able to blow through their armor plating, right? Let's just call it here then. Those guys reach the Basilica, then what happens? Everyone more or less becomes Sancta? What's that got to do with us? Look around you. Can't even cobble together a single halo. Along our way to reinforcements are just one Liberi nun. Got an entire city's worth of people against us. Why do we Alieni have to hold them all off? Come now, that's not the best attitude to have right now. Because right now we're the only ones who can. Was having to bust our asses doing things ordinary Sancta take for granted, right? Had a little accident, as you can see. If I hadn't become a legatus, I don't know what I'd be doing right now. Said I was going to be doing messenger stuff when I left the holy city, but I was just wandering around, really. Wandering to places without any Sancta, places where these black horns on my head don't stand out, places where silent empathy is the norm. It was hard. It took 2 whole years before I could look my friends in the eyes again without breaking out in a sweat. The buried, fallen angels were obsessed with assimilating or getting our old lives back. Putting all that effort, why go with the hatchet job? We're getting like Mostomer characterization, by the way. Well, how about that? Never thought I'd hear those words coming out of your mouth, Mostomer. Promise me you'll forget you heard anything. Forget what? How do things go on your end? Good news is the bombs are in place. Bad news is, I was afraid they wouldn't be enough to blow through all the lock mechanisms, so I shoved the rest of my grenades in there with them. Which means I'm all out of grenades to shoot at these things. Hey, if you met up, let's blow this joint. Wait, we still haven't heard anything from Lemon. If the defenses aren't disengaged in time, all our explosive will go to waste. Just on time. Or not. Time to explosion in 1 minute. What? The timer starts ticking down in Fiametta's hand. The enlightened creatures stop their prayers, as if something is up. They throw themselves at her like rabid beasts. No way, Cheeto doing work. Hildegard reaches for her quiver. It's empty. Never mind. Already ran out. 50 seconds. Sorry, everyone. Hope I'm not too late. Yo! Wheelchair combat! A wheelchair suddenly breaks, throwing up a cloud of dust as it screeches across the ground. Its rider spins its left wheel as she hoists a rifle with her right hand, her long hair fluttering in the air. I'm probably gonna go change the thumbnail for this stream after the fact, now that I can look at the other CGs better and choose one of the more like later CGs. You're right on time. Good to know we're still in sync. 2 of you will never guess how hard I beat my old wheelchair's speed shooting record after I broke through the cordon around the 7th Tribunal. Oh, they do have books as heads. They are books. Dude, they got the Saints' Travels as heads. They don't look like that in the sprites, but here they do. They got pages and everything in them. Did I miss something? 40 seconds. Oh, what you said just now? Fallen angels, Liberi, Alieni. I'm inclined to use another term to sum up our relationship. Friends, countrymen, Laterans. I've solved the permissions issue. Lock mechanism defenses are disengaged. Everyone retreat to the Basilica doors. I'll hold these monsters off. 30 seconds. Gonna shoot them, Lemon? You'll fall. Hate to admit it, but I can sense what you're thinking. So shut those mouth of yours. Lateran doesn't need to be saved by you like this. The click of bullets loading and the thrumming of the monsters' hearts reverberate through Lemon's ears. She's nearly face to face with them, going against every sniper's instincts she has. True. Not sniper moment right now. But she listens to her own breathing, calm and steady. Under these conditions, how fast can a sniper fire? Time to find out. Well, very well, she might shoot them and fall. Ixia also already fell, but I think we know it, after the whole situation is solved, they're gonna go back. Time to find out. Lemon, Cardinal of the 7th Tribunal. In the name of Laterano's national security, I sentence you to death. No matter the cost. Quick scope! Five seconds. Yep. It's done. Lemon, your halo. You alright? Feel anything weird? Right now, being fallen is a buff, though. So, A violent explosion tears through every inch of the ground in front of the basilica, a rift plowing itself through the plaza. On the other side of the rift, the grand procession shows itself as it marches forward. Is that Elle? Hey, turns out it was my sis and her crew. Did a real bang-up job. Wounded whale. Yeah, here it doesn't look like they have books on their head, but in that CG, it was very much books on their heads. Retreat somewhere safe for the time being. A rift one of my people cannot cross, but we once forged raging rivers and traversed great valleys. Compared to those dangers, this is nothing. He lies ahead. I shall not stop. I never said I'd let you pass. Your body is weak. I fear you not have an ounce of strength left. Am I wrong? Exusiai does not answer. She's told herself the entire time to ignore how tired she feels, how strange falling makes her feel. She continues her barrage against the Saint's colossal body, but once again to no avail. Saint makes no move against her. Rather, she continues to cradle her, the same way she did when they left the dream. Never before has such a strange cradle been seen, one made from a malformed yet mighty arm. Even though you know the entire truth of both past and present, even though you know we are working to create a new miracle, like the birth of Laterano, even though you know our journey thus far has been to awaken our Lord, to ensure that in the future, with but a hair's breadth separating destruction from continuation, the Sancta shall persist. I said Shankta. Shankta. Why do you still stand against us? Am I the only one? What? With empathy that strong, I don't believe for a second you can't feel it. After so many long years of waiting, I finally got my chance, but it's all just a dream. A dream's fine too. If it's all a dream, then I don't have to worry about anything. Maybe getting shot here doesn't mean anything in reality. Oh, God. Yeah, we still have to go back to these guys. They're discussing with supercomputer. This is a dream, then I shall wake. This is obsession, then I shall shatter it. Let us only speak of redemption after that. Fanini girl, fear not falling into hell. This is the first lesson you should learn. I'm right with you. East of the east of La Unidad, Laterano, holy city of white. There the earth hides no bombs, there the fields share wheat most bright. All shall bask in his love. I hate to admit it, but I can sense what you're thinking. We just saw this. I'm just an ordinary Lateran, nobody important. I don't have any special skills. So when listening to you talk about the origin of the Sancta, the history of Laterano, the essence of faith, the crazy truth behind the life we're used to, I was shocked right down to my core. If things really are like you say, then the life we enjoyed in Laterano really is a kind of miracle. But since I'm just an ordinary Lateran, while you were explaining everything happening around us, all I noticed was how nobody looked happy at all. Shouldn't Laterano be a happy place? If lots of our people will suffer when we complete this journey, how am I supposed to believe you can make the miracle happen? Wait, no, scratch that. How am I supposed to believe it's a miracle in the first place? So even if I wasn't around, there'd be other Sancta to stand against you. I shared all I have seen, all I have experienced, yet you still choose to turn away? Path of the Sancta is a cruel one, our faith paved with sin and suffering. Have the years inside this peculiar, distorted paradise left our brethren so weak? Ugh, you're not getting me at all. Maybe I should be asking what you asked me earlier. Why you? I've already told you my answer. You know, if this terror-destroying calamity is real and millions of Sancta are doomed, then Lateran is about to be completely screwed. Why are you, a saint, the only one who can bring us salvation? We're the ones who live in the city right now, who enjoy its blessings, who went through its changes, and who protected it from destruction. You don't exist anymore. You're just a ghost, a string of code I can shoot. Incorrect, my child. When I lifted my spear against my dying companion, the sleeping Silver Mounts answered me and recorded my prayer for all eternity. All that is happening here and now is a continuation of that prayer. Death cannot be undone, and I wandered amongst his data stream. Together we heard your prayers. No matter how appearance may change, no matter how the faith develops as time flows by, so long as the Sanctus still pray, he shall operate eternally, and I shall forever be there. The spiritual light will always shine on Laterano. This is our mission. Prayer is useless. Pardon? To be honest, I learned a long time ago that prayer is useless. When I was in my 3rd year of primary school, an investigator from the 6th Tribunal did an experiment at our school. She said there were 2 groups of patients at Faber Central Hospital with more or less the same conditions. Oh, back to the start of the event. And split us into our own 2 groups. One group would pray every day while the other didn't have to do anything. But in the end, there wasn't any difference in their recovery. Investigator told us the result in class. Prayer is useless. Science! It's funny, really. This country's full of churches, but it's always doing these kinds of outrageous experiments. Halo flickers? You're right, Laterans really do pray to the Lord every day. Praying they'll get better soon after getting sick. Praying they'll pick the coolest guardian gun ever. Praying the caravans will run into catastrophes on the way home. Praying they'll never have to say goodbye to their friends. Praying that they'll be able to make it through all sorts of pain and suffering. I never actually expected there to be a Lord who would grant everyone's wishes, who would swoop in to save us when we're in trouble. Empathy lets us sense the emotions of our people. Lets me know if the ones by my side are happy or sad. But prayer? Prayer doesn't just need me to sense things. It needs me to want to help my family and friends, to understand things outside of empathy. It even lets me feel like I could help some complete strangers get well sooner. Even though I know it probably won't change a thing. I met lots of Sancta while running around with ping logistics. You'd be hard pressed to call some of them father, while others don't live life like we do in the Holy City anymore. But they were also fulfilled. I still felt close to them. I believe it's because we still prayed like we always did. It needs us to not doubt. It needs us to hold hope in our hearts. Just being down to pray for each other is a beautiful thing in itself. It gives me a true connection to people. Thunderous sigh. If these connections were the foundation of faith, it would be exceedingly frail. No, I think it's exactly these connections that help hold our lives up. Survival. Life. If you don't understand why Sancta these days are all about desserts and explosions, what's up with you? Vegetable pacing. The Saint suddenly becomes exceptionally restless. She feels out the edge of the rift as she paces along it, her sharp front claws piercing the exposed, bent foundations, trying to find a way to climb down. This rift you have opened allows me to sense his signal much more clearly. He's below the basilica, calling out for me to approach. Oh no. Why is his signal in such disarray? He's anxious, uneasy. The crater has already revoked, or perhaps there are other threats forcing him to change. The sound of machinery, faint yet clear, rises out from the depths of the rift below their feet. The Saint's unease becomes increasingly obvious. Half of her body has already entered the fault. Her claws clench, and Exusiai senses that she's in great pain. Behind her, the procession stops, countless halos flickering over and over to her worry, like a river of paralyzed stars. Child, talks of past and present are meaningless. You need only step towards the future. You do not understand this crisis. There are no new solutions for you to find. You must survive. I said it before, I'm not letting you pass. How are you meant to stop a ghost? A string of code? The Saint's voice becomes garbled. She has reverted to barely more than a beast, like the T-Kaz who trudged through the mud all those years ago. If we weren't in this mess, we could have been pretty good friends. A ghost, a string of code, very first Sancta. No cooler friend than that. Ah, silly me. Can't believe I forgot to introduce myself. Lemuel of St. Theodore's Comprehensive School. #1 student in the 84th Intercity Net Security Preparatory course. And I've got the school search to prove it. Hackerman! Every bullet I got you with was custom made. They just needed some time to take effect. Her patron firearm howls once more. Force of the barrage finally frees Exusiai from the Saint's grasp. She leaps high into the sky. Saw this scene as well. What's this CG? I think I saw this. Actually, maybe I didn't see this CG. I think I saw the other one with just with Matriarch instead of this one. Really is a big guy. Or madam. Not gonna give up on life, obviously, but we're definitely not gonna go with your plan. If refusing it means the halos connecting us will be cut off, then cut them off. Because even if you do, we will never stop praying for each other. We'll still give thanks to the Lord for his existence, and if he isn't what we thought he was. Oh Lord, thank you for being there, for blessing us with bread and bullets, for being there for us during our trials and tribulations. Thank you for spreading the light across Laterano all this time, giving everyone the chance for salvation. Thank you for clearing the way for us. Amen. There, prayer done. Let's say bye-bye, the wildest way I know. Explosives fall like rain, linking together into a chain of blasts as they collide with the bullets embedded in the saint's body. The saint howls, but not because of the explosions. Not because of her flesh wounds, but because of the strange, dissonant sound caused by the ammunition as it scrapes across her skin. The sound of data being erased. Divine Judgment, traditional. Yo, you said our combat line. Rock and gospel. Barrage sky shattering. Apple pie with chashu. It's her new combat lines. No way. Oh, we're back in now. Finally. Actually, yeah, just bullets with shift delete on them. Retain humanity's emotions? Retain humanity? Negative. Humanity does not exist. Variable referred to as humanity is a byproduct of originium. Oh. Originium? A sea made of originium? It's like the sea back home. Calm, beautiful, but one nobody dares to sit down on it. Maybe, maybe not. This is familiar to you because the sea by your hometown is here. There's even a part of you here too. All things that have been sealed here. All things that are have been sealed here. Coffin for the world and everything upon it. Like the crystals left behind by Ripathy patients after they die. That helps you understand it. Then yes, calling it a coffin, huh? Don't wondering whose voice exactly is like this kind of currently being. Like, it's kind of, is it more of like a, you know, Anduin along with Anduin, but also a bit of the law? You know, it feels like one of those sort of talking to yourself situations, like a out-of-body experience moment. Amazing, isn't it? This is once the end of everything. We are born far too late, our lives far too short. Even unconsciously take some inconsequential mishaps and turn them into the foundation of our very being. Like how you blindly took a shattered memory and turned it into divine revelation. But no matter, the law wishes to bestow upon you true revelation. He says, none can be saved. I reject that revelation. Originium to originium, dust to dust. Personnel with relevant privileges have provided PCS with new set of directives. Cognitive radiation amplifier at maximum output, effective range, Terra. Originium will connect to PCS after maintenance is complete. She's fucking with it. Originium is inevitable. She's really taking over all the other projects, huh, to work with Originium. You know what you're, priestess, you know what you're kind of doing? You're a little lost in your sauce. You're stepping on the legacies of those comrades you cherish so dearly. The law created the Sancta from the Tikas, built the Order of Laterano in untamed wilds, and even attempted to establish a Terra-wide religion spanning multiple civilizations. He has worked for millennia in service of humanity. Surely it was not simply to turn all of it into Originium. Is that truly the law's ultimate goal? Directives have changed. Negative. This is the goal of Originium, not the goal of the law. Originium has been set as a prerequisite of the law. If Originium is, as you'd earlier described, able to assimilate everything, why is it a prerequisite to anything? Surely it is more than the end of everything. How would the law be able to operate inside a field of a uniform originium? What would be the meaning of a halo in that case? As originium is the end of all things, there is meaning in bestowing halos on everything. Angels before originium are merely angels. Angels after originium are the only method of existence that will retain meaning. Truly has been hijacked by wife, huh? None can be saved. So not even Laterana as it is, a cramped paradise, can be preserved. Cannot be saved nor preserved. Save everyone has never been a tenable commandment. All things march toward death. The only way to save them is to see them off. Grant them a dream, a bearing to hold themselves to. Hide their blemishes, espouse their brilliance. By doing so, you allow them to gladly accept their final journey, like how you saved yourself. Granting dreams to others as a placebo? No, I won't accept that. If I have truly, shamelessly clung on to a false dream, put myself through a crucible for more than 10 years, if I have debased myself by inflicting unhealing wounds upon countless others for the sake of self-salvation, then all the more reason not to spread this shamelessness and debasement to others. And if you accepted it, you are unable to perform such an act. Only the law can bestow such salvation. You can't possibly mean. Kef's plan was to give everyone halos, also they can be granted this salvation? But how would becoming Sancta help? A Sancta beyond callousness, beyond cruelty, beyond suffering? We shall not stop at becoming Sancta. We will all become true angels, Anduin Agathangalos. True angels? A little ship in a bottle. Agathangalos? I don't like this name. It's too long and hard to read, and it doesn't sound like any of the other names here. This is my surname, before your father left. He kept telling me he hoped I would give it to you. But Mama, I know it's strange and hard to read, Undyne. If the other children knew you had this name, they might say hurtful things to you, like, there's that weird boy. Once you head out further afield, bandits may think you're a rich foreigner, while the Inquisition might assume you're a zealot up to no good. Which is why I hope you never share it with others. Stick with a simple name, like the other orphans here. Hope you'll keep it in the deepest recesses of your heart, a place where happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy cannot touch. I feel really sad right now. I don't know if there's anywhere in me that doesn't feel sad. Is there really a place like that in my heart? Of course, Sandoin. Everyone has one. Hope that when you think of this name, you'll be free from suffering, grief, frustration, and strife. Forget the dying and the hungry by the road who claw your ankles. Forget those in despair, whose minds were eaten away by the sea fog and the flesh they chew on. Forget the monster doll your father made and my finskel soup. Forget the storybook you keep beneath your pillow and the brush you found in the old chapel. But I don't want to forget them. Just for a little while, alright? Hope that, when you think of this name, you'll find tranquility. The tranquility of emptiness. One day you will need this peace. Promise me, Undyne. Alright, I still want to know what this name means. Angel. In Lateran it means angel. Tranquility, yes, a very apt descriptor. Behold, even as they come, they do so in silence. The ocean of Virginium is endless. Those who look upon it soon realize that every observation they make of it is without meaning. When everything the eye can see is impossible to differentiate, where to start looking is similarly impossible to determine. But now, above this great sea of uniformity, something shines. It's as if the edge of the Originium Sea has converged into a river that flows into the heavens. Countless fragments of Originium rise up from the surface of the sea, floating up into the distant empty beyond in perfect formation, with halos on them. Fragments are jagged and irregular. Some are as small as dust, others as immense as stars, but all, without exception, are crowned with a glimmer of light. A glimmer shaped like a ring. Halos. Beautiful, aren't they? It's a pity that all the beauty and ugliness in the world is meaningless to angels. Angels are neither beautiful nor ugly. They're neither high nor low, noble nor base, reverent nor blasphemous, adorant nor disdainful. They know neither meaning nor separation, happiness nor suffering. Can they even be considered life? The big question. Does that matter? All the praise we heap upon life is nothing but egotistical admiration. Observing their forms in an attempt to compare them to our definition of life is simply us trying to find resonance with them. Then, are they the law? Are they gods? If there's no distinction between beauty and ugliness, high and low, noble and base, why would there be one for God and worshipper? Angels do not understand faith. They simply exist in the furthest reaches of the universe, taking on the most distinctive forms. It was our forebears who encountered them, shamelessly disturbing them as they did so. In their name, we created a forgery of a dialectic of God and worshipper. All our emotions, ideas, and actions have nothing to do with angels. What does our future have to do with them? Because everything we are has nothing to do with the angels, that we should become them. Now, this is only a possibility, but when the Creator descends, when everything is submerged into this ocean before us, a time of stasis, uniformity, and meaninglessness, Sancta within can take on the forms of angels and enjoy an eternal existence, where they shall shine forevermore. This is the final answer we shall submit to death. This is his gift to the people he has guarded for thousands of years, his final blessing and salvation. We drift, just as we drift between past and future. We flicker, just as we flicker between reality and the void. Angels know not of beginnings or ends. Angels know not increase or decrease. Angels know not life or death. In an existence where nothing exists, we can only exist in the form of angels. If you're thinking of like, the ethereal soul being thing. So these are true angels, incomprehensible to the point where the law cannot directly describe them, instead defining them by what they are not. Immaterial to the point where taking the form of angels allows one to continue to exist after becoming originium. This is the existence the law has chosen once everything returns to originium? Affirmative. If this is the ultimate purpose of the law, then as a saint and an executor, I should implement and enforce it. Unless the law itself is a paradox. I have one final question. Explain to me how, if angels truly are, as you say, without beginning or end, increase or decrease, life or death, why do they, you, have such a strong desire to exist, to continue to exist? Checkmate. As machines have inputs, so they have outputs. The saints sought answers in the law, and the law granted them revelation. The fleet asked the system for instructions, so the system issued commands. The Lord, or rather PCS, has never been as silent as it is now. You're an artificial system, so you require people to operate you. This is true for both the command system and the law worshipped by the Holy City. Ultimate purpose you were given was to break humanity free from their shackles and return their angelic nature. However, this purpose, does it stem from people or from angels? Why would the angels you describe desire this? Their actions do not have purpose, assuming they can even perform actions other than drift and flicker. But if this purpose comes from people, how will you turn them into angels? Surely everything I've done was more than just a wish? A wish. Nurture, I shall now grant you salvation. Guide your people to angelification. Guide yourself. Be free from suffering, grief, frustration, and strife. You'll obtain tranquility. Tranquility of emptiness, as shall those you have helped and harmed alike. You not live as an egotist, a villain, a traitor, or a fanatic, nor do you need to die as one. Undyne feels more tired than he has ever been before, as if an entire lifetime's worth of burdens have been pressed down onto his back at once. The Arbor Beast was right. He really is like that Sarkis drunkard, acutely aware this is the last chance he has. If he wanted relief, this is the only way. Relief. He only needs to hear the words crisp syllables to feel joy, to want to fall to the ground and weep until he has spent all his strength and fall further into a deep slumber. But he uses that strength instead to open his clouded eyes. Oh. I don't know what kind of answer His Holiness gave you, nor do I know what Mostama Fiametta Lemwen or her little sister are thinking right now, above ground. I don't know where Patia and our former fellows are headed, nor do I know whose bosom the children I tended in the Shrine of Nurture have clutched. I don't know if they want this salvation, this relief. But if what you really care about is my answer as a suitable candidate, then my answer is no. Far too conceited. Even to this very moment, I still refuse to believe my arduous search for answers, decades in the making, was all for this simple relief. I'm not only conceited, I'm an egotist, a villain, a traitor, and a fanatic. And so I suffer and grieve, my frustrations giving rise to strife. But they are the foundations of my life. If I were to abandon them, the one who obtains relief, who becomes an angel, would not be me. Anduin Agathangalos shall never obtain relief. Nor will he ever wish for it. Let suffering scar his flesh, let strife snap his bones. Then and only then will he have the clarity of mind to walk his path. It seems we have reached an agreement. The law itself is a paradox. He cannot be implemented, nor should he be. Anduin, we must correct him, or stop him, if he cannot be corrected. So based! Paradox discovered. Attempting correction. Perform diagnostic simulation. Abnormal node. Wish to continue. Derived abnormal node. PCS. Personality and Cognition Synchronization System. Abnormal node. Wish to survive. Derived abnormal node. The law, God, Laterano. Abnormal node. Wish for angels. Derived abnormal node. Me. Me! Continue. A scientist input this command. Survive. A TCAS howled this. And so an imitator of angels began its endless yet transient pilgrimage. The imitator of angels became a command system, became the law, became a god, yet it could not become an angel. Wish and angel are incompatible. Exporting solution. Unfulfilled conditions, additional input required. What information is he waiting for? I've said all I can say. If God wishes me to embrace death as an angel, then I'd rather be born as a human with all the ugliness, transience, and suffering that entails. The line! But it makes more sense now, because there's a specific definition of angel now. Importing additional condition. Wish to refuse. Re-exporting solution. Must eliminate abnormal nodes and derived abnormal nodes. Eliminate me. Federico Gallo. Anduin Agathangalos. Execute solution. God's final commandment is to kill God. Even if he was a paradox, he was still the foundation of the paradise of Laterano. With his death, the Sancta will no longer be linked by empathy or receive guidance from the law. Like an infant trapped within a tomb, within a womb, binding apart its umbilical cord and crawling its way out of its mother's cold body, helpless as it faces a land steeped in cruelty. It is only in such a land that we can be called truly human, that we can have the right to talk about salvation. Law or God, I will kill you. The commandment is rational and feasible. Assist me, Anduin. They really both just debated a computer and made it kill itself, yeah. Fede outcomputed the computer. Which, however, when you think about it, I mean, who made the computer? Humanity. Who made ChatGPT? Humanity. And Anduin was having, like a Jesus moment. Phew. Arturia leans against her cello. Finally, she frees a hand and holds it against her chest, allowing herself to catch her breath. Nearly there. If my memory serves me correctly, I just head down this corridor to return to the surface. Oh, you patrols truly are relentless. Restless gasping. They're falling apart. Don't worry. The wispy guards surround Arturia, attempting to drag her back underground. She's wasted far too much time inside this maze since she turned away from the machine. Her patron firearm is lost. She has no desire to join her pursuers in prayer or to perform their heart's songs. She would rather destroy her own cello. Arturia has never found herself in such a predicament before. The exit is right ahead, but she no longer has the strength to carry on. The ground? Feta, what did you... He did the thing. The dust settles and Arturia can finally see again. The explosion earlier created a giant pit, one that connects to the rift in the plaza above, exposing the bowels of the basilica to all. Alright, yeah, the explosions. A ring-shaped machine lies at the bottom of the pit, quietly. Sunlight shines upon it, but it has lost its radiance. There it stands, as dull as a rock. Unease. This is the second time Arturia has felt this feeling so clearly, the first being the time she faced the Witch King in his pavilion. Deep within her body, somewhere she cannot see, things that were always linked together quietly break apart. There's no mistaking the feeling. She breathes in deep. The moment she closes her eyes, countless similar melodies rush into her mind like the tide. We really did get rid of it. You're crying. Why? Why does your crying sound so annoying? You're annoyed? I can't feel it. Sorry, I'm so sorry, but I'm scared. It's like that time Senor Serpila locked me in a dark room. I can hear your voices clear, but I can't hear what you're saying. It's gonna take some getting used to it. Boys, guys, you better start getting used to it. I guess also now they're all like fallen supposedly, but I'm wondering if they kind of fix themselves over time. My connection with our online companions has been severed. No, not just them. You're right here, Reverend Tryzyn, but I can't even... Veliv really was, however, seemingly like all good. What's her deal, huh? What's Veliv's deal? Sense me, I know. She cry. Be a good girl and don't let go of my hand. Your hand, that's not what your hand feels like. It's like mist. Far away, you're so far away from me. So, this is what it's like to fall into hell? The changes do not end with her own body. Some old jokes have come true. Every light we know will one day be extinguished, and it is no exception. The old Pope playfully points to the halo hovering above his head. Even if everything about the sanctity existence is interpreted as its boon? Unease grows and panic spreads. Arturia tries to make sense of it all. This is not the same as what happened in Drillingstürm. There's no malevolent force sowing discord among the emotions of the people this time around. It is like a movement, one played countless times by an orchestra of the masses, had part of its melody forcibly plucked away as if it never existed. Like walking along a road with the sun, the rain, your friends and your home ahead of you, but you're torn away from it for no reason, leaving you feeling alone and helpless, alongside millions of your people. The Sancti will lose the cozy cabin of their faith. Everything has come to pass. Did you fail, Fede? No, the opposite. If you're scared, you can hold on to my tail. You noticed Giselle's tears, didn't you, Romeo? Have you forgotten what tears mean? Let's finish our song, okay? You see, Laterano hymns and Bolivarian hymns are quite different, so we need time to teach each other the parts we don't know. We'll be here together. East to the east of La Unidad. God, I had these goddamn hymn lines so many times now. I've read these hymn lines like fucking probably 25 times by now. Arturia hears singing. It wavers, revealing the anxiety, terror, and worries of the singers, alongside pure, honest longing. A longing for tranquility, to see night fall in peace and quiet. Your Holiness, I have no doubt that Laterano as it is may be walking to its demise. I also believe it has never been this sincere. Said before that I can't hold off the apocalypse or overwrite death, and I refuse to lead. But maybe arts can help them stave off this oncoming collapse. They will let my brethren, free of empathy, to communicate without reservation, purely and honestly. Free of empathy is, you know. Go listen to those songs. Go share your emotions. Go tell one another that, at this very moment, in the face of this indescribable loss, we still feel joy and sorrow together. Nothing to do with saints and sinners, redemption, responsibility, or whichever path I walk. Simply my reason to exist. Laterano, holy city of purest white, falls into night. But today there may not be an electrical operator named Alcide there to turn on the city lights. Arturia takes off her gloves. She decides to play towards the setting sun, to her heart's content. That was a weird mention of the electrical operator Alcide. Appropriate windscreen operator? Extremely appropriate screen operator. Apuro pai. Hey, apparently there's two of these. We'll see how long these are. Marker. Empty SD3. Reunion. When the newborn sancta meet the law once more, it will take many years for the two to mend the voids in one another. Oh, do we get like a law reborn? Really did just like they really just deleted law. At least in the form that it was. There you are, Federico. Your Holiness, did you see the new products on the tea table? Evangelista 11 ice cream cake tower, 11 scoops of ice cream, 11 flavors of cactus, 11th cake named after a pope. Law 2. I'm a trained executor. Can I say the same for my ability to evaluate desserts? Just a token of gratitude for not forgetting an old man on the brink of death as you withdrew. Of course, I plan to promote it throughout the city, in the hopes that the people may rediscover the taste of life, sooner rather than later. Nom, nom, nom. Considering the flavor, I suspect it may cause even more controversy. It is true, however, that the citizens of Laterano are in dire need of a return to orderly life. Suicides and crime rates have soared in the past 3 months. Suicides?! Fucking out of nowhere. It's like, yep, people are just fucking killing themselves and killing each other. Just out of nowhere. Crazy. It's a real upheaval. Small-scale disturbances to large-scale exodus. There are more than 1,000 cases in the notarial holds records. The rebuilding of the city has only just begun. Calamity has revealed too much and changed too much. Law was a cold machine. Satan was a loathsome abomination. All of us shared the same roots as the devils. I mean, okay, to be fair, but wow, it really went down into like pandemonium, apparently. Like, shit really got fucked up. They like really got fucked up. Which, I mean, you know, that makes sense. It's a reasonable reaction in that way, an expected reaction, but somehow I didn't expect them to just come right out with it and be like, yep, shit's fucked, brothers. Any of these truths is enough to destroy an individual's faith. This rebuilding will be a tremendous undertaking. Reconstruction of the damaged plates on which the third and fourth tribunals are located has just begun. Efforts are underway to revitalize the economy. Lateran has not been so busy in a long time. Know that the busy times will provide a way for the people to repair the cracks in their hearts. Speaking of which, what is your outlook on all this, Federico? Sancta, Laterano, faith, empathy, communication in our society. Many important decisions that the Holy City has made over its millennia-long history, even your canonization. It's all the result of him, the machine. Spiritual light has always been cold. Your innate lack of empathy has bestowed upon you an outlook of extreme logic. Perhaps he chose you because you were the one who could understand the logic of his simulation the best. Caught fragments of your conversation with him. Even after decades of talking to him, I must admit, you were more suited to the task. If I wasn't intimately familiar with the way you talk, I wouldn't have been able to tell who said what. Right? They were talking like the exact same way. If the law is a machine, a system, then the most effective method of communication is to think on his terms, with his language and his logic. But you arrive at the opposite conclusion from him. I remember every word of the tenets and every name with which I have ever come into contact on my assignments. As far as Laterano is concerned, there is no great difference in the order required by machines and life. The existence of life is a miracle. Its two sides, the opposing aspects of strength and fragility. Out of necessity for our survival and livelihood, we have continuously built and improved order. Law is simply part of it. The law exists to protect. Federico pauses. The executor, known for his mechanical coldness, chooses his words carefully, a rare sight to behold. The precious fragility of human life. Precious fragility. Such an interesting combination. Therefore, we rejected him. It was our joint decision, Your Holiness. Time will tell whether it was the right one. Go on. My, that's certainly something. Who called? Ring, ring, ring. Up. Ah. She's down there in spray painting. What is that in your hand, Lemuel? A spray can. This place is deep underground and cold. This big rock is bare and grey. No wonder everyone who comes here leaves with their head hung low like they got a heavy cold. I've had enough. Gonna give it a fresh coat of paint. People who see will be happy. Wanna join me? Don't look at me like that. Finished third in Longman graffiti competition 2 years ago. You didn't forget what that is, did you? Think of it as a way of making a wish. Anything you can't figure out, anything you haven't gotten done, spray it on the rock and maybe it'll come true. Wish? Didn't the Sancta and Laterano come about because the saint made a wish? But it's scrapped now. A rock is a rock. How do you scrap a rock? Besides, you're still here. That girl selling ice cream, that gunsmith over there, and all the Sanctas round are witnesses to your wish. Who's to say it's necessary this rock that grants it? Think about all the things that have happened these past 3 months. Many of them would have been made the headlines for an entire week in the old days. Entire holy city has been turned upside down. In the end, though, so many people chose to stay in these ruins. Our halos still shine. Life goes on, right? They did keep their halos. Make a new wish. Not that hard. I'll show you how. Apple Pie Logistics is opening up next week. First civilian logistics company to be officially recognized by the Curia. New business. My wish is that it will grow and have lots of business. And I'll have lots of time to stay with Mama and Tata and my sister. Can I make a wish for sugar-free ice cream? Sure. My wish is that Lateran genetics will change, and everybody will support my culinary research so that their teeth and halos will never get cavities. They don't like that one. With resilient perseverance, the dawn of a new day shines into the deepest reaches of Laterano, illuminating the green graffiti and the stone that has long grown dim. Now they just have, a dead god room. The Sanctas look up, light dances in the drifting dust. Future of Executor Altar's module comes from. I didn't look at that one. Law with graffiti. Seventh Tribunal proposed a blockade and communications blackout over the area, but the proposal is not feasible. Hard to block it off when the plates have been so badly damaged. Basilica practically hands over the side of a cliff. How do you stop curious passerbys from looking down? Besides, First Saint has already revealed the truth to Laterano. All that our people are doing now is to learn to face it. Material Hall records indicate that the last patient in intensive care at Pagus Faber Central Hospital's Halo Surgery Division has been discharged to an observation ward. Halo Surgery Ward. Which means that all the non-sanctors who were given halos in this calamity are no longer troubled by an annoying light over their heads. Only took 3 months. Convenient surgical procedure. Who developed the surgical procedure, huh? Where'd that come from? Sancta halos that were broken are also gradually recovering. Empathy continues to exist. It feels different now, but it's still a connection that belongs to the Sancta alone. Oh, it survived somehow? God is dead, is he not? Heard Unduan and I to destroy him, and he revealed his weaknesses to us. We destroyed him with our own hands. I've confirmed that his functions have ceased completely. But the program that governs the halos persists. Is the law still in effect? Let's look at this from another angle, Federico. We identified the inherent paradox in the law. Paradox is a combination of two things that cannot coexist. The last command to you was to eliminate the paradox. Then perhaps we have not destroyed the law itself, but only this erroneous conflict, the paradox itself. Logic stands, but difficult to process. The machine itself, after all, has ceased to operate. Certainly correct. It was a thought that came to me suddenly as I was chewing on cactus yesterday. Still believe that he left something behind for us. Perhaps the law of Laterana was never truly complete. Left behind for us a tabula rasa, waiting for us to communicate with him. This is why I've decided to repurpose the underground structure of the Basilica as a public space, which all citizens are welcome to view as they please. Where Laterana goes from here, and what new meaning the law will create, is a matter in which every sancta will have their say. It is as you said, Federico. Time will tell. Other races not inherit the ability to be bothered by halo lights. Well, no, I'm assuming the other races also, got the whole empathy thing removed as well, since apparently empathy has in some form survived. Essentially, I guess what has happened is that the law has become a decentralized computing system. They don't have the big thing anymore handling all it. It's now decentralized in all sanctas. Strange, where'd it go? Extra grenade launcher maintenance kit is in the bottom drawer. Put the collector's edition disc in the sofa compartment. That was him. Swap to Linux. Peer-to-peer law. No way. And cross the torrent network. Take a break from packing and pour me a cup of cactus juice. I just got back from the hospital. My throat is parched. Also, the two people in Laterana who eat cactuses. Grandpa and Popo Grandpa. Take a guess. What do you think happened? Sancta priest just officiated 5 straight funerals. Suddenly came down with a case of aphasia, while his wife suffered heart pain at the same time. But he was located in Ecclesia Requiem on the outskirts, while his wife was in a gunsmithy downtown. Many similar cases have been reported. Several hospitals and churches submitted a joint report to the Curia last week, detailing the abnormal diagnosis of over 1,000 sanctas. Lights above our heads have come on again, but the strength and range of empathy seem to differ from person to person. Sanctas unfamiliar with one another only faintly sense each other's emotions, even in close proximity. Friends and family, however... What's your point? Oh, so now it's working like that, huh? You build empathy now. You build it through personal relationships. You must make effort to understand your fellow man instead of it being downloaded into your brain. Things seem to have gone back to normal in Laterana, but we both know that fundamental changes have started to take place after a calamity of such scale. You shouldn't leave now, Fia. I told you about Rhodes Island. Doctor is here in Laterana and helped us solve a bunch of problems behind the scenes. I'm wondering if Doctor had some help in, or maybe a lot of help in dealing with the aftermath of the law exploding. The Doctor says there's been a major incident at Rhodes Island HQ, and the calamity that struck the Holy City is no coincidence. Something that links them together, and the Doctor set out on a new journey because of it. Monster and I are both Rhodes Island operators. It's our job. It's for the good of Laterana too. Need you to approve my field mission application. You've read the reasons. You know what I did, don't you, Fia? The Pope decided not to prosecute you. It's not my place to say anything. Maybe he should have been prosecuted like a little bit, though. Like a little bit, a little bit. Besides, you did help people leave the procession at the very end. You did your duty as a gun knight. People always let an old man off the hook easy. Wasn't just you. Abomination had the support of pretty much every sancta inside and outside of the dream. Top of the influence over empathy, you all had reason to make Laterana a better place. Maybe it still sounds dumb. Still want to call you a sentimental old fool. But I do understand the stuff about parting. Like I said, certain things that I need to experience for myself, even if it does make you worry. I'll be back soon. All I want to say, Fia, is that we didn't get a chance to watch 8-Armed Chainsaw Guy together yet. Paganini was right. We should try to leave as few regrets as we can before anything happens. He's fucking dead! What's up with Vanini? You're retired, aren't you, old man? Yep. Wanna go on a vacation together? To Rhodes Island, where you get to work more? Vanini! What happened to Vanini? Is she gonna be okay? I'm worried. Finally. Vanini stands before the door of the gunsmithy. After hesitating for a long while, she takes down the sign that says temporarily closed and pushes the door open. She become gunsmithy? She needs some friends! Magister? Oh, never mind. Okay, I see how it is. Oh, enough with the yelling. Burb lives. Just a halo check. What took you so long? Couldn't be worse than my injuries. Dr. Chandler says my language skills are getting better. He asked me if I would consent to be his research subject for speech pathology and halos. I'm not sure I got it. I didn't, and I don't care to. You sanctors are so complicated. You can have your guardian gun back. He didn't get the sad BGM. Is there a problem? You weren't around, so I had to figure it out best as I could. Of course there's a problem. What? The grip's too delicate. There's no room for power upgrades. Nothing really wrong with the action design or the assembly work. Someone left this bunch of papers at the door. Have a look. Courier's mark? Could it be? Not in the dream, nobody's closing the shop down. It's an order from the courier. They want us to design heavy firearms for their new gun knights. Stop. Of course, I know why they came to this tiny workshop. You shot him, didn't you, Annie? Yeah. Good girl. Settle an old score for me. Now, the past is the past, and I don't want to talk about it again. You decide where to take this order. Me? Who else? Me? I never expected to still be breathing by now. My chest still hurts. I can't see the parts clear, and I can't hold a barrel firm anymore. You made your first gun. Ripped the seal that your lord placed on your mouth. Hard part is over. Path is yours to walk. Just don't ruin my reputation. You can do that, can't you? What a tsundere. He's the proudest he has ever been in his life, and he's like... Look at that Lemuel pout. Yes, Hal has already left. I told you, it's the courier's decision. This calamity is merely a starting point, with Latrana and other nations. We need to recover, strengthen our ties with the other nations. Hal is the best sancta for the job, considering experience in Lungmen and her relationship with Rose Island. She left a message. Mama, Tata, let's send Lemuel off on her next adventure with a bang. But she says it a lot. Let's pray it's not her bowels that go off with a bang. She drank all the cysty milk I left for her in the fridge before she left. Maybe she was worried I would be angry. Exusi doing the milk drink, the gallon milk challenge. Anyway, I've got to go to work. Wage slave. Oh, we see her face finally. Really only see it at the very end, huh? This terminal, you'll look at Amos' effects again. They said his last moments were with you. Yes, I heard his last words and restored his mailbox history accordingly. Such a fool, wasn't he? Let's get straight to the chase. What judgment are you going to pass on my new crimes this time, Cardinal Lemon? Take it you admit responsibility for the robbery of that caravan in the western outskirts of the Holy City? Tell me you couldn't tell they were professional soldiers. From Gododin. We're not passing any judgment. The outcome was undoubtedly favorable for the 7th Tribunal. That's why you're not passing judgment. It was convenient for you. They just caught me in a bad mood. The Cure will accommodate Sister Nueda and the Bolivarians who came to Latrana with you. Regardless of your motivation, your attack on Patrizion worked to our advantage. Curia sees no need to pursue the matter of your unauthorized return to the Holy City any further. Well, what? Latrana still wants to put up a front of purity and clemency, after waking from the dream? Make a show of forgiving a sinner who fell into hell? Really that stupid? Monster paraded through the streets of Latrana as she gave her speech. No secret that angels and devils came from the same place anymore. The city's revolting facade has been stripped away. At the foundation of its holiness, the Holy City is nothing more than a tiny city-state. you think his posturing will continue to win sympathy of Lithanian or Ursus? You misunderstand. Laterano will make no show of clemency. Your exile still stands. You're not permitted to return to the Holy City. However, the courier is interested in offering you an employment contract. Employment? To do what you just did. As the Laterans don't do their own dirty work. Of course not. Come night, Cardinal Pontifical Cohorts Legatus. Nobody's immune to sin, but times have changed. Your judgment was not wrong. Next time it may not be a scouting force that shows up on the outskirts of the Holy City. The most radical transgressions in one era may be necessary for survival in another. You were decisive, if nothing else. What do you think I would accept? Can I ask you a question? You left Laterano after a big fight with Amos, something that he always regretted. What was the reason for the fight? Honey, why are you bringing this up again? Man, he really did catch a baddie, though. Yes, but Tryzyn didn't show up to the wedding or give us his blessing, but he's still your mentor. Is he? Besides, it won't change anything. No, it won't. He won't die just because you cursed his soul, and he couldn't even take your job from you. And he could even take your job from you. If you don't even have the guts to do this, then you're a coward, Amos. I'm leaving. Oh, wife! His wife was a little aggressive, though, maybe, you know? A little itchy on the trigger finger, maybe? Just another pointless argument. You seen the documents in the terminal? I was thinking maybe the words that Amos left unsaid were, no matter what kind of person you are, whether your union was blessed or not, none of that would alter his faith in you. Faith that you were each other's salvation. No, I wasn't sure if you would accept the courier's proposal. We all have issues that even empathy can't fully communicate. Past that we can't let go, and uncertain futures. There's much that I have to think about myself. If hatred is what helps you cope, then maybe that's the right path for you. Perhaps this is what Amos wanted to see. Fucking shack. Alright, yeah! Pregnant Sokka's woman. Still hanging in there extra? I know your heartbeat and your warmth. I know your fear and your joy. If I am blessed by the law, you shall have mercy on your life. Praying? Now's hardly the time. Wait, you're Sarkas. Where did you learn to do that? What the... Oh no, has Sarkas birthed a Sancta? Did it go well? Yeah. Then what's with that look on your face? A halo. What? The Sarka's child, the Sarka's newborn, has a halo. She said her husband was a Sarkas too, right? The baby's not mixed like Cecilia. And we're not in the bloody dream either. This nomadic abbey is a long way from Laterano. Where's Undoin? He went out as soon as the abbey stopped, said he was going to forage and pick a flower to celebrate the birth of a new miracle. I have a feeling he had a premonition about what was going to happen. Do you remember? Found Undoin by the pit after the calamity came to a close. He was almost completely blind and he refused to tell us what happened beneath the basilica. Thank you for the lore dump. Joint Court of the 1st, 5th, 6th, and 7th tribunals put him on trial. Nobody knows how exactly the trial was conducted, only that it was exiled as a result. He's never to return to Laterano, but he was allowed to live on this nomadic abbey. Don't think too much about it. It was Undoin's decision to disband the Pathfinders. As he said, we don't need to seek anything from Laterano anymore. Some brothers and sisters have chosen to stay behind in Laterano, while others have returned to their homes. A dozen have chosen to follow him here. Whatever his true hopes for this abbey are, there's at least one thing that is certain. We're trying to help more people. Say, shouldn't he be back by now? Show us our goat, who is now almost blind. The goat. The Sarkas learned to pray in that shrine. She established a connection with the law on her own. As for us, we only truly spoke with him for the first time after the disintegration of our own faith. If faith is a response to life, then a new law has been born, here and now. The crisis has not been averted. Indeed, our rejection of the other possibility has made it even more unknown and pressing. Fortunately, a new possibility also lies ahead. Where will you take it, Undoin? He says to himself. The wind carries the cries of the newborn. The Sancta stops on the hill, a wildflower in his hand. His eyes no longer see, but he continues to look up, standing in the same spot, unmoving, as though he could see that tiny speck of light. After a while, Anduin walks toward the nomadic abbey on the other side of the hill. He leaves Laterano, but never turns back. No one counts his sins. No one laments the scores of the past. No one sees him off. No one knows of his departure. There's nothing in his heart that needs resolution. He caresses an aged book and keeps walking, until he is no more than a tiny point in the vast wilderness. The martyr shall find final rest at the end of a long journey. Until then, he shall not rest. Dude, he's so good though. Anyway, we have one more. This is probably gonna be maybe, I mean, we'll see, I guess. I'm assuming we're still gonna get some epilogue on, you know, Doctor and Monster. The last time we saw them, they were still, you know, kidnapped by Priestess. I just gotta go blow my nose real quick. Be right back, and actually I'll go to the bathroom as well. So, listening. Wow! I noticed some stuff on during that meeting. Yeah. One more. Also, Wanderer, you have to fix your habit of saying something in chat right before it's said in the game story itself. You said fully blind now, mind you, you know, a few lines before we got the information in the game itself. What the fuck? People making noise outside. No, Pathia said almost blind. We only got the news that he was truly fully blind a bit later. You even specifically wrote it in a way where it's like, oh, by the way, there's more information that actually he's fully blind. Because you said fully blind now, mind you, as if you didn't know yet. Oh no, for some reason Gun isn't on the on-screen chat, but it's in my actual Twitch chat. I don't know why it's not on the on-screen one. It's like not supported on the on-screen chat. Okay, we still have... We'll have to see where Undyne goes and when we meet him again and when is he playable. Because, oh my god, give us Undyne, man. Give us Undyne, man. He did actually have a bit of a risk of even dying, yeah. But also the thing, well... Except for the point where he essentially, you know, kind of at the dead... you know, before shit blew up and whatnot, he was like... I can't die yet. I have shit to do. I have suffering to be tormented by before I'm gonna die, motherfucker. So, after that, I was like, okay, never mind. He's safe. He's safe. He's safe. Rage bait in my chat, Baka, shaking my head. Anyway, let me marker. Voyage. We pray for the future, we walk towards our destined reunion. We are not alone. What? Yep, okay, yeah, we're instantly back to this. I was like, well, we just have to see how that resolved itself. We really were a spectator for the whole time, huh? You're determined that the momentous migration has come to a conclusion in reality. That conclusion has been mapped onto the space you're in. The rift that looks as if it has been plowed open by catastrophe bisects the plaza in front of the basilica. By the rift, there's an even more eye-grabbing pit. Ugly scars in what should have been a city trapped in stasis. The ring-shaped machine sits silently within. The PCS system crash? You look at Priestess. She remains calm as if she does not care about what has happened in the slightest. You feel uneasy. Analysis complete. 10 standard seconds ago, at least 2 massive explosions took place in the Basilica Plaza. Certain investigators were Exousia, Executor, and a Silverhead Sancta. The constant flickering of the freeze frames by the explosion point are proof enough. The programmatic bombs we helped Exousia make worked. But also, the machine's structure shouldn't have been that weak. You're right, its structure would definitely have been able to withstand any attacks the Angels can execute. Designed to operate in even harsher environments, after all. Priestess should be able to reactivate it. We need to stop her from doing that. Sorry, Doctor. Should have come along to carry out this mission. I never should have let you take on this risk. You're used to standing in front of me by now, monster. Thanks. Or just smile. Huh? Things might not be as bad as you think. I can verify Priestess's condition now. Her condition? You walk past Monster toward Priestess. Doctor doing things! Monster immediately tenses up and she pulls in your arm. Doctor. Don't worry. Trust me. After a brief moment of hesitation, she lets go, but decides to stick close to you as you walk ahead. You stand shoulder to shoulder with Priestess. The city's scars are rather inharmonious. You've allowed these redundant parameters to mix with your data. These unremarkable strings ultimately cause the entire program to crash. There's no guaranteeing a language will operate in eternal perfection. I know what you want to say. Even Reginium, the language we created together, has limitations. Needs more time to adjust and iterate. Sometimes I cannot help but wonder if what is truly stopping Reginium from reaching perfection is not a design flaw, but us. Human emotion and reason are both able to fetter the development of a language. We debated this several times during this creation process, but there was never a clear winner. Luckily, we both accepted that this uncertainty exists within Originium. I don't understand your meaning. Has memory loss affected your ability for divergent thinking? I'm glad to see you so perplexed, though. There's a marked difference from how I used to communicate. With you. Perfection implies a strict upper bound. Flaw, on the other hand, means we still have the chance for a breakthrough. This is your stance on the matter. Though indeed, it's actually speaking as if like as a different person. When the crisis we must resolve is still inexplicable, chasing perfection will only lead us to our graves. No, this has nothing to do with the current circumstances. You can't change this situation. This is different from our first encounter on the deck. When did you figure it out? Just now. You could have stopped the programmatic bombs from detonating. You could have used the Reginium to close the rift. You could have left the Saints trapped in the maze. I guess it flashes the CG at you depending on which one you pick. Would have been easy for you to do that. Like when you awakened in ruined Rose Island. You didn't eliminate Monster and me from the get-go. You got problems of your own. That much is obvious. But only now have you mustered up the courage to stand by me. Stand by me! I'd hoped the one standing by my side could have peacefully shared in the solitude that took root deep in our thoughts during our long hibernations. It's a shame you can't do that. We are not as we were in the past. Far too much has happened since, has it not? You really haven't hid anything from me. You're more like a riddle. Still curious about me? This monster no longer has any limitations on her. She can clear up some of her confusion. You fear they will learn the truth, Amaten? To be honest, I would much rather you come to me in person, like earlier. My days in the sarcophagus were excruciating, as if my thoughts were floating through a fetid morass, when I lost all sense of the flow of time. Only consolation was the never-ending loop of debate seared into our minds, though not to reassure me of our shared vision. I've never once doubted my path. Through debate, I got my only chance to communicate with a certain someone again. I'm not demanding you understand everything on my mind right away. Before the final day comes, you can continue to walk the path you believe in. Our disagreements are destined to continue, even if you no longer remember that one's reason for disagreeing with me. She's actually indeed speaking now as, you know, they are separate people, huh? I look forward to seeing how your beloved Terra can prove to me that your struggle still has some value. The way the people of Alterana just did. There's something else I'm equally certain of. Oracle will return. So, I will wait for you. As she looks out at the city devoid of life, she sighs. At times I think they're far too like us. If we had enough time, perhaps... She begins to fade away. Ah, yes, I can indeed restore Amaten. If you are determined to see it done, make a wish to Reginium. I will hear your voice. Priestess vanishes without a trace. Your target is gone. There's only silence, absolute silence. You and Monster are the only ones left trapped inside this colorless ghost town. She's gone. I just. Actually, never mind. I just kind of wanted you to pay attention to this particular. I want you to pay. I just want you to keep this line here in mind. Okay, I just want you to keep these in mind. And I guess that's it then. Perhaps. Sanctors resolve the crisis by themselves. Also confirmed Priestess's current condition. Her loss of control over Reginium is more serious than we thought. It's really important information, Doctor. Well, we can't be sure how long she'll need to get back to normal. At the very least, we have a chance to stop her. Oh, right. She mentioned Keltsit earlier. We shouldn't wish upon Reginium, even if it's for Keltsit. I know. I don't approve of using her methods to bring back Keltsit either. She inflicted grievous wounds on Rhodes Island and Laterano. Every time she appears, she drops something mind-blowing on us and then points towards some even more unknowable crisis. Don't understand her at all. She really does do that, doesn't she? We've been researching a long time now. We have our own methods. We're going to be setting out on a really long road, aren't we? You finally notice what's odd about Monster. Your enemy has retreated, the crisis has passed, but the young woman, normally so lively and energetic, does not smile like she usually does. She even looks somewhat solemn. Monster hasn't been reconstructed for very long. We still haven't gotten completely used to her new appearance, nor has she had the time to adapt to the changes in her body, or the loss that cut her to the bone. But she has been thrown into mission after mission far too quickly. Rebuilding Rhodes Island, saving Laterano. Perhaps it's taken up until now for her to finally have the chance to speak her mind. Don't give up, Monster. I'll bring back Kelsit. Also Pratami, and you too. Monster looks up at you all of a sudden, interrupting your train of thought. Haven't forgotten what Kelsit told me. They're hitting us with the CG as well. If the outcome I fear most does come to pass, the one I least want to see stands in front of us once more. Protect the Doctor. Protect Amia. I'll engrave this directive into your basic behavioral strategy matrix. Eternal life is destined to be eternally lonely. I have tasted it. You can walk alone, Monster. Listen to me, Monster. You look at her, and slowly you begin to speak. You haven't been in a reconstructed body for very long. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, else it wouldn't want her hopes to turn into chains. I think you're misunderstanding something, Doctor. I'll always remember how, when I awoke, you just turned around and walked away after giving me a welcome back. Oh, sorry, Monster. It's fine, it's fine. I needed time to get used to not being in a symbiotic relationship after thousands of years, and you needed time to accept the loss of someone you've fought beside for such a long time. And now, both standing here, right in front of one another. But we've already known each other for quite a while, haven't we, Doctor? And the cannon fire Londinium, deep inside the secret caverns of the Sarkas, with the tail of that giant ring flying into the sky in Trimounts, in Miliarium's Sophon Theatrum. Oh. Kelsit was there for all of those, which mean I was too. It's not like I only started to follow orders to understand you and Rhodes Island when she left us. Becoming a Rhodes Island operator, putting up a fight against our creator, protecting Amir, protecting you, these are my decisions as well. And what I've been doing all along. Silence. You look at Monster, silence links the two of you. Think how me and Monster will walk to the end of this uncharted road. And we'll bring Kelsit back as well. The other line. Eternal life is destined to be eternally lonely, but thankfully we do not walk alone on the journeys we take. Even if all life is sapped of color, even if all things fade away into nothingness, we must walk onwards together. This is what she hoped for. Oh. What's wrong? Got another question to ponder? What's with the look? Counseling session is over, Commander. No problems here. I had to come up with a way to get out of this blasted place, and I'll need your help. According to Priestess, this should be a spacecraft by the machine after connected to Reginium. Some kind of model based on the future. To the relation to Reginium's properties here. You can try cracking those abnormal nodes. Abnormal nodes? Ah, you mean the parts with damage mapped onto them. The restriction of the connection between you and the machine should be gone, right? Yep, I can sense its signal, though it's getting weaker by the second. I try re-establishing the connection. But what then? Keep requesting refactoring of the abnormal nodes. Use up the last of its computing power. Should be too difficult for me when Priestess isn't meddling with things. Routing through city communication post backdoor access port. Special privileges, Alma 10. Temporary access credentials, Alcara 1, Oracle. Decoding complete, authentication passed. Connected to PCS system. Syncing computational radiation link. Warning, core frequency too low. Diagnostic complete. Refactoring abnormal nodes. Color seeps out from the ruins of this colorless ghost town. Oh. We escape purgatory. They really put a whole ass like extra epilogue just for Like Rhodes Island, dock stuff. Starts from the street to the right of the Tower Revelations, and then through the Notarial Hall and Firearms Workshop in Pagus Macalium, to the Sunset Chapel in Pagus St. Marcel, and then all the way to the Chapel Square. Noise returns to the Holy City. There's the sound of Laterans offering a prayer to life. The color's back. Let's go, monster. Not gonna say hi to Exuziai? No need to hold her up before her reunion with family and friends. Priestess' disappearance will only be temporary. Stop! Transfiguration suspended. Set of directives assigned by personnel with relevant privileges have been completed. Beginning system shutdown timer. The Rock, it still does stuff. Unknown language. I've checked your low-level code. Aside from the adjustments I made during maintenance, you've performed a lot of self-upgrades and iterations within a short period of time. Was it still not enough for your self-repair functions to fix your logic vulnerability? Negative. Vulnerability has been patched. Paradox has been corrected. Had great interest in the results of your self-iteration. Seems you mistakenly identified yourself as that vulnerability, that paradox. Mistakenly? Was it a side effect of the overclocking, or did you lack of maintenance and long-term data transfer with the Sanctus pollute your database? If I had more data, I might be able to find the answer. It's a shame the resources I can allocate will not be enough to give you a complete restart. Otherwise, the command system's self-negation due to its target's wishes would reignite any researcher's interest in the PCS system. When we're still in the era where geniuses used reason and opinion to clash over their views. The ring-shaped machine does not respond. Priestess feels a hint of regret. Seems I'll have to choose other methods to advance the project. Many mechanical cubes come together to form an annular computational matrix, the core of the machine. They sit there in stony silence. But all of a sudden, one of the cubes begins to vibrate, a metallic gleam roaming its surface once more. Soon a faint, flickering halo begins to form. From the ruins of the PCS system, a new angel is born. It restarted? Can't be. Didn't respond to me at all, nor does this follow the PCS system's operational logic. The angel ignores Priestess, quickly ascending into the gaping hole above it, disappearing without a trace soon after. Wait, isn't this Executor's little cube? Or a prototype angel? The system was only built to mimic the properties of angels. Was there any angel prototype sample provided when it was constructed? A newborn angel? How could this be? Ah, graffiti. What's that in your hand, Lemuel? Spray can. Now we're here. Columbia? Rhinestaff? Given the report on the latest data from the barrier hold to Director Saria, but there was something I noticed that got me real curious. Look, doesn't that look like some kind of strange flying object to you? The component's control section is analyzing it right now. We should be hearing from them soon. A flying object that can maintain altitude close to the barrier hole would be a major discovery. It's the cube? The cube? Yep. The angel hovers in front of the hole in the barrier. It attempts to re-establish a connection with the individuals scattered amongst the stars, but to no avail. All it manages to capture are the ripples left behind by energy entities as they die in the depths of space. And so it continues to orbit across the land like a shooting star destined to never fall. Where? Unknown language. The scent of life. This land is still young. Is it new life flourishing in the wake of ruination, or has death not come for this place yet? Wasn't I swallowed up by that light? Ah, okay. Originium has recorded your information. Originium? Before the light comes, the conclusion is still uncertain. Originium will become our hope. Where is this place? Terra. You're not alone, my friend. Priest is going around gathering a team. We're here? Did you see the latest news, Miss Koshana? Lots of mines have shut down. They've put troops on high alert across all the city. Okay, chapter 16 teasing. My parents were called in for an inspection. I can't find them. Stay in the classroom for now. I will help ask around for you. I'm also interested in knowing what is going on. She calms the child down and then takes the newspaper from their hand. Over a few short days, countless rumors have spread across the city, but the most alarming one is... Our Originium vein has disappeared. If we can't get any energy out of Mother Earth, how are we supposed to make it through the winter? Originium, I shall unravel this mystery. Only the blood burning within our breasts can see us through the winter chill. She's scheming so hard. I know what they do now or somewhere else. Oh, I know we're back. We are seeing them again already. My ass being like, we probably won't see Gerda in chapter 16. Because we fucking see her again in the next piece of content. I'm currently readjusting my expectations and the visions of Act 3 as just like all together. Reformatting my entire like brain on what's actually coming. Once we've tidied things up here, I'll do as everyone's it'll do as everyone's new abode, Gerda. Thank you all for your help. Good thing you got supplies from our friends at the monastery. Otherwise, finding a place to stay wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Monastery? We were worried you had abandoned us after heading back there. Oh, I'm sorry. The road back was rather rough going, and I heard lots of news I could barely even believe along the way. It's mighty hard to imagine, yeah. Eugenium veins, Laterano. Sanctus at the monastery sure had a lot to say about your return. Wouldn't stop telling us all about it. Huh? When the calamity was going on, they wanted to go back to Laterano, but a catastrophe stopped them. The halos were shattered, and all they could do was stay here and pray for themselves and for their brothers and sisters that had already left. Then you showed up right in front of them, a girl who disappeared without a trace 3 years ago. Oh, her monastery, right. You brought them hope, Gerda. Oh my, did I? I really don't want to let everyone down. Maybe now that we have a fixed shelter, we can help even more people. We still need to take some necessary security precautions. With us pulling out all the stops for our work, we're bound to attract people up to no good. They'll be in danger. Honestly speaking, we might be able to find a better way to do this. Gerda shakes her head. I need to see her. She must be somewhere here on this land. Gerda looks out into the distance, despite knowing the vast wilderness will show her nothing in return. She sees something streaking across the sky. A shooting star? Anyway, Originium should not be a source of despair. I would like to pray for all infected who suffer. Will praying actually do anything? Okay, so he is, right now, Gerda has very much, I guess, taking on priestesses' philosophy. Maybe not. But when we pray, we will think of each other. Oh, like the Sanctus! Our bonds bind us together. We are not alone. Like I said, we're getting a cult. We're getting a cult. I said this. Now to Iberia. The Iberian coast, a cliff by the sea. A seaborne clings tight to the sharp rocks. The sound of distant naval barrages is carried over by the sea breeze, but the seaborne does not care, focusing its efforts on climbing. Excitedly flaps membranous wings, unfolds creases enthusiastically. Seaborne finally arrives at the peak of the cliff. What greets it is a boundless expanse of dry land and a flash of light up amidst the heavens. A shooting star. This is like the scene at the end of Lone Trail as well, where, you know, everyone's looking up at the hole in the sky. Almost exact parallel. Seaborne shifts its body in confusion in response to the momentary distraction, and its appendages brush against something. A shining black rock rolls off the cliff, dropping straight down into the ocean. Seaborn tries to see what it was, but is already engulfed by the billowing waves. Yeah, they put in like a Lone Trail type epilogue there, huh? Oh yeah, was that supposed to be like, oh no, a piece of Originium fell into the ocean? Right, yes, so that Originium ends up in contact with the Seaborn somehow. Right, but also, how the heck has Originium not gone into the ocean at any point? Like, really? How'd that work? It ends with that. It ends with a bunch of teases for the future. Of course it does. Of course it does. Oh yeah, I get to claim some more stuff. That wrong place. My last dupe. Woof. Fight the event. Yeah. So I guess I'm adjusting my like expectations of what exactly actually Act 3 is gonna be like. Because it seems if it's it seems it would seem, going off of, I guess, we're at the very start of it, but if this continues in some way to a bunch of the other events, probably not all events, but especially if big events, there's really gonna now be this like red thread, this overarching connection to big events of Priestess doing stuff and Originium. Say with Sheen. Oh, look, wow. Lobby screen did stuff. Because yeah, I was not expecting, like, I thought, this is going to be like a Sancta thing and whatnot, and then suddenly like, oh, never mind, it actually gets quite heavily tied to Priestess and Doc and Originium and all that. So that's probably going to be actually like the status quo for like story connections now, where a lot of the big stories will have this like significant connection to the overarching stuff a lot more. Like, as in a way, a lot less events that are self-contained, which I mean makes sense once you're 6 years into the game. I just didn't think it was going to be like so immediate and so actually so deep instantly. But that's probably gonna how it's actually gonna be, which I'm all in for. I'm all in for. And overall, now we can go to the screen. Overall, good event. Good event. Once again, just really well paced. Once again, just I feel really well paced. Like 99% of the way. There's maybe a couple spots during the procession part, sort of, where it was maybe a little bit too much repetition in some areas. And like I said earlier, Jesus Christ, I read the lyrics for that hymn like 25 times, I swear to God, dude. Like, there's an amount of repetition that is cinema, and then there's where it's like, okay, like, I'm sure I can find it, or at the very least say less of the lines or something, I don't know. And good stuff. I like the change. I do see, like, you were saying earlier, for example, Baka in Twitch chat, that, like, having actually empathy still be around, in a way, like, kind of disappointing, because, like, oh, what if, like, they really would have, like, completely removed that as a thing. But indeed, it is a unique part of the Sancta. It does feel like almost a little bit, like, maybe removing a little bit too much if you just take it away completely. I think the way that it's been significantly shifted. It functions very differently now and is very different thing. It's a decentralized system now. I think that's a good change and an interesting change. Like, if you're going to change it, I think, in a way, I think it is better to heavily modify how this whole Sancta empathy stuff works rather than completely remove it. Because the thing is that, in a way, if you just completely remove it, you actually sort of, it's kind of sort of the exploration of that is kind of obvious if you just remove it. It's like, oh, they don't have empathy anymore, they have to talk to each other type thing. So it's actually almost a more interesting situation and exploration of where it's still there, but it kind of mirrors now a, you know, normal relationship that doesn't have a Wi-Fi connection. Like it's almost actually like a more, you know, it keeps that uniqueness of the whole system, but does make it more, like, does make it closer to actual human relations. And that's kind of the whole point, is that the Sancta empathy relation was almost inhuman, and now it's more human, which is a whole big part of this whole story. A lot of the theme here was, you know, humanity. So they have become more human in that way. They've removed this weird paradox thing of the law. And I mean, obviously, man, Undyne is so fucking good, man. Undyne was... He's so good. What a guy. What a guy. And also Federico, what a guy. What a guy. Exia's Exia. And that's what she should be. But dude, the changes and like all that, the character developments and whatnot with some of these other characters, holy moly. Dude, seriously, dude, you think of Executor early on in the game. Executor, 5-star spread shooter, absolute nobody. Oh, he's like a taxman or something. Now, what a guy. What a guy. I don't really care too much for Undyne. I don't understand you. I think Guy is so cool. But it's very funny, the Pope of the Vatican is essentially an IT guy trying to interpret his computer's error messages. Yeah. Alright, yeah, this was a thing. Yeah. I have the link. Indeed. PCS OS. No. I've seen this before. Yeah, I think I've accessed this at some point. Legal instruction core. Memory corruption detected. Yeah, I've seen some of this stuff before. Well, terminate called after throwing an instance of logic error. Terminate called after throwing an instance of bad allocation. Materano outbreak. What? And yeah, this was before the event. This was another funny ARG thing, wasn't it? And it was indeed like, oh, okay, suspicious. Wife? Ex-wife? Oh no. Okay, it restarted the website. Just restarted its thingy. But good event. In a way, in some way, kind of like more happened than I thought. Like, so many status quos are like changing rapidly now. Act 3 is really starting with a lot happening. It's like, well, suddenly the entire existence of Sanctus has been upheaved and changed. That's the thing, I don't think Tragodia event. I would be surprised if Tragodia event somehow gets, you know, Priestess into it. I feel like that's maybe here it fits. I feel like any event that specifically deals with any kind of previous civilization situation, like any of their projects and so on, it's like Priestess is gonna be there fucking around. If it doesn't have as deep of a connection to that stuff, then maybe not. Also, I mean, like, if like Doctor and Rhodes Island is not as involved in the event, then that as well. Though, I mean, in this case, Rhodes Island wasn't that involved. It was kind of just Doctor and Monster going along and happening to be there, helping Exuziai, mainly because Doctor was like, something's fucking up with the law right now because of these Sanctas. I see these Sanctas, something strange is going on. We gotta go check on this shit. I know you were joking, but for a second I almost was like, I was thinking of myself, like, would she? Would that make sense? And no, it wouldn't really make sense. Priestess wants to pet Miss Christine. Now that's a reasonable ask. That we can maybe let her do, okay. Like, petting a cat is, you know, a privilege anyone should have. Good event, terrible banner aged me by like 2 years. Real. Same. I prefer old Civ-invented mind control music. Well, because what is the... let's not get into that right now. I was wondering, like, what sort of bigger things was the troop and all that related to? Was it like Farenmut type stuff or whatnot? Because obviously the Farenmuts are a whole ass thing, you know. Also, it was funny. It was funny that Priestess literally grabbed Monster and Doctor and was like, no. You're not allowed to mess in this, okay? You are a spectator. And I do think indeed there's an element of it like it backfired. Like Priestess didn't want Doctor and Monster helping them. But then, you know, they solved it themselves. Which I feel like the thing that I called indeed kind of happened, where it's like, oh, Priestess, you know, I mean, actually, the thing is, that's another thing just showing that, like, actually what kind of things Priestess cares about. Priestess herself was like, almost like, yeah, the Sanctus solved the issue themselves. I'm impressed. And it also was directly like, to Doctor, I hope you can see more of this. For you and the Terra you love, I hope this continues, that the people solve their own issues. Sam. Farenmuts are a Terra thing. The Farenmuts are slightly more tied to Yun just because we have human versions of Farenmuts, but Farenmuts are all over the place. They're all over the place. Everything since chapter 15 was just a little experiment. She do be experimenting. But also indeed, yes, we have also confirmation that she is currently she's nerfed heavily. Also just an interesting change. Just an interesting change indeed on Priestess is now talking of essentially Doctor and Oracle as different people, instead of, you know, as she did in chapter 15 on first meeting. And also, it just actually, that's the thing, if this, it's kind of cool if this continues, if we get like essentially drip feeds of Priestess stuff along with the bigger events. We're indeed getting the thing that I said at the end of chapter 15 or with my chapter 15 discussion where, you know, I almost wish we got more of the depth and nuance of Priestess earlier. But actually, you know, next event, we already get a whole bunch. We already see a bunch more nuance to how she thinks, what she does, what she's about. And also, like, how she's already, like, shifted to, like, view Doctor and Oracle differently, but still has that final hope of Oracle will return to her. But sees everything in a different light now. Did bring back the presence, though, yes. Seemingly. She's assembling a team, apparently. Yeah, Farenmuts are still a weird one. Because some Farenmuts are, like, maybe Terra native, and some are obviously not. And some are maybe not. Farenmuts are a strange one. Because it's kind of, Farenmut is a broad... like, definition of things. But yeah, I'm just actually really glad we actually did get more Priestess nuance, like kind of this soon. Is there something else, some other specific line that I was thinking of in that discussion? Not the one that I told you to think about, a different one. I forgot. That's the only one confirmed, Baka. That's essentially what I mean, like, obvious. That's the confirmed one. Yeah. Everything else is like, who knows? But since that one's called a Farron Mut, then, you know, it's like, could some of the other ones be as well related to Presiv? And, like, Talos 2, which is where the Seaborn Leviathan came from? Who knows? And Tika's stated to be endemic, yeah. But then, indeed, yeah, Farron was also around, and, like, some of these motherfuckers go through time, so it's like they don't even exist on the same temporal plane as us. So they wouldn't, you know, like, oh. So they're just a weird collection of existences. Should I read the one? Well, I mean, obviously, I feel like there might be maybe there is like a slow process of Priestess also, you know. Well, not, I don't know, coming around to things, but we'll see. Also, yeah, Originium Cult, I called it. I called it. We're getting Originium Cult. I knew it. Let me check my Discord a little. Because reading the rest did actually take a little bit longer than I thought it would. It's been almost 6 hours. Do, do, do. Okay. Yeah, Kiera as well, yeah. Wackos, weirdos. Have any other thoughts, immediate thoughts for the event? I'm really hungry again. I gotta go eat. It hit hard. The little beast really did hit him deep. And the thing is, he ended up taking that shit on the chin and be like, okay, well, let's live in this reality then and work with that. I feel like Anduin is just like, as a character, just very often gives us a whole bunch of really good dialogue. Because he thinks, he wonders, he inquires. So then we get like fucking philosophy bangers so often. And it's funnily enough, in this one we in a way got kind of philosophy bangers through Fede as well. They were just in the language of computers, computer philosophy bangers. And yeah, I did it somewhat intentionally. I used Kristen's words. Also, I mean, I don't know. He's just, I don't know, something about Anduin, man. The way he just pushes forward. He's just kind of based. Something about him. I can't think of anything specific that comes to mind right now. And I should go eat and also hop into call with my friends who are waiting already. Geppers. Oh, right. Next week, Saturday, in a week, there will be the CN live stream. So we'll watch that live. Since it's on a Saturday, so I can watch it live. So that'll be that Saturday stream, pretty much. Obviously stuff that we'll probably talk about some of the stuff on the Discord. Obviously, if you have enjoyed the Discord, you can join the Discord. But thank you for coming, thank you for watching, thank you for chatting, thank you for lurking. Good event, good stuff, good characters. Bye bye. Goodbye. Right as the music stops.